燃え上がれ Evangelion
残酷な天使のように少年よ神話になれ残酷な天使のテーゼ窓辺からやがて飛び立つ
Hello and welcome to the rebuild of Weekly Genesis Evangelion, the special bonus podcast brought to you by the folks at the Weekly Genesis Evangelion podcast, which is brought to you by the folks at the Weekly Suit Gundam podcast, which is brought to you by the folks at the Weekly Stuff podcast. I am Sean Chapman.
And I am Jonathan Lack.
And we are here after a very, very long break on Weekly Genesis Evangelion. It's probably the least weekly of all of our podcasts, because we, about 2 years ago now, watched and reviewed the TV show Neon Genesis Evangelion and its conclusive movie, The End of Evangelion. And on that podcast, we said that once the 4-part film series known as The Rebuild of Evangelion was finished and available in English, that we would record a podcast reviewing all 4 of the movies. And we are nothing if not podcasters of our word, Jonathan, because we are here to record a podcast I'm terrified to record because we're going to talk about 4 films today. Evangelion 1.0, Evangelion 2.0, Evangelion 3.0, and Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0, the Rebuild of Evangelion movie series.
All 4 which are now streaming on Amazon Prime.
Yes.
Had their release on Friday, August 13th. I think it is worth saying that you and I had a complicated relationship to Neon Genesis Evangelion when we first reviewed it a couple of years ago. I have seen it spun into we hate Evangelion, and I don't think that was ever our position.
No.
Although we are liable to get hyperbolic sometimes, I do accept that. I think it's a show that I think it is fair to say both of us find a lot that is interesting and genuinely great about it, and there's a lot that was frustrating and kind of meh about it to us, if I can just express it in a sound. But I will have to say, Sean, and I don't know about you, I went into the Rebuild of Evangelion with not like high or low expectations. I went in with a very open mind, because this is many years later. Hideaki Anno is a very different filmmaker now than he was then. Mm-hmm. You and I both love his most recent work before the new Eva, Shin Godzilla. So I was excited to see them take another swing at this, because at worst it would be weird and interesting. And at best you get one of my favorite things we've ever talked about on any incarnation of this podcast. I love these movies intensely.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be as effusively positive on them as you, but these are great films. This is... It is an extremely satisfying media viewing experience, because it is a thing that you always want when you watch something that, for me, is like Neon Genesis Evangelion, the TV show, and The End of Evangelion, that you can see there's so much greatness in there. There's so much great stuff. It had so much potential, but the things that, to me, I thought were bad about the TV show and its film were too much for me to really, be effusive or overly positive about it, even if I could recognize a lot of stuff that was really good. And it's that kind of really frustrating experience with a piece of media where you want it to be as good as people have told you it's good. You want to love it the way that a lot of people love it, but you just can't. And then the thing you never get is the creator saying, he more or less agrees with that position, and then says, well, let's go back and rebuild that series and do it again and make some really strong, different choices. And do something very different with it, and make the thing that you wanted the original thing to be. And that is, to me, what these movies are. I don't think I'm ever going to be someone who is head over heels in love with Eva as a franchise, because there's some stylistic things that's never going to be my favorite stuff. But these are great films. I particularly think that the second movie, for me personally, is the one that I think is easily, handily in my top 10 favorite animated films I've ever watched. And I'm just very, very happy. I was very pleased that Eva is a thing that I can say is really fucking good.
Absolutely. It is. I agree with everything you just said in terms of what a joy it is to see, and this is what amazed me so much, is that in rebuilding Evangelion, as the title of the series tells us, they didn't sacrifice any of what made it great or unique originally. They just, I feel like, improved it very critically, and it does feel like a more mature group of filmmakers coming back to something they did essentially as kids at a certain level. I mean, Gainax was a young man's operation in the days of Evangelion, and to see them approach it with those older eyes, especially I think as you get near the end, like with this one, the most recent movie 3.0 plus 1.0 that took 9 years to make, and I just think is incredible. You really see a lot of, I think, elegaic looking back on life. Someone asked me the other night how I would compare this to different Gundam things, and I'm like, well, I don't know, because they're so different, and honestly, it's something I love about these movies, is that they are firmly, completely detached from anything I would compare to Gundam or like any other mecha anime I've seen. They're just completely Evangelion. But the one thing I would compare them to, I think, is Turn A Gundam, in terms of seeing someone Tomino wasn't like done with his career or anything, but at a much more advanced point of it, looking back and kind of making a work for the looking at the past but for the future. I think that's what these films are, and I think they're beautiful on that level. I love all four of these. The fourth one for me is the clear, oh my god, this is one of my favorite movies ever, but I will not argue with you at all about how great the second movie is. I think they're all great, and yeah, that second one, I had an inkling that you liked these, Sean, because I said something nice about the second movie, and you liked my tweet, and you never like tweets, so I was like, oh, he must like this movie, so...
Yeah, that was one where, like, I thought about responding to the tweet, and I couldn't figure out what to say. I'm like, I'll just like it, because I like that movie a lot. And it was like, well, Jonathan liked the movie, and I like that he liked it, so I'm going to like this tweet that says he liked it.
That's one of those movies that I don't know how you could come out of that movie not, like, jazzed to the level of, like, wanting to go run around the parking lot if you were in a theater, I feel like, you know? It is.
Yeah, that was the movie that I finished watching it, and I started kicking myself for realizing that I would finish the third movie a day before I could watch the fourth movie. I'm like, why the fuck did I do that?
Well, you know what, Sean?
I miscounted the timing.
You know what, Sean? Some people listening to this podcast had to wait 9 years, and that would have been really frustrating.
Yes.
So, because I love that third movie, I really do, but I do think if that's all you had for 9 years, I can see why that movie is divisive, because that third movie is setting up a lot for a movie that took a decade to make.
Yes, yeah, I'm very happy that we got to watch it this way. Yeah, because it should be, we should make it like very clear if people don't remember that like I had never seen these movies. So this is one of the podcasts we're doing where we are both going into these fresh. So this is not a thing where I like watched the first three when they were coming out or anything. I had not seen any of these, partially because, you know, the meme of the fourth movie taking forever made me like, I don't want to watch these if that fourth movie's never happening. And I feel like that was a good decision, because these are movies, particularly, I think the first two movies make a really good pair, and the third movie and fourth movie make a really good pair. You kind of want to watch them together. So
I mean, I feel like that's very intentional, you know? Mm-hmm. Just like with, I mean, the aspect ratio changes at the midway point, you know? It's all sorts of stuff. Before we get into the Evangelion discussion, a couple pieces of stuff to get through. One, I just want listeners to know that right now I am visiting my family for a week, and I'm in Colorado, where you used to live, Sean, but you abandoned us, went to Texas. So for the first time ever, we are recording this with me in Mountain Time and you in Central Time, which used to be how we were always doing it reversed.
It was weird to think about when you sent me a text, because we're also recording it at a slightly different time than normal, and it made me feel like, wait, what even is time anymore? What's happening?
But because of that, my parents' house does not have any particularly good spaces for podcasting, and I do not have all my equipment with me. My brother does have a Blue Yeti, which is the same mic we use, although I do not have all of my like sound dampening equipment. So, and then I am in my mom's husband's office. There are a lot of pictures of dogs and things on the wall. But anyway, it is not a great soundproof environment. It's the best I could find in this house. Because if I was in the basement is undergoing construction right now, because they are finishing it. It's an unfinished basement. They're doing stuff to it. There's nowhere to record down there. So I am doing my best. You're going to hear maybe some background noise. I will try my best to edit that out. But we'll see what I can do. If you're going to hear a little bit of it, you know, I think you probably would all agree you'd rather hear us talk about Eva now with a little bit of background noise than wait a week, because we have thoughts that we need to get out, because this is a lot of movie.
Yes, yes. This is one where, after I started watching these movies, I really kicked myself that we had not planned it to do the first three movies like a week ago or something. This is a lot of stuff to talk about on one podcast.
We'll do our best. But before we get to that, Sean, one other thing I wanted to talk about. I have mentioned on this show and on the Weekly Stuff podcast, our main series before, that, well, if you know me, I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Iowa. I'm a grad student, and I am teaching some courses this fall, and one of those is a course that is a sort of grad student regular that different grad students teach for the undergrads called Film Club, which is a 1 credit hour screening series where the students come and they watch a movie every week, and then we talk about it for half an hour to an hour. And if they do that every week, then they get a credit, and it's nice if you just need to top off your credits or get an easy pass or something like that, right? And a different grad student gets to program that with relative autonomy every semester. And I had been really champing at the bit to get that because I had a lot of fun ideas. And after we started Weekly Suit Gundam, you will remember on episode 6 of Weekly Suit Gundam, when we reviewed the Mobile Suit Gundam trilogy, the original recompilation trilogy, I said, when I get to do Film Club, I want to build a series just so I can show that trilogy of movies. Well, Sean, I am doing Film Club this fall, and it is called Giant Robots on Screen, Mecha Monsters and Modernity in World Cinema. And I am finally at liberty because it is approved. The syllabus is out there. Students can go look at it if they want, I think, who are enrolled. We've got 60 students so far because my class sounds fun, damn it. And I can tell you the schedule for this, Sean. You saw my schedule like a month ago, but I have been trying to get, like, can you guys approve this? I really want to talk about it publicly. It's finally approved. Sean, would you like me to tell the people about what I will be screening to a class of real paying college students this fall at a major American university?
Yes, go ahead and tell everybody about how we somehow have turned this podcast into, like, a thing you're going to teach at college. Yeah.
Yeah. So the goal of my class was to give a sweep of the idea of the giant robot in cinema. So as a result, we have 3 units. But we have 1 week at the beginning that is just sort of our amuse-bouche, if you will, which is we will be screening as our first movie, kind of to get people in the door, Pacific Rim by Guillermo del Toro. Probably the best of the, like, Western mecha movies, honestly. I don't know what else would really vie for that title. But yeah, we are going to show Pacific Rim. It's a nice start. My kind of idea with that is that Pacific Rim is a movie that is inspired by a little bit of everything we're going to watch after it, so I think it's a good starting point. So we're going to start with that.
Yeah.
Then we jump into Unit 1, which is Mecha Anime. And we are doing 6 full weeks of Mecha Anime. That's the longest unit of these 3. And we are starting with, in September, Mobile Suit Gundam, Mobile Suit Gundam 2, Soldiers of Sorrow, and Mobile Suit Gundam 3, Encounters in Space. Boom, boom, boom. Because that's the birth of modern real robot anime as we know it. It's the most important. It is the ur-text of Mecha Anime, I think, if we are all being honest and historically accurate here. And so we will be showing all 3 of those movies as a marathon right off the bat there.
Yeah, I mean, it's also the movies that are the reason why you're even
Yes.
doing this in the first place. So it definitely makes sense to kind of front load that.
Absolutely. Then after that, we are doing Patlabor the movie. This is the first Patlabor movie from 1989. Now, you might be asking, hey, Jonathan, don't most people think Patlabor 2 is even better? Well, yes, a lot of people do think that, and I probably agree. Patlabor 2 is an amazing movie.
Yep.
But I watched both of them, and I watched the OVA Patlabor stuff, too. And what I thought in terms of this class is 2 things. Patlabor 2 requires a certain amount of knowledge about post-war Japanese history because it is so much about, like, the demilitarization and remilitarization of Japan that, like, it's more than I could give in the introduction for this kind of thing because this is not like a full-length class. This is 1 screening a week. And I thought that alone, it's a little heavy even for me, and I know that history pretty well. It's very politically in the weeds. And the other thing is Patlabor 2 has almost no mech stuff in it. Like, it is not really concerned with the labors are not really part of that movie. It's much more the political side of things. It's also, like, tonally kind of the odd man out of the Patlabor franchise. The first Patlabor the movie movie, which I think has been like unfairly overshadowed because it's also great, is much more like, it is the Pat Labor thing that is most about like the robots, because the whole theme is that the robots are suddenly doing crazy stuff in Tokyo without anyone in the cockpit. And it's a really interesting mystery. It's got all of the Mamoru Oshii style that you would come to expect from Ghost in the Shell or Pat Labor 2, but it does more with the robot side of it. And I also think it is just more accessible to someone who has not seen Pat Labor before. So that's why we're doing Pat Labor 1.
Sounds good to me. Yeah, those are great movies. But I agree with you that the second movie is not... You'd want to have more time to, like, unpack that with a group of students.
Yes, yeah. So, then we are showing the Super Dimension Fortress Macross, Do You Remember Love? The 1984 movie by Shoji Kawamori and Noboru Ishiguro that is a redo of the first Macross TV series, but it's not a compilation movie. It is a completely new theatrical animation and some of the best animation of the 80s. I mean, it is one of the most sumptuous productions you'll ever see. And unlike a lot of compilation movies, it doesn't have that kind of hurried or awkward quality because they just rewrote the story and reboarded it and everything. And I have not seen a lot of Macross stuff, but I researched it a lot, and it seems like all Macross fans agree. Do You Remember Love? A is great, and B is maybe the single most like representative thing of what Macross is. It's got the pop music, it's got the love triangle, it's got the robots that transform, it's got the robots the size of planets. It's insane, and it's a phenomenal movie. This is one of the ones I'm most excited to show and just blow their goddamn minds.
Yeah, you've got people talking about proto-culture and all kinds of crazy horse shit. Yeah, I like Do You Remember Love? There's always something it's a smart choice for that movie, but kind of what the movie does is it cuts out the last 13 episodes of the anime, which mostly existed because the anime was really popular. It was only going to be 26 episodes, but it was so popular, they're just like, just keep going for like 12 more episodes. And they're like, but the story's done. And it's like, well, what happens? How do like the humans and the crazy proto-culture alien people survive on an Earth that's basically destroyed? How do you tell that story for 12 episodes? That's what the anime does, and it's fucking great. So if people have watched the movie but have not watched the TV show, I would recommend giving the TV show also a watch, because that last arc is fucking ridiculous, and it's my favorite thing in Macross I've seen.
Awesome, yeah, and I have not seen the TV show, and for some of this I intentionally just watched like the thing I will be showing my students because I wanted to test, does this work as a first-time experience? And I will say, I was super surprised when I went and looked, and I'm like, there's a whole other arc in that show? Like, that was a very definitive ending that movie had. So it's very funny. And then at the end of the Mecha Anime unit, we are doing one of my favorite things I've put together, which is a double feature of Makoto Shinkai's 2002 short independent film, Voices of a Distant Star, Hoshi no Koe. And then we are showing the movie compilation version of Gunbuster by Hideaki Anno and Gainax. Now, if you know both of those works, you might know why I might put Gunbuster and Voices of a Distant Star together. They both do the thing that Christopher Nolan's Interstellar later does, of being about the time travel, like, implications of space travel, that there is time dilation. Both of them deal heavily with that, which is why I had both of these on my radar, and then when I realized the timing would work for them to be together, I was like, this is it. This was the last week I programmed. It took me a long time to figure out what it was going to be. Now, Gunbuster is a 6-episode OVA. The movie is 95 minutes. It obviously cuts a lot out. I have seen the OVA now. What I did, though, is I watched the movie first cold just to test it. And I think, like, if you know going in that it's going to be a little awkward, I think it's fine. In terms of, like, an opening salvo for you. Like, what I am probably going to say to the students is that it's going to feel a little rushed. You might not understand everything. If you like it, go watch the OVA when we're done here, you know? But what thing that movie does that's really smart is it keeps the final 2 episodes completely intact. It doesn't cut anything out of them. And that's where I think most Gunbuster fans would agree the series gets special. So they keep the most important stuff in there. So that will work, and that'll be about a 2-hour screening, and it all fits together, and I'm excited for that. I do not have Evangelion on here, and I worked long and hard to figure out if I would do Evangelion on here. The problem is, there is really no form of Evangelion I can do in a 3-hour screening space where I can give a full version of Evangelion, like a story that ends, and you'll notice I'm not doing anything else on here that's like part 1 of 7 or something, right? Like, the most obvious thing to do would be EVA 1.0, the first of the Rebuild movies, which is a good standalone movie, but And I like that movie a ton, as I've already said, but I don't think it gives you really the heart of what Eva's about, because it's only a quarter of the story, you know?
I think it's the best you could do is showing that movie if you have to pick one movie to show. But it is. I don't know if it's like worth it, because especially I think it would be hard as a teacher to not then be like able to refer to where the story goes and how it evolves and where it gets more like metaphysical and that kind of stuff.
Exactly. And my other idea was to show a reconstruction I would have made of what they called Renewal of Evangelion, which is when they put the Death True portion of Death and Truth and End of Eva in theaters together as about a 2.5 hour movie. That would fit, but boy, if students in the class had ever seen Eva, they would have, I think, gotten pitchforks and tried to kill me.
Yeah.
So, and I felt like, okay, but Gunbuster I can do in 90 minutes, and then you get Hideaki Anno on the syllabus, and frankly, Gunbuster has more in common with these other things we're talking about than Eva does. Gunbuster also gives you a little bit of super robot kind of stuff, which is, I think, a fun thing to be able to do.
Sounds good.
And it is a good transition, I think, into Unit 2, which has the best title of any of the units, and it is RoboCamp. Because this is where we're going to show some campy robot movies. Starting with The Transformers, the movie from 1986, the best Transformers movie, just one of the best 80s movies. This movie fucking slaps. It's great. I think it's a good transition out of anime into Western stuff, because it is a Western, like, written thing that is animated by Toei in Japan. It has the Macross guy doing the character designs. People are going to recognize that, and it's just a good, fun time. So, there you go.
Yes.
Have to do that. Then we are doing the 1990 B indie movie by Stuart Gordon, Robot Jocks, which I only heard about when I started researching this, but it is basically an attempt on this like B movie, indie movie scale to do a like mecha fighting movie, where people, it's basically like the plot of that Star Trek episode where there's that planet that's gotten rid of war and just runs computer simulations. But what they do now is they've gotten rid of war, but the replacement is that two people from warring countries get in robots and fight each other. And as I say this, that's just the plot of G Gundam. It's G Gundam with a lower budget. And it is very cheesy. It has some very questionable sexual politics from 1990. It's got very bad B-movie performances. It also has an amazing fucking ending that is the reason to watch Robot Jocks. And I think it is a funny way to kind of transition into some of these other ideas.
Maybe I need to check that movie out. That's the one thing you've talked about that I have not seen any version of.
Yeah. Because the next thing is one that is on here entirely because of you, Sean, and that is Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, the original from 1974 by Jun Fukuda. Because, hey, I wanted Mechagodzilla on my mecha syllabus. This is the best Mechagodzilla thing. There were many options, but I wanted... And if you're going to do Robo-Camp, well, let's do camp right, goddammit. And Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla does camp. Mwah. Perfect.
Yeah, I'm predicting right here and right now that the majority of your students, if you do a poll for them at the end, it's like, what was your favorite movie? If a majority of your students don't say Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, you should fail the entire class.
Should I tell them that at the outset? Not which movie, but there's one movie that if they don't all like, yeah.
Yeah, you do that. Yeah, and I think I told you this before when you were putting together the syllabus. But if you need to hire a wandering Mechagodzilla professor to airdrop into your class and talk about Mechagodzilla, if you just need to fill 2 hours of someone ranting about Mechagodzilla, I can always do that.
Well, that's a shorter movie. Maybe you and I could set up a Zoom thing and have you talk a little bit, because that would be fun. Acknowledging that a lot of this syllabus exists because of conversations you and I have had, not me on an island. But anyway, after that we have, I think, the week I am most excited for, because it is a double feature of the 1978 Toei Spider-Man movie, also affectionately known as Supaidaman, and Gokaiger, Go Seiger, Super Sentai 199 Hero Great Decisive Battle from 2011. It is the Super Sentai, I think, like 30th, 40th anniversary movie, where that season, the Gokaiger, which is the pirate Sentai crew, that season was all about like bringing old Sentai heroes back. And in this one, all the Sentai heroes, all 199 of them show up. I don't think it's all the actors. They just could put them in the costumes. And all the mechs, all the Mechazords, I know that's not what they're called in Sentai, but whatever they're called in Japanese, all of them are together. I don't know a ton about Sentai, but I loved the absolute shit out of this movie. It is phenomenal. Because this one was actually very hard for me to find, and the first version I found was a very low quality rip, but I still enjoyed the hell of it. And then I found like a super nice Blu-ray rip. So it's great. And also Toei's Spider-Man is amazing. It's where Spider-Man gets in a mech and fights crime. And the movie of that, which is like 24 minutes, is a perfect representation of Toei Spider-Man. And we are going to do those together. And they are either going to lift me out of that room a hero on their backs, or they're going to pitchfork me. But I think they're going to like it. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think people, like, because I remember being surprised to know this, people would be surprised to know that, like, the Megazord trope in Super Sentai basically comes from that Spider-Man show they made, which is, like, one of the fucking weirdest, like, ways for a genre to get one of its most defining tropes is by loosely adapting a Western property and saying, well, what if Spider-Man got in a giant robot called the Leopardon? Which has nothing to do
Go,
with
Leo
spiders.
Pardon! It's in the theme song, and
Yes.
it's great. Sorry. It's so good.
Oh, it's crazy shit.
It's so good. And seriously, if you have not seen 199 Hero Great Decisive Battle, you don't need to know shit about Sentai. It will warm your heart. It is so great. And then we are ending with a unit called the Western Giant Robot Tradition, where we are going to go through sort of a extremely abbreviated history of sort of this in the West, starting with the one movie on our syllabus that does not really have a giant robot in it, but it has a robot that in film history is quite large, and that is Fritz Lang's Metropolis. Because this is... Here's the thing. On one hand, this is me sort of doing my film studies, like, due diligence. We're going to show a classic of the canon, Metropolis, right? But also, I think it is relevant to some of the stuff that you'll see I'm programmed after it. But also, I'm a weirdo. I'm not showing the modern version of Metropolis where they've restored it all and they have a nice organ score. I'm showing Giorgio Moroder's Metropolis, which is from the 80s, where Giorgio Moroder, the famed Italian like house music guy, techno guy, I mean, if you've listened to that last Daft Punk album from like 2013, he's got a track on there about him because they are so inspired by him. But in the 80s, he decided he wanted to restore Metropolis and bring it to a new generation. So he has music that he got, new music for the movie recorded by Pat Benatar and Freddie Mercury and all these big 80s acts, and then he edited the movie together, sped it up a little bit, cuts out all of the intertitles and redoes the intertitles as subtitles, which is actually, I'm amazed no one ever did that in the silent era, because it actually works just fine. And then did some like tinting and toning, which it would have had in its original German release, but kind of reconstructed that. And I think it's a fucking blast. So this is basically how do we do our film studies due diligence, but also like eat our bowl of candy at the same time. Giorgio Moroder's Metropolis. I am a lunatic.
Fascinating. I mean, I knew that you had put Metropolis on there. I didn't realize that that's what you had done.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Metropolis, it just feels like it's necessary because it is deeply influential to also like how the Super Robot stuff started in Japan with manga. It is important.
Yes.
So you got to put it in there if that's how you got to do it. You know,
one of Osamu Tezuka's
go
like canonical works is Metropolis, which was something he wrote. He had never seen the movie, but he'd seen a poster for it and was so inspired he did a whole manga about it, because Tezuka did a lot of manga. Anyway, then we are doing The Day the Earth Stood Still, the 1951 movie by Robert Wise. Absolute classic, phenomenal film if you've never seen it. And while Gort, the robot in Day the Earth Stood Still, is not big by like Gundam standards, I will note they do directly, like the female lead of the movie says, "Oh my god, a giant robot," at one point. So like it's perfect. I know he's only like 11 feet tall, but you know, this was the 50s. They hadn't seen a lot of big robots. It's big enough. Size, it's not the size that matters. It's you know, it's the way you use it. I
mean, quite literally, that is pre the mecha genre existing in any form. So
Yes.
yeah, like you gotta start modest. And by any reasonable standard, like if I saw an 11-foot tall robot walking down the street, I would freak the fuck out. Maybe more for the robot part than the 11-foot tall part, but the 11-foot tall part would contribute because that would be very intimidating.
You know, he melts people with his eyes. It's, you know, it's a whole thing. Then we are showing one of our newer movies, Kerry Conran's 2004 flop, but an interesting flop, Sky Captain and the World of Tomorrow. People our age will remember this. Younger people might
Yeah.
not, because it did not leave much of an imprint, but this is the only movie that director ever made. And it was one of the first movies, along with Star Wars Episode 2 and Sin City, that was shot completely on green screens for digital backgrounds. And it has Jude Law and Gwyneth Paltrow and some other people. Jude Law plays it's meant to be like a 30s movie serial kind of looking thing, but its visual design is very inspired by Metropolis, and it definitely has a lot of story elements pulled from things like The Day the Earth Stood Still. So that is why it's sort of here in this procession. And I also think it's a really interesting movie. I think it's an important and kind of forgotten piece of 2000s movie history with the digital component. And the villains in it are giant robots that stomp through the city, and there's a whole sequence where Gwyneth Paltrow is running under their legs and stuff. So it fits the bill.
Yeah, I haven't thought about Sky Captain: The World of Tomorrow for a very long time.
Yeah. I saw it in theaters as a kid. I remember it very vividly.
Me too.
But yeah. Then we are finishing with The Iron Giant by Brad Bird. Still his best movie. One of the better American animated movies. Beautiful giant robot film. And obviously, if you know The Iron Giant, it is inspired by all the kinds of things that came before in that kind of Western tradition I'm doing. But also it's not a mecha thing. It's a very different thing. So I think it's a good one to end on. And you'll notice I've bookended this series with the only 2 movies I suspect they will have seen, which is Iron Giant and Pacific Rim. And I did that very intentionally. I want them to start with a movie they've seen and end with one they've seen, and hopefully go on a journey along the way, including a movie called Go Kaiger, Go Sager, Super Sentai 199 Hero Great Decisive Battle.
Yeah, and a movie called Spider-Man, but not the kind of Spider-Man you're thinking about.
Exactly. So, Sean, how much of a lunatic am I that this is something I will actually have programmed and will be teaching at a major American university this fall?
I mean, it sounds like a good fucking class. If I would take that class. I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
it's part of the reason why the class exists in the first place. But in the same way that I'll laugh at my own jokes if I listen to an old version of the podcast, I would love to sit in your class and watch fucking Macross Do You Remember Love and watch everybody go so why is there a space pop star lady singing about how her boyfriend is a pilot in your mecha thing? What is this?
I just love all the moments in that movie where they yell out, "Culture!" And
Yes.
people will be very confused. And we're doing this in our big screening space with a big, movie theater-sized screen and surround sound. Oh, it's gonna be good. I have the Gundam movies imported from Japan on Blu-ray. I have done a lot of work. There's some stuff I had to go to very weird corners of the internet to find because it has absolutely no Western distribution. That Sentai movie, that is fan subs all the way. Baby, there is no official Sentai subs.
I mean, there's no official English language title for the movie, let alone
Right.
the English subtitled version.
Exactly. So, but as we said, Eva, one of the only things that won't be on there because it's just a little too big to fit in 1 week. But let's see if we can fit it in one podcast, Sean. Where do you want to start with the rebuild of Evangelion films? Do you want to give us just the kind of down low on the history as we sometimes do here?
Yeah, I want to be brief on the history stuff because the history of these movies encompasses over a decade, so that could be its whole own podcast. But the broad version is Hideaki Anno and Studio Gainax and Tatsunoko Productions actually did most of the animation on the original Eva, but it was through Studio Gainax as a brand. They made Evangelion in 1995 to 97, right? You have your TV show and you have your movie The End of Evangelion. And after that, Anno doesn't really have another big hit after that until he goes back to Eva. So he's got a bunch of smaller projects he does. Probably the thing that's best regarded is Kare Kano, which is a kind of romantic comedy anime he did in 1999. And then he actually goes and directs a few live-action movies, including a live-action adaptation of the Go Nagai manga Cutie Honey, which sounds like the worst fucking thing. I've never watched it. I don't know if I want to watch it. When I saw because I did not know that he had done that, and then when I was looking up stuff for Rebuild of Evangelion, I was like, oh god, he made a live-action version of Cutie Honey. That seems interesting. If you don't know what Cutie Honey is, look it up, and you will know why would you make this into a live-action film. But so he went to live action for a while. But I think if you read interviews with him, it's always kind of clear that I think Eva kind of is a work that is stuck in his craw. He couldn't let it go. He couldn't really walk away from it. It just seems like it's the kind of thing that he was never really satisfied with how it ended. And so in 2007, he officially leaves Studio Gainax. I don't know how much we want to go into the Studio Gainax of it all. Needless to say, Studio Gainax is a studio that was like horribly mismanaged for most of that studio's existence. It was started in the 80s with Anno as one of the co-founders, with him and about 5 or 6 of his college buddies that wanted to make anime because they were anime nerds. They made a movie called Royal Space Force that did pretty well. And they, it went off the ground from there. Anno is much more creative figure than a business figure. And so he stuck with Gainax for a long time, even when it seemed like from a business perspective, they were not doing particularly well by him. So, for instance, in 1999, the then president of Gainax was sued and found guilty for and jailed for tax evasion, along with the main accountant for Gainax. And there was lots of other bad stuff that happened between him and Gainax. So he founds his own studio called Studio Kata in 2007 in order to make a rebuild of Evangelion, a movie series that I think was originally supposed to be a trilogy, although I don't think they really knew what the fuck they were doing when they started it. But the idea was to kind of redo Evangelion, have about 80% of the film series be more or less a kind of remake of the TV show, and have the last movie or last 20% of what they were doing be a new ending that would go in different directions. Obviously, if you watch the movies, you will see that in reality, it is only the first movie that you could say bears a strong resemblance to the TV show, and the second movie starts making dramatic deviations, and by the time you're at the third movie, it has barely a connection to the TV show outside of like Kaudu's role in the plot in some ways. But the original idea was to be a little bit more conservative with what they were doing. When Anno leaves Gainax and founds Studio Kata, he also hires on a bunch of people that were instrumental in the TV series. So like the composer, Shinji Higuchi, his co-director, the character designer, like most of the like top level major creative forces in the TV show and End of Eva and that kind of stuff, they are all on all 4 of these films also. So it's basically that team. They just left Gainax and made their own studio so that they could finance and manage the production and all of that on their own without being tied to Studio Gainax and having to be reliant upon that. So they start making the movies in 2007. They make the first movie, the second movie, the third movie comes out by 2012. And then after that, the plan, they started working on the fourth movie, and Anno and a lot of the crew then hit a kind of creative roadblock. Anno has talked about in interviews that he had a very hard time after that third movie figuring out what to do with Shinji. So he has talked about, in Megumi Ogata, the voice actress, has talked about that they, Ogata being the voice actress for Shinji, had long conversations over the course of years about what is Shinji doing, like what is his perspective. And Anno had sort of just basically writer's block, not really sure how he wanted to go forward with the movie, as well as he was trying to bring new blood into the company and give them more sort of like authority to start putting their own sort of creative energy into it. And then Anno would kind of, as people call him, very perfectionist director, and going back and kind of redoing some of that work because he wanted it to be done a different way. So it seems like it was a fairly troubled production. Over the course of the production of that movie, he then got a deal with Toho to make Shin Godzilla. So he went over there with Shinji Hikata as co-director, and they went and made that movie. One of the reasons they had to make that movie was because Studio Kara was running out of money because they hadn't had any like new source of revenue for a long time. Over the course of that, they also sue Studio Gainax for 100 million yen because Studio Gainax owed them a lot of money for royalties that they were not paying. Because Studio Gainax was also doing a bunch of weird, like bad financial shit. So they win that suit. They get the money from Gainax. They get the money from Shin Godzilla. They get back on the production of Evangelion. It then gets delayed again, Evangelion 4, because COVID starts happening. Over the course of that, also in late 2019, I think he was then the third president at Gainax, who took over from a guy who stepped down because of the lawsuit with Anno, who was the guy who took over because of the guy who got arrested for tax evasion. So their third president was in December 2019 arrested and is still currently in jail for sexual harassment of a voice actress. So Studio Gainax is kind of in flames as a company in a crazy way. But after all that happening and a very long belabored 9-year production on Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0, it came out earlier this year in Japan and came out like 3 or 4 days ago on Amazon Prime in America. So that's how we can watch it now. And as far as we know, that is the rebuild of Evangelion. Evangelion is done for now, although Anno has said some things, some vague quotes in interviews and stuff that makes me think that I don't know if Anno will ever actually be done with Neon Genesis Evangelion. But for now, we have this 4-minute or 4-movie series that kind of re-encapsulates and re-envisions and redirects and rebuilds Neon Genesis Evangelion and End of Evangelion into something that I think is much better than what they had originally made in the mid-90s.
Yes, and, to anyone listening to this, but is going to jump out when we get to spoilers, but wants to know if they should watch it, it is an ending. I do want to say that, what
Yes.
Sean just said, who knows, Anno might be moved one day to do something with it, but this is a very definitive end, and it is a wholly and immensely satisfying end. So, you do not need to watch
Yes.
this and be afraid that it's going to end with a slideshow, or with someone choking someone else out on a beach, or whatever, right? It's an ending.
Yes, it is very much an ending. I just think this is my armchair psychoanalysis of Anno, that I reading all this stuff, interviews and stuff, before doing this podcast, that just makes me feel like I don't think that dude is ever going to actually walk away from EVA in a similar way that I think Tomino has never walked away from Gundam, despite saying that he would many times. I think it's too close to who he is as an artist, that I think whatever he would do in the future would be very different. But I think that this is going to be a thing that is with us for a long time, whatever form it takes, fucking 10 years from now or something.
I mean, just like the original EVA, there are parts of these movies, particularly the fourth and final movie, that are the artistic equivalent of Anno opening a vein and letting it bleed. I mean, it is intensely personal work. You cannot get more personal in, blockbuster cinema space. I mean, God, in experimental film, you don't get this personal sometimes. It is very a mirror into the soul of the person doing it, And so I understand that. These movies were also big hits, we should say. All of them did well, and they all did, exponentially better than the one before, until EVA, the fourth movie that just came out, has broken the 10 billion yen mark in Japan, which is about $100 million US, which is a huge. Anno, before the movie came out, planted that flag and said, if we do that, it'll be a milestone for all robot anime. It is. It's a really popular movie.
Yes, and it is very popular and a very long movie at 155 minutes. It is one of the longest animated films ever made. Although I think it well earns the length that it has, but
Yes.
it is an impressive production that I'm glad that it made the money that it made, because I think it very well deserves it.
Yes, absolutely. So before we we're obviously going to break down the individual films, but I think we should just start broad scale. What is it about the overall scope of Rebuild of Evangelion? Because despite being made over 13 or 14 years, it really does hold together as a unit. You do not feel the 10-year gap or anything like that. You don't feel the lawsuits with Gainax or anything like that. It's a very cohesive work, I think. And, I'll just say for my part, and I've said this a couple of times on Twitter, I think for me, the absolute core of these movies and why they work is that Shinji has an arc that is very clear and very meaningful, and it is still messy and personal because that's who Shinji is. They don't take that out of it, but he actually goes on a journey and has a full culmination as a character. And I think, there are a lot of things in original EVA that frustrated me. The fan service and some of the stupid slice of life stuff that I don't think was actually very good, and they do better in these movies. But the thing that frustrated me most was that Shinji just never gets the full arc that I want him to have. End of EVA, there are parts of that where he's just kind of incidental to it, and I don't know if they ever really decided where they wanted Shinji to go. And I think all four of these movies, and I think especially the end of the fourth one, very much know where they want Shinji to go. And I will say it is finally a character worthy of that fucking unbelievably great vocal performance that he has in Japanese. And boy, what's the name of that actress again? Megumi
Ogata.
Megumi Ogata did not miss a beat in the years between the show and the movies, and if anything, gives an even better performance in these movies. Shinji, comes out of these movies one of my favorite anime characters. Just unbelievable work on that level. And that, to me, there's a lot of things I think they do better here, but that is the heart of these movies, as it damn well should be. They nailed that.
Yeah, and I think that my feeling is very similar. That I think the fundamental thing that the Rebuild of Evangelion fixes, that for me, the TV show, and then by extension, End of Evangelion, was it was too late for that to even fix it as if it tried to. The thing that it got wrong is that it didn't know its own characters. I think we talked about on that show on our podcast about Evangelion is that it's such an insular show that is so navel gazing towards its own problems. And in some ways it's like interesting because it does reflect some of the psychology of Shinji as the main character, but because it's so the creative and like artistic perspective of Eva is so limited to exactly Shinji's mindset. It's not seeing things from a perspective beyond Shinji and then trying to like portray and project that understanding through the character with a broader artistic vision. It feels so contained in that character that watching Eva so much felt frequently as that series went on, like watching this story ram headfirst over and over and get into a brick wall because it just couldn't figure out what it wanted to do. And the end of Eva, I think, is like the best example of that, where it completely abandons the even idea of having other characters at a certain point by just kind of doing what feels to me like an artistic cop-out and just having all the characters no longer be themselves, but be literally just Shinji's perspective on the characters. And it highlights how that's what they were the entire time, because you don't know who these people are, because it doesn't feel like the creators knew who these people are. When you get to Rebuild, that's the thing they fix, and it's to me why number 2 is my favorite movie, and I think it's the most critical of these 4, is because number 2 is particularly where they find this is who Shinji is, which is really important, but also this is who Asuka is. This is who Rei is. This is who Misato is. This is even who Ritsuko is. This is who, like, you don't get all the way into Gendo's shit. You don't get all the way into Gendo's shit until the 4th movie, although they finally fucking decide to do something with Gendo as a character, which is, like, the thing that Eva always needed to do. But you still get a much better window into some of his psychology as a human being than what Neon Genesis Evangelion, the TV show, could ever manage. And it's that foundation in feeling like these are human beings, and also human beings that are living in a place that has a history, because that's the biggest improvement in the first film, is the first film, through just minor changes in sort of editing and directing and background and stuff like that, finds a much better way to communicate what this world is, what the stakes of this world is, why it is important, why these things matter, where we are, like in conjunction to everything else. That the Rebuild of Evangelion movies have characters, they have setting, and then they also have a much stronger emotional contrast that exists within the movies, that you avoid the problem of the original series that ends up being so emotionally one note past a certain point because they can't figure out what's beyond that brick wall they run into. So they just keep on driving to the same point. And the Rebuild movies feel like they have a contrast of tone and feeling and ideas and themes that just for me never existed in the original work. And so that to me is, in a nutshell, I think why these movies are so good, because they have all those things that the original version was lacking, and having all those things then makes the stuff that was originally good shine so much brighter than it was ever able to in the more compromised version we got in the 90s.
Well, 100%, and this is exactly what I was going to say, Sean, and that's why I started with Shinji, because I think you have to have that spine of Shinji for any of that other stuff to work, right? Any story, I don't care how weird a story it is or experimental, you have to have a rock somewhere in it, and Shinji is this story's rock. And because he is defined, his world is defined, and his friends are defined, and Asuka is not just a projection that Shinji has onto the world. Asuka is a human being off there on the side who he interacts with, but she's a person. Same with Rei and with Misato and everyone else in the movie. I mean, Misato, my God, yes. That character finally gets her due. You know, it's just all of this stuff. Like, man, if you want one example of how much better Rebuild is, compare Misato's fate in End of Eva to her fate in the 4th movie. Night and fucking day. Am I right?
Oh, yeah.
And so I agree with all of that, and I think that second movie is a linchpin, because when you say, like, it makes all the stuff that was originally great shine brighter, well, the third act of the second movie is the part of the second movie that's most based on the TV show. It redoes episodes 18 and 19, basically, which is the very famous ones where, in that version, it's one of Shinji's school friends who becomes the 5th children, and then Shinji is in the Eva, and he doesn't want to pilot it, so Gendo does the dummy plug, and then you have the famous scene of the Eva, like, devouring the 5th Eva and all of that stuff, and then the one where Shinji deserts and comes back. And they basically do that, and a lot of it, the choreography and stuff, is very close. But because they're doing it in a context where I care about these characters roughly 7,000 times more, I was practically standing watching that last 30 minutes. Like, so on the edge of my seat, I was, like, using my legs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it is... Whereas in the TV series, I totally recognized that those are probably the 2 best episodes of the show, but it was more of almost like an aesthetic appreciation, an intellectual appreciation, not a, I felt this in my fucking bones. And I feel a lot of Rebuild in my fucking bones. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think broadly, that is what they do. They are also, all 4 of them, but as technology improves, it gets better as it goes along, are impeccable, incredible animated productions. They are unbelievable to look at. I said this about the 4th movie, but I could say it about any of them. You know, we routinely get CGI animated movies in America from Pixar and Disney and DreamWorks that have like $200 million budgets or $250 million budgets. And I have never seen an American animated movie that looks as expensive and labor intensive as these EVA movies. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, part of it is like you can feel... And it's the thing that's great. I think it's like it's so much easier with 2D animation to like feel the work that has gone into making it what it is. Not just obviously like huge amounts of work goes into 3D animation, but it feels less accessible to you. Whereas like you just so instinctually understand whether it's on paper or it's on a fucking tablet, you understand what it is to draw a thing. And to see like these drawn images that are drawn by artists, like by hand. And seeing that up there and seeing the amount of like love and attention and care that goes into the characters and animating their performances, and then just also like the cinematic editing and stuff like that, and the use of like sort of the perspectives and camera angles in like trying to replicate different lens type effects and stuff like that. You just feel so intensely like the labor and love and care and attention that it's been given in every single frame.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really came away from these movies thinking, like, Eva is more at home in a movie theater. Mm-hmm. Like, the aesthetic ambitions of this property are such that I think it makes more sense with the amount of love and care you can give in a movie, because the ambitions of Eva were always off the charts visually, but these 4 movies are able to match those ambitions. And it's a property where all the CGI components, and these movies contain a huge amount of CGI, it fits it like a glove because of what this series is trying to do. You know, it is not one of those anime where you see like an intrusion of CGI and go, this feels wrong. It feels very right because there are things they are trying that just go beyond any one medium. You kind of have to mix and match, and I love that about it.
Yeah, and the more the movies go on, the weirder they get. And also the more advanced CGI becomes, so the more they start using CGI. And by the time you get to the 4th movie, there's some ways that they use CGI that is so like creative and bonkers in the best way possible that, yeah, it does feel like as some of the technology of what they were using evolved, they figured out ways to incorporate that in a very EVA-like way into how they're animating it and putting together the story.
Yeah, absolutely. And everything else is great. Phenomenal vocal performances, mostly from the original cast, all come back, and they're great. The music, I think the music is... I liked the music in EVA to begin with, but I think it's a huge step up here.
Yes.
It just... No matter how plagiarized that one theme is, God, it's good, and he finds a lot of variation.
Yeah, Shido Sagisu is the composer who came back from the original series, and yeah, he plagiarized that fucking decisive battle theme from that one James Bond movie. But you know what? Fuck it. There's like 7 or 8 different like unique versions for these movies that aren't even like the 5 or 6 versions that they did in the original show that they also redo here. And he also finds an opportunity at least once per film to take a classic Eva song and just lay some sick electric guitar over it. And anytime you do that, I'm just like, yeah, let's go. Like, let's just fucking take this like drum beat that is like one of the most iconic drum beats in anime that comes from a James Bond film, and then let's just have someone riff over it with a sick guitar with a bunch of distortion. I'm always going to be hyped for that.
It's fantastic. It is, you know, it is probably the best use of plagiarism ever because they just completely own it. No one knows it's from a James Bond film. It's the Eva song. Fuck it, they own it now.
Yes.
And good for them. It works better here than it did in James Bond. Yeah, so I think, you know, we also at some point will have to talk about the Hikaru Utada songs because, my man alive, you cannot get a better artist than Hikaru Utada, and they give it their all. It's phenomenal. I love these songs. So much to love here. But Sean, should we jump in and talk about Evangelion 1.0? You cannot advance? Is that the first one?
No, you are not alone. You cannot advance as Evangelion 2.0.
Okay, I'm sorry. I do not remember all the titles. I remember the Japanese versions because they have different, as Evangelion always has had, they have different titles in English and Japanese. The Japanese titles are all some form of Evangelion Shin Gekkoban, like Gekichoban, like the new movie edition, and then they do this procession of words from basically theater, and then they end with the fourth movie just has the repeat symbol from musical notation, and I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it.
I think everyone just calls it the fourth movie in Japan.
Yes.
They're just like, the new one or the fourth one. But yes, they all have
It's got a very weird
official
title.
English titles that are all bizarre because it's all Evangelion. There's no Neon Genesis in the titles for this movie in any way, shape, or form, which is ironic because the only time Neon Genesis is ever said in these movies is in the fourth of these films. But yes, so Evangelion : 1.0, you are parentheses, not close parentheses, alone. So the first three movies all have not in parentheses somewhere in the title. The fourth movie, they just decide not to do that anymore. I don't really know why. It doesn't seem like you'd have to not do that anymore. But yeah, so Evangelion
Well, the fourth
1,
movie has a different title scheme
Yes.
in Japanese too, so yeah.
who knows? They like their weird fucking titles. You know, Eva's going to be weird sometimes for good reasons, sometimes just because, yeah, fuck it, why not?
Yeah, why not? It's fun. So let's talk about that first movie. And to note, they're all 1.0, 2.0, but there were special editions for home video that they did later, which are 1.11, 2.22, 3.33. I don't know if you saw, Sean, there's a new version of 3 coming out on 4K Blu-ray this fall that is 3.333. No one's seen that yet. It's not out yet. But we are watching the latest versions.
Yes.
They're the ones that went up on Prime, but we've seen the 1.11, 2.22, all of those.
Yeah, so it's all the, like, extended editions, but it's all, like, 3 to 4 minutes of additional footage. Like, I'm not even sure what's different in any of them from the theatrical cuts.
The second one has the most new stuff. That one's like 7 minutes longer or something, so it's fairly substantial. But yeah, let's talk about the first one. You Are Not Alone, which, you know, that is a weird title. It does sum up the theme of the movie. But yes, let's talk about the first one, which this is the one that hews closest to the anime. It is roughly the first 6 episodes done basically in order, but redone obviously into movie form. And I think in some ways, you know, and I think in some ways that makes it the least interesting of these 4, probably the one we have the least to say about. But it is also one that shows you just how much of an improvement this is, because it's just right off the bat, even with mostly the same plot beats, it just is a better, cleaner, faster, more emotionally moving, I think, version of this story.
Yeah, I think it's a thing where that is, to me, by far the most consistently strong section of Eva in the first place, those 6 episodes. So it goes up to Shinji and Rei doing the sniping thing with the whatever that angel is, and it's like up right before Asuka gets introduced, which is, for me, in the TV show where it starts losing itself. Because now Shinji kind of completes his first character arc, and that's where they realize they don't have another character arc in the TV show to give Shinji, and so it starts spiraling. So here you have a pretty close adaptation, like down to they reuse like camera angles and editing very consistently. They don't reuse any of the footage; it's all reanimated. But like if you compare, you know, side by side, there are long stretches of the movie that are basically just redone versions of those sequences from the TV show. But I think like the critical thing is that they cut down a lot of the fluff. You know, it's a really tight, fast-paced movie, and some of like I think the unbroken nature of watching it as a film makes it much stronger than having like the cuts between episodes where time passes. Eva does some cool stuff with that, but I think watching the movie makes it feel like that was never actually really worked well, because the series is disorienting enough with how weird the lore is and everything else like that. They're trying to disorient the viewer further by having these like harsh breaks between episodes where things happen in between, right? So between episode 1 and 2 of the TV show, the fight happens that Shinji kills the first angel he fights. You don't see that fight until as a flashback, whereas in the movie, that all plays in chronological order. And I think that actually works a lot better in a way that I would not have suspected. I would have always assumed that the way they did in the TV show felt good at the time, But when you watch the movie recontextualize that stuff and really stick you in Shinji's shoes, and so you're not being disoriented from Shinji's perspective as a viewer, it just makes the story much more seamless and much more compelling.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it just, part of it is the TV show does give them a pretty clear arc for Shinji in this movie. But I also think they're just better in subtle ways about honing in on it. Rei, I think of every character in this series, other than Shinji, the one who benefits the most, I think, is Rei, because Rei is such a kind of empty cipher in the TV show and never kind of becomes... I mean, she's iconic because it's a cool character design and vocal performance, but she's not much of a character in the show. And I think right from the beginning, I do think they do some small things with Rei that make her better and make like the ending where Shinji gets Rei to smile just hits harder, and I think they continue that forward in the other movies. One of the only big adaptational changes they make, I would say, is my favorite episode from this stretch was episode 4. Hedgehog's Dilemma, or Rain After Running Away, which is the Shinji depressed episode. And that's one that really hit me hard because I think it's one of the better cinematic depictions of depression I've ever seen. And in this movie, I would say they kind of cut it down and kind of distribute it throughout the movie. So like there is a section of this movie where Shinji runs away and is on a train and comes back, but it's fairly short, and they kind of continue that sort of depressive arc, and I think help make it more of like a central tension of the movie, whereas that episode sort of tries to give a kind of resolution to it, but then of course Shinji is still sad and all of this stuff. So that's one where I think they take a lot of the themes of that episode and kind of distribute it throughout the movie in a way I found compelling.
Yeah, because the whole structure of the movie is this repeated cycle of Shinji not wanting to get into the EVA, him being like strongly coerced to get into the EVA, it like going... like it not going horribly in the sense that he's not dead, but it not going well and him being further traumatized, he still must get into the EVA. And that cycle repeats a couple of times until you get to the end where with the final sequence where, they mostly redo this, even if it's the same basic idea of the sniper and them drawing energy from Japan. But like the way it's like animated, where it takes place, that stuff is very different. And that whole sequence now feels a lot stronger because you feel the culmination of Shinji's character arc in this movie of him having those depressive episodes, him constantly getting into the EVA, and him getting further traumatized until that confrontation with Rei, where he finally kind of reaches out and makes a connection with someone, and that being the climax of the film. Having it in this movie format makes that a lot starker and stronger, and it makes that middle section where he does his big runaway, which is also, I think, one of the more heavily redone sequences in terms of they're not reusing a lot of the same shots. That feels placed as this sort of like second act turn, like that feels so much stronger. I just think it's like, I think this movie illustrates what you're saying about EVA fits film much better than it ever did TV. So even if you're taking what is largely the same plot, largely a lot of the same beats, in a cinematic format, it plays so much smoother and it plays so much nicer for the audience to kind of immerse yourself in the story.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It's a powerful watch. It's a very forceful, like it flies by. I think that's true of all four of these, frankly. Like time kind of melts away and you're not sure like what your normal time markers are while watching them. But this one is, this is obviously the most kind of big crowd-pleasing mainstream of the EVA movies, because EVA has not lost its mind utterly at this point in the story, right? And it's for EVA, this is the sober part of the story. I do think, like, also aesthetically, man alive, it's a beautiful movie. It's probably the least of the four because it's the oldest, but just what they're able to do with sort of the CGI to kind of help enhance some of the fight scenes and whatnot, and just giving all of these iconic moments from those first 6 episodes the same kind of polish as you would get in, like, that famous episode 18 or in End of Eva, but honestly to another degree because it's 2007 and they have and it's a movie and they have more time and money and technology available to them. Just seeing all of Eva given kind of that even hand in a movie form and all being that same level of aesthetic accomplishment, I also think adds a lot to it.
Yeah, just having, Eva has always had just such a killer aesthetic and art style to it, and monster designs with the angels and the Evas. That yes, it's really nice to see it with this kind of big budget. And then for me, I think the big accomplishment of this first movie in terms of improvement over the TV show is this is where you can see like the benefits of their much firmer grasp of like the setting that they're putting everything in.
Yes,
like
absolutely.
just the basic geography of like Tokyo 3 and the fucking geofront and all of that. It's just so much clearer where things are, where they are happening in relation to each other, what the state of the world is, versus in the TV show. It's just like, I mean, not only do you not really understand that point at this point in the TV show, you go the whole TV show in the fucking movies and like you still don't have any clue basically where anything is, what the state of the world is, actually anything like that. And it's not like they add a bunch of big exposition scenes or something. They specifically don't do that in this movie. All it is simple like improvements to the direction and editing in some of those early pieces that give you some quiet sequences just showing you the environment, like timed well to the soundtrack and in a good place in the plot, that kind of you decompress a little bit and you get a sense of where things are in relation to each other. And that is like just such a huge improvement over the TV show where I feel like you're just lost the entire time.
Yes, absolutely. There's only one piece of exposition they add, and it's not really added, it's moved up. They have Misato bring Shinji down to the lower level and show him Adam there and tell him the thing about, like, if the angels get here, it'll trigger third impact, which is exposition from the show, but in the show, like, you learn that, I think it's in the episode where Kaworu comes in, right? And so, like, they're
it's
introducing,
either that
like...
or it's, like, very close to that. I think that's when Shinji finds out about it. I think you maybe get, like, an inkling of that through, like, some other character earlier. But either way, it's, like, cryptic and not direct.
But what it is it gives you... Like, again, it's not the movie spoon-feeding you, but it just takes this incredibly important piece of plot information and gives it to you and to Shinji up front so that the stakes are clarified. I think that's one reason why, one of many, why the final act of this first movie plays so strong, is because you know, well, if the angel gets down there, the world ends, right? And it's very direct about that. But that's the only piece of exposition they add. As you say, it's just a lot of aesthetic stuff. And if you go back and listen to our first EVA podcast that we did on Weekly Suit Gundam, you'll hear one of the things I say is, I think I ask you, Sean, are there other people in this world? Because you see Shinji go to school, but other than that, and even at school you don't meet teachers and other students and shit. It feels like such an empty world. He's always on empty trains. It's like, where are the trains going to? Do people live here? Do they work? Like, these were all questions I had, and you can hear me ask them because it was a real time, like, I don't understand this world. And in this movie, they make Tokyo 3, all of the basics of Tokyo 3 are still there, this big transforming city. But they do such a better job at showing you, like, people going about their daily lives and, like, all of the public transit Shinji is on, like, how the geography, as you say, kind of connects to places, and Shinji going to school and people living there, and, like, there's scenes where some of his school chums, I forget their names, like Kensuke or whatever his name is.
Yeah, Kensuke and Toji.
They'll, like... Yeah, Kensuke and Toji will, like, come out and they'll look and they'll see the EVA over there, and, like, that's where Nerve is, and just very basic stuff like that. And I think the other movies do even more of this. 2 and 3 and 4 all do phenomenal world-building stuff. But just that very basic, like, this feels like a world unto itself. Not just, as you say, sort of a mental projection from Shinji. It's so insular, which is kind of how the TV show treats it. Which is interesting up to a point. I just don't think that point is 26 episodes in a movie.
Yeah.
Here you have a world to hang your hat on. And because Shinji exists in a world, even if you didn't change a word of his arc, he's a more compelling character because he's grounded in a three-dimensional, fully realized piece of world building. And I think you cannot calculate what a big improvement that is. It's huge.
Yeah, I think it's, like, super fundamental because it's the problem with Neon Genesis Evangelion, the TV version, is that sense of, like, there's just a severe lack of contrast in that movie of, like, Shinji between other elements. And that's like I think what we talk about, that it's a problem that the other characters don't feel like people, or the setting doesn't feel like a world, is that if you're dragging out a story for the length of EVA, which is either a 26 episode TV show plus its movie, or 4 very long films, right? Like, the shortest of these movies is the third one, which is 96 minutes, which is still long for an animated film. Like, this is a big story they're telling. You can't be trapped in Shinji's head for that long because Shinji doesn't see contrast anywhere. Everything is so dark and depressing the way he understands the world for so much of the story. And because of that, you lack a contrast by which you can understand and interrogate and investigate Shinji as a character. It's because he exists in a world that is not him, that exists separate from him, that you as an audience can see him much more clearly than you could in the TV show, where it feels like the emptiness of the world is a byproduct of Shinji's point of view, but that's not a point of view that accurately reflects the setting that he exists in. But you don't know that as a viewer because you're not given any other information. So it's like having this sense of this is how Shinji views the world, and this is more what the world actually is. Like, I feel like that gives you a much better understanding of like the kind of depressive episode that Shinji is experiencing because you have that level of contrast. You see that there is life going on out there. Shinji just can't access it.
And this is something that I think that didn't really hit me fully until the third movie, but you start to definitely pick on up here in the first movie, which is that the rebuild of Eva does something that the TV show absolutely does too, but I just think they hone in on it more for a number of reasons, which is that this is a story about living amidst apocalypse, you know?
Yeah.
And this is a story about living in a world that is on the verge of falling apart. If that sounds familiar, that's because that's the world we live in. That's global warming and fading democracies and all sorts of things, right?
Hi, COVID.
And hi, COVID. You know, this is a world that is built on apocalypse and rapture. You know, that it's not part of the like religious imagery that's going on here is that this society like experienced like a fucking rapture and rebuilt out of it, right? Mm-hmm. You know, and is facing down the barrel of another one. And I think because that society feels so much more fleshed out, and when destruction happens, it is explicable as more than big flashing lights, it hits much harder. And this first movie is not super focusing heavily on it, but the second one, and then especially the third one, will really come heavily into that as a theme, and is something that, man, I found intensely resonant in these films.
Yeah, but I mean, this movie, because this is the one where you have the scene, right? So, because this is the scene, it's a new scene that they add that's before the final action sequence, where Misato goes with Shinji and kind of takes him up to this, like, vantage point that overlooks Tokyo, right? And she says, like, this is what you're fighting for. Like, this is here. And it's that thing where Shinji hasn't been looking at that. He hasn't seen that yet. Like, for him, you know, and it's not really his fault. Like, he has been abused and traumatized into this worldview, but he can't see anything outside of his own experience because of the traumas he's experienced at the hands of his father primarily. And so everything is so filtered through his like self-perspective and his sense of self-worth, and he's not seeing the fact that like every time you get there out in the Eva, you are saving people's lives. And that's a constant theme throughout all four of these movies, is that Shinji, it's easy for Shinji to forget that because of all the awful things that's happening, but the movies never let you, the audience, forget that, and you always reach another point where Shinji has that kind of epiphany and has that revelation, and it hits closer to home each time he has it. That's like, you have been doing things that are valuable. And that's one of the things that makes that last sequence feel powerful, is because Shinji has started to take that first step of realizing that, you know, whether this is a thing he wants to do, there are things that he is saving by making that decision to fight every time he goes out.
And I know in the anime they did do the plot point of like using all of Tokyo's power and whatnot, but the way they do it in the movie, which is totally feels like a preview of Shin Godzilla, right? Yeah. Like, it is so clearly Hideaki Anno working out ideas that he will put into even fuller impact in Shin Gojira. But, like, the way they show, like, this entire society that we've seen over the course of this movie sort of coming together, all knowing they're giving up their power and putting their faith basically in the hands of the Eva, and Shinji is getting all of that, and he has, in this version of the story, some semblance of all the trust he is being given by the people in this city. that is what makes this ending feel so triumphant and climactic and like the proper ending to a 3-act movie, you know? It's an absolutely rousing sequence, and it was honestly fairly surreal because I remembered this plot I think that's a good episode of the show, the whole sniper thing and all of that, really good stuff, but I just found it a whole other level of rousing, and some of that is the cinematic aesthetics, some of that is how, you know, Anno has like fleshed out, I think, the like how it all works, like the technicalities of they're taking all of the power from Tokyo, again, in a very Shin Gojira kind of way. But it's all part of a central theme that the movie has been building up in like 5 different vectors that come together at the end. Just damn good filmmaking 101 stuff, you know, but it's when you do it right, and they do it great.
Yeah. I think for me, I think the last point I'd like for this movie that I have to say that I think like carries through the rest of the films is that in the TV show where you have this whole like kind of running side of the series that when we talked about it on the podcast like 2 years ago, I think we both came to the conclusion that it felt like it didn't really belong or the show didn't know what to do with it, which was the school and his like buddies at the school and this whole like light like school rom-com thing that Eva plays with, and then it just sort of jettisons without ever having done anything really with it. And I think the way that this first movie, it has his 2 buddies, Kensuke and Toji, and they're those characters from the TV show. It's the same actors and all that kind of stuff. But they're so much smarter about deploying them, where in this first film, they don't really feel like distinct characters in so much as they feel like stand-ins for the concept of other people being out here, right? They're like, there are like main attachment to the normal world, and by connection it's Shinji's, right? These are the only people he knows, but you're not getting like subplots with them, you're not spending a lot of time with them, and the TV show kind of, that's where it ends up spending a lot of its time in that kind of first half when it's not doing crazy Eva Angel stuff. It's like, oh, here's a goofy thing with Kensuke, here's Toji, here's the the class representative girl. There's all of that. And here they're like not really characters. They're more sort of representative of a idea of people. And then they slowly start feel like more characters, but still occupy that fundamental role as your like lifeline to a normal existence as these movies go on. I think that's like one of the sharpest improvements, is that they've found a really valuable position for those 2 characters to occupy in the story in a way they didn't in the TV show.
I mean, yeah, you get to what they do with them in the 4th movie, and it is just, it couldn't be a better deployment of these characters, because that was actually one part of this first movie that I thought, just in comparison to the show, I thought felt a little vestigial, but then you go through the other movies, and the 2nd and 4th movies especially, and what they do with them, it's a much, as you say, more purposeful deployment of those characters, you know? Yeah. Even if they have less screen time in these movies than they do in the show, that screen time counts for a fucking 1,000 times more, you know? They linger as much more. Like, I could not have told you Kensuke's name after watching the TV show, but I did remember that for this episode. I forgot Toji's name, but I at least remembered Kensuke because he's an actual character in these movies.
Yes. I always remember, I mean, Toji, the thing to remember with him is he's the dude who's in the Eva in the TV version, but also he's Tomokazu Seki doing his Kansai accent, and I always find it very funny because it's like...
great performances, obviously. Yes. Yeah. Another thing I think we need to address, and I want to address it now so that we don't have to talk about it anymore on this episode, is the fan service component.
Okay,
because another thing that drove us crazy about Eva, and I think you don't really get it in the first 6 episodes. You get it a little bit with Misato.
You do get it in the first 6 episodes. You definitely
just
do.
not as much as in that bad middle stretch, like episodes 7 to 13 or whatever that you and I both kind of hated, where it's just, especially with Asuka, it's just constant pervy bullshit. And the movies, it's still Hideaki Anno. There's a couple of pervy bullshit moments. It is so much less. It is like, especially like as a fraction of the runtime, it is night and day how much less of it there is. And honestly, I think when they do some of their fan service stuff, it's funnier and more playful in the movies, and it feels less leering and just gross. And I got in an argument with some weirdo on Twitter who was insisting to me that the movies had way more fan service, which I said is mathematically impossible, because the movies are shorter and the show just has so much of it. Like, part of it for me, Sean, honestly, is the movie gets its dick out of its way, and I can just enjoy all the other things Eva is doing because it's not tripping over its dick every 5 minutes, which I really do think that original show, there are episodes where they don't, but there are a lot of episodes where they do, and it just totally dehumanizes a lot of the female characters. It is very alienating to an adult human being who just doesn't really need that in his life. It's like, it is still there and playful sometimes, but it is not this like overwhelming thing, and it really was for me in the show, and that is just a huge weight off of the shoulders of this series, I think, honestly.
Yeah, like, because, I think this is a good place to just kind of, like, have that conversation, because I think it holds true for the movies in general, is, like, I think particularly movie 3 and 4 that has, like, a little bit more of it than I would want, but I think there's a lot of things that go into why it is way more tolerable in these movies than it is in the TV show. One is that you get way less of the sort of, these characters are doing something that is in no way sexual or meant to represent something sexual, and yet they're being framed sexually by the camera. That is a constant thing in the TV show, and it is like gross and voyeuristic, right? And that's kind of like how I would just find most of the TV show's perspective on sex is it's this voyeuristic thing that you are leering at these women because they're leaning forward and the camera can see down their dress, right? Or they're like leaning down and like you're getting a camera perspective that frames their butt in the middle of the shot. It's that kind of stuff that is a constant factor in the TV show. In the movies, I'm not going to say that that never happens, but it's significantly less. And the first movie actually highlights this really well, where there's a scene between Ritsuko and Misato that I think they pulled. It happens later in the TV show, but they pull it in for this movie. And it's them basically at this like bar having a conversation. If you watch that scene in the TV version, it is framed in such a way that you are looking at their cleavage the entire fucking time. In the movie version, I mean, they're not even really showing cleavage. And it's not like nothing about the camera is highlighting that. The camera is there highlighting the emotions and the reactions between these two adult women talking about this like issue in their life, and like Misato trying to like be this, whatever she's trying to be for Shinji, because she hasn't figured it out yet. And because you're not having that constant voyeuristic, leering, gross attitude towards sex, it allows the moments where they bring it in as an intentional choice to work so much better. So in the first movie, they have the same Rei scene that they had in the TV show.
This is what I wanted to talk about this, yeah.
Yeah, where Shinji goes into her apartment, sees it's basically empty, other than she's got like Gendo's glasses or whatever on a counter, but it's this like weird barren room. Then Rei walks in out of the shower. She's totally naked. Shinji does his dumb anime protagonist thing where he like trips over nothing somehow and falls on top of her and ends up groping her, right? Which is a like ancient anime trope. And we talk about all that in the episode we talked about the TV show. The problem with the TV show version is that when that is contrasted with a constant voyeuristic and gross perspective on sex that you're given in so many shots, in sequences, in camera angles that have nothing to do with sex, or those scenes don't seem like they should have anything to do with sex, it then doesn't allow you to look at that scene as anything other than another gross voyeuristic sequence, like for you to ogle this, like, in that scene, like a 14-year-old girl's body. In the movie version, because it doesn't have that, you're contrasted with the movie not normally having that perspective. So the point that they're making, which is that Shinji is sort of unsure in his sexuality, and he's so taken aback by seeing a naked woman and all those things, and that Rei is very chillingly unaffected by that stuff, when a 14-year-old girl you would normally expect would feel very embarrassed by a boy she barely knows seeing her naked. Right? The fact that she doesn't have that response ends up texturing the character in a specific way that the TV show fails for that scene to like do what it is trying to do, that I know it was trying to do, because it's not contrasted with the ways it treats sex and women around it.
Absolutely. I really wanted to talk about that race scene, and I love how you laid all of that out, because it is important to stress what a sort of holistic problem it is in the show of framing, and it's as you say, it's not in like dedicated fan service moments, it's in just like normal scenes where you'll have the camera on Misato's ass at the apartment while she's talking to Shinji, and you just lose the forest for the trees, because all you can focus on is how it's leering on Misato. And I was really struck because I remembered we had a conversation about that race scene, and I said I was just so grossed out by it, and you sort of gave me the devil's advocate reading of like, here's what the scene is trying to do, here's how it's honestly kind of deconstructionist of this trope in anime. But then you kind of agreed with me that like in the context though, it's really hard to appreciate all of that. And when I watched the movie, because that scene is as one-to-one as any of the scenes in this movie, I totally appreciated it. I thought it worked really well. I think it totally does that kind of deconstructionist version of this scene, and I think it's a really strong moment for Rei. And it honestly, you come out of that scene sad for both of those characters because Shinji is so unsure of his body and everything, and Rei doesn't seem to care about her body. She doesn't seem to be in her body, right? And the body is an actual idea, not something we're ogling. And that's the difference. But I think even for the more, like, just straight-up fan service moments where, like, we're going to do something with tits here, it works better. Because, you know, you can do fan service in a fun, funny way where everyone, men and women, can laugh at it, right? You can weaponize sexuality and have a fun moment with it here and there. It's not my favorite thing in anime, but you can do it. The problem is, in original Evangelion, is that kind of leering quality all over the place, and that they repeat scenarios over and over again. I can't count how many times in the TV show you have a scene of Asuka naked or otherwise compromised, and Shinji walks in and Asuka hits him, right? That happens over and over again. There's basically one scene of that in movie 2. It's not in movie 3, and then in movie 4 they call back to it because Shinji's very different at this point, you know? And so that one scene where it happens in movie 2, it is funnier. It is an interesting interaction between Asuka and Shinji. You do feel bad for Shinji here, and you build Asuka's character because it is a different scene. There's one piece of framing in that scene I love where Asuka comes out of the bathroom, and it's before Shinji comes in, and Misato's there, and at first you have Asuka's boobs covered up by, like, a beer can or something that Misato has, and then Misato lifts it up to drink, and there's a straw that is there perfectly positioned to cover her nipple. That's funny. That's Austin Powers. That's like an actual gag using the body. It doesn't feel leering to me. It's funny. I laughed at it. I never laughed at the fan service stuff, and there's a lot of it in these movies. Like, are there a couple moments here and there? Like, there's one in, I think, either the second or third, I forget which one, where you have Mari do something where she, like, gets into the dress and they do a big close-up on her boobs, and she goes, I think she, like, says the word, like, boobs in Japanese, and it's, like, kind of stops the movie for a second to do that, and I kind of rolled my eyes at that. But, like, that's, like, one time. Overall, it just, the movies are the movies, and there isn't this thing that is, like, hanging over them and constantly distracting from the women being human and the story getting to, like, fully evolve itself. And as you say, there being thematic and tonal contrast, because there just is so little of that in the show.
Yes, I think it's because it is the thing that I'm totally fine with there being a certain level of fan service if it is played for, like, if it's fun, right? Because, I mean, honestly, that's one of the things, like, fucking 10 years ago or whatever, when I started watching, like, anime as a more active thing rather than me, like, occasionally watching some old Dragon Ball or something, that attracted me to anime over a lot of Western media was, like, a willingness to have fun with, like, sex and sexuality that a lot of Western media, you know, like, watch any Marvel movie is, like, a good example of where, like, we either excise sex in most of our popular media completely, or you do a Game of Thrones and which is basically, you know, just as Evangelion, where you make it gross and nasty and it's, like, weaponized, and it feels like it either has to not exist or it has to be something that is framed in a negative way. And it is so refreshing to watch something that can just have it be like teenagers, you know, are these, like, wrapped up balls of weird, like, hormones in puberty, and, like, they don't know what they want or, like, what their desires are, and it's like, and their bodies are changing and all that weirdness, and to have fun with it because it is fun and it's awkward and it's, like, a normal part of being human. And Eva has, like, the movies have a lot of that kind of stuff in it, because that joke you're saying with Asuka, like, that's a callback to, they do the same joke, which is a joke they also did in the TV show with Shinji, where he comes out of the shower his first day at Misato's apartment, and they do the same thing with the big beer can, and she picks it up and she says that she's like, shouldn't you be covering up your junk? And as she picks up the big beer can, there's, like, a much smaller beer can under it covering where his junk is. That's fucking funny. Like, that's a funny sight gag, right? It's the Austin Powers joke. And there's a lot of that stuff throughout all four of these movies, and it's the Marty character is a good example where I think it's a little bit too much. But if you're going to do fan service, write this, like, ridiculous, crazy character voiced wonderfully by Sakamoto Maya, who I think, like, sells that character, even if it's maybe, like, one of the weird, odd things in these movies is they don't really justify her entirely, but she's crazy and funny and weird, and she's like actively sexual. Like, she's bringing it in as a character, and when she is bringing it in as a character, the camera's reinforcing it. Like, that doesn't make it like, I'm not trying to make an argument that it's like this like hyper feminist like power to women kind of statement, but it is like a million times preferable to the way that the TV show treated women, which was either to leer at them, or as you get to the end of the show and you get to the end of Evangelion, once you're done leering at them, you kill them, and then you leer at their dead bodies for a little bit, or you choke them out on a beach, right? And it's like that nastiness is just totally gone from these movies, and it allows it to have like fun and be funny and happy and cool with sex for most of the films. And it's like, it is maybe the most stark improvement, because it's just like so clear immediately how much smarter and more mature and more level-headed these films are in their perspective on sex and sexuality than the TV show had.
And it's thematic.
Yes.
This tetralogy ends. The fourth... Spoilers if you're listening to this out of order or something, but the fourth movie ends on a flirtation between Mari and Shinji, where Shinji, for the first time in the EVA franchise, owns his sexuality. Mm-hmm. And it is a honestly beautiful moment that, like, very much tells you EVA is over, right?
Yeah.
Like the arc is finished. And there's other things to that scene. That's not all it is. But if you didn't have Mari being sexual and flirtatious and very open about it, in a way I would almost compare to like good depictions of Catwoman or something, right? Mm-hmm. Like Michelle Pfeiffer's, where
yes,
yeah, I'm not going to call it the height of feminism, but like every time they do a little fan service with Mari is inviting it. She is like having fun with her body. Like that moment that I said, it did make me roll my eyes a little bit just because the movie kind of stops for 10 seconds to do it. But it is a funny little moment where she's like getting in her suit and she's like, ooh, and it makes my boobs look great. And the camera goes in. The camera goes in because she has said something and almost invites it in, which is very different than a leering thing, as you say, with that like Misato Ritsuko scene, where they're just two women having an adult conversation and we're focused in on their cleavage, right?
Yeah.
There's no context to that. And so some of the stuff with Mari, like one of the most important thematic beats in this entire film series comes out of some of the playful fan service way they do, and Shinji being able to reciprocate it at the end is a huge, like, thoughtful part of this series and part of why it all works for me. Like, it is so night and day. And I really hope if that Twitter user who I blocked because you started insulting me over this disagreement is still listening to our podcast for some reason, I hope this answers your question of why I think what I think. Maybe it is more complex than I could fit in 280 characters, but we're not pulling this out of our asses.
Yeah, like, it's the thing that I, like, really appreciated about these movies is that it gives... Like, I think it's useful for us, like, running an anime podcast, that it's nice to have, like, a really clear, direct example of where it's like, you can do these things and it doesn't always have to be gross and weird. Like, in a Gundam, like, metaphor, I would say it's like the difference between what they do with Ramius in Gundam Seed, where her boobs shake when, like, the ship gets shot or whatever, and it's, like, just weird and inappropriate, and like, why you use this like 5-second shot over and over again in that show, versus Karasun in Double Zeta, where yeah, they do a bunch of jokes about her having big boobs, but that's because she's like this crazy coked out rock star lady who loves having sex and is very sexual, and she's like sexually turned on by mobile suits and that stuff. It's like, again, I'm not saying that Karasun, I'm not trying to prop her up as like this is what how we should always be treating sex or whatever, but it is a significantly preferable and can be fun and funny way to treat it in a light-hearted fashion that isn't gross and leering and like dehumanizing to half of humanity just to like make a potential other half of humanity like get a little horny or whatever the goal is of like the shaky boob shot.
The point of this whole thing, you know, with the original EVA was not you and me being prudes about it. There's nothing wrong with using sexuality on film. Not there's nothing wrong. You should more often explore the variances of it. And like, you know, part of why Karasun is memorable is because her approach to sex is different than other women and men in that universe, right? It helps you vary this kind of stuff up. There are lines and there are approaches and there are, you know, I think the overall view of women in the original EVA is one of the things that flattens that show and makes it feel monotonal and very insular and navel-gazing. And I think part of how all of the women in particular are differentiated in the rebuild of Eva is through how they rework their view of sexuality and how the characters have different views of sexuality, and the camera is more neutral, and then it is paired to characters in specific ways. All of that, it is just night and day. It is, there's no real arguing it, I don't think.
Yeah, absolutely. So is there anything else you want to mention about the first movie before we talk a little bit about movie 2?
I don't think so. The first movie's great. It has a theme song by Hikaru Utada called Beautiful World, which will come up again. There's a sort of acoustic remix of it as the theme to movie 2, and then you also get it as a sort of bonus theme in movie 4, because movie 4 has the longest end credits I've ever seen for an anime.
Yeah.
Because it took 9 years to make. And I think Beautiful World is one of Utada's best songs. That or One Last Kiss are maybe my favorite songs I've ever heard from them, and I think it is such a great song about Shinji and like his place in the world. And I know I love this song because I have the CD single, a digital download of it, of One Last Kiss, which has One Last Kiss and then all the versions of Beautiful World and then the song from movie 3. And I always just listen to all 3 versions of Beautiful World in a row because I think it is such a phenomenal song, and it's like very versatile and has all these different forms. And I think at the end of this movie, it's such a great like release over the end credits, that song. And I think it works in a similar way in movie 2. But I just wanted to shout that out because it's phenomenal.
Yeah, I haven't listened to those songs outside of the movies yet, so I can't speak to them in depth. But like, I really enjoyed all of them for the movies, and I did add them to a Spotify playlist that I put that have all of her Kingdom Hearts or their Kingdom Hearts songs on there also. Because if you haven't heard Utada Hikaru, they're a great fucking musical artist and have been for like 20 something years at this point.
Yeah, and we're saying they came out as non-binary like a month ago. I only learned that when I was researching for this podcast, so I'm glad we looked that up.
Yeah.
Didn't put our foot in our mouths. But no, I mean, you can't go wrong hiring Hikaru Utada, but I also think they did like above and beyond work for the movies, even for their own, illustrious record. All right, so movie 2 is You Cannot Advance.
Yes.
And this one is fascinating because it is going through stuff from the TV show, but it is so heavily reworking it. And I think the thing that movie 2, I don't want to say the one thing. There's so many things I find amazing about movie 2. One of the things I find amazing about movie 2 is how it, for me, rehabilitates the sort of slice of life side of Evangelion that is always a part of it. It's there from episode 1, the kind of slice of life thing. But for you and me, we never felt it really had a place in the show, like it knew what to do with it. Well, movie 2 knows what to do with it. And I think, the first half of this movie is, for Evangelion, fairly quiet, not that bombastic. You have an action scene early on with Asuka, but then it's just a lot of hanging out. There's that unbelievably beautiful scene where they go to like the underground aquarium and you get this whole sort of history lesson about the world and why the sea is red and all of this stuff. And it just does such beautiful work with the characters in that stretch that by the time you get to the ending, which is one of the most bombastic things in any of these movies, you just care about it so exponentially more. And I think it is the core movie in the series for just furthering the characters,
Yeah, it is. So, at the beginning of this conversation, I said that this was my favorite of the 4 movies. And I think it is because, like, this is the one that, like, rehabilitates the weakest stretch of the show. Because, I mean, it really covers, broadly speaking, the same kind of material, even if it does it very differently, as the majority of the show. It's like from like episode 7 to basically episode 20. It's almost the whole thing. That's partially because the last 6 episodes of Neon Genesis Evangelion is like fucking 80 episodes of TV. They jammed into the smallest possible vessel. And so it's covering some similar ideas. It's the section where you get Asuka introduced, although that's done completely differently. You have the scene with Gendo and Shinji at Yui's grave, which is very different. And then you kind of end the movie with 2 sequences from the TV show. You got what in the TV show is Toji. Here it's Asuka in the Eva that's like actually been infected by an angel that then the 2 Evas have to fight, and Shinji's Eva is taken over. And then you have Shinji making the decision to leave for good, and then he decides finally to come back and say, no, I'll get into the Eva again and I'll fight one last time. And in the TV show, I believe that's when he like reaches like 1,000,000% synchronicity with the Eva or whatever and like melts into the LCL. And here he like literally has an apotheosis and becomes a god before it's stopped. Like the near third impact is stopped by Kaudu from the moon. But it's, you know, a lot of those broad plot beats are clearly borrowed from the TV show. But I think my favorite thing, and the reason why Eva 2 is my favorite of these movies, is that, you know, I have the Wikipedia page for this movie brought up. And I find it hilarious that, like, the majority of the movie isn't stuff that's even really written in the synopsis here on Wikipedia, or it's, like, covered in, like, 1 or 2 sentences. Because the majority of the film is basically just Shinji, Asuka, and Rei going about their lives as people who are also EVA pilots, right? And it's about them growing closer as people. This is where they move the Hedgehog's Dilemma conversation that Ritsuko has in, like you said, episode 5 or whatever, the TV show. She has that conversation with Misato in this movie. And this movie is very much about that idea in a way that the TV show signposts, but never, I think, actually like investigates, where you have these 3 very heavily damaged young people, Shinji, Rei, and Asuka, that are all trying to like sort of deal with their trauma and grow closer with each other. But the Hedgehog's Dilemma is that like the closer you grow to each other, like the easier it is for your spines to stab each other, right? And if you get too close, the hedgehogs, you know, how can they be intimate if they're also covered in spikes? And it's them trying to overcome the Hedgehog's Dilemma. Shinji kind of like is stabbed by one of those spikes, right? Because of what happens with Asuka, and then he decides to overcome it in his desperate bid to save Rei. And that to me is such a strong, powerful, deeply powerful arc for a film to deal with young people who have trauma. And I think one of the things I love about this film is how complete that arc feels. That you have this, like, you go all the way through the stuff with Asuka and that Eva and Shinji wanting to save her, but doesn't know what to do and is kind of stopped in his tracks. The decision is made for him very forcibly, and he's depressed from that, and then he picks himself back up in that kind of final act of the film, and you redo a similar series of events, but this time he actually saves Rei. And you know, you have that incredible climax of Misato yelling at him, like, you can do this, like, do this, not for anyone else, not because you have to, but because this is what you want to and have chosen to do. And it just articulates and builds on ideas that are so fundamental to the series, but because you couldn't in the show, or they never really found a way to humanize and build Asuka and Rei as characters that are like as interesting and as fleshed out as Shinji, if not maybe even more so, the TV show could never actually do it, because for you to explore the Hedgehog's Dilemma as a narrative, you have to have at least 2 hedgehogs, right? And the TV show never did. The TV show only ever had Shinji because it couldn't invest in the other characters. This movie is about investing and developing in the trio as a full and seeing the relationships play out. And it's like, it's one of those where you watch the movie, you're like, how did it take like 10 years for Eva to like finally get to the point where it actually executes on one of its fundamental premises, which is your trio of your 3 Eva pilots?
But, you know, better late than never, because it is so good. And like, Asuka is the character, and I think you might feel the same way, Sean, that I feel like I had the most difficult relationship with in the original series.
Yes.
Because,
I agree.
You know, it is not a mystery to me why Asuka is a popular and enduring character in pop culture. She is an interesting character. She obviously has been just super influential in the entire, like, kind of tsundere character archetype, right? Mm-hmm. But, like, her character design is striking. It's a fantastic vocal performance. And I do think, like, in that latter half of the show, you get some really great visions of depression through Asuka as well, even though I feel like they never did it as well as I wanted them to, and it's a problem of them never fully fleshing her out. But I did have all these other issues with the character. It felt like, honestly, Anno and the people at Gainax had issues with Asuka, because the end of Evangelion is so much about abusing her body, and it is gross and bad. But, like, you watch this movie, and she's a character, and I feel like one of the biggest symbols of this, and that, you know, I think Anno would agree with a lot of what we're saying here.
Yes.
They give her a different last name. They call her Asuka Langley Shinikami in this instead of Asuka Langley Soryu, as she is in the original show. And is that small and sort of meaningless on its own? Sure. But I feel like there's a little symbolic intent there to say, this is a mulligan. we're doing this again. This isn't the Asuka you knew. We're going to do a new version of this character. And I think all the things that made her compelling in the show are absolutely here. Like, they move up a lot of her stuff in terms of being depressed about the Eva and a lot of her, like, anxiety over this being the only thing she's good at. They put a lot of that in this movie, whereas it's a little more diffuse in the show. Like, a lot of that is in the final episodes and then in End of Eva. But it hits me very hard. It's a great counterpoint to Shinji. There are two people dealing with depression in very different ways. You know, one of them wants to pilot the Eva more than anything. One wants to do anything other than pilot the Eva, but they are put together. They have a weird chemistry, all of this stuff. And then in Rei, you have this person who is almost like your Mr. Spock or Data of the crew, right? The person who is not technically human, but is coming into their humanity. And yeah, they execute that triad amazingly well here, and it sets up a lot of phenomenal stuff that they do then in the third and fourth movies as well. But that concentration of it here, and then I would say the grandest of all the grand visual Eva metaphors they do at the end of this movie, which we'll talk about, it is incredibly powerful stuff, and it is just the normal sort of hangout slice of life side of the show that I never really resonated with. Resonates really powerfully here. Just that fucking trip to the aquarium where they go and Pen meets all of his penguin pals, and you see like that vision of the blue sea that they've preserved and all these underwater creatures. And like, that is just a phenomenal scene of world building, because you actually get a sense of how the world was broken and what we're still holding on to. Like, what are we fighting for? I feel like that's a very powerful statement of it, of like, this is a little bit of what's left of the goodness in this world, and this is what we're fighting to protect. But also just, you see all those character dynamics as play. And I think having Kensuke and Toji in there as well, they play off of these characters great. I remember like pausing the movie after that aquarium scene just to like take it in for a minute of like, holy crap, I am enjoying this more than I ever thought I would. This is phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's this thing of where, you know, to go to Asuka as a character, like, they make a lot of smart choices to both, like, you know, contrast her with Shinji and with Rei, right? So one thing they kind of jettison from the original version of the character is that she has all of her, like, hang-ups with, like, her parents and her mother and that kind of stuff. And that's, like, here she, like, has some of that, but it's more that she has a sense of abandonment similar to Shinji's. But there's also, I think it's like, it's basically implied that she's the same kind of thing that Rei is, right? So her new surname, Shikinami, is structurally very similar to Ayanami, which is Rei's surname, right? So it's like, she's similar to Rei in some way, and then she's similar to Shinji very directly in that, like, they give her the same, like, scene that we already went over with, like, the joke with, like, the beer cans or whatever. They do that sequence is that exact sequence that Shinji had in the first movie. So her coming to live with Misato mirrors the way that Shinji did, right? She also has that little game console that she is fiddling with for the entire film series, right? Films 2, 3, and 4. It's with her the entire time, which, you know, we don't get into her head nearly as much as we do Shinji's, because Shinji's like our full protagonist. But, you know, it's clear that that is to her what Shinji's tape recorder thing is to him. It is the thing that she does to put herself at ease and to block out everything else in the world and to escape, is she sits there and plays this, like, tiger fucking, like, golf looking piece of shit game, which you, like, wish she could at least get, like, a GBASP or something like that to, like, play something good. But she's playing this piece of shit little game all the time. You know, she's sitting up in her bed staring at a ceiling that she's never seen before, the way that Shinji does. And so by finding those points of comparison very directly, it allows you, the audience, to get attached to her the same way that you've gotten attached to Shinji, and you want to see these characters, because you see the similarities in them, you want to see these characters kind of come together and see the similarities in each other, but they have that one key difference, which is that Shinji, his depression causes him to retract inside of himself. Asuka's depression causes her to lash out at everything around her, because she's so, like, hyper defensive about everything, right? And she doesn't know how to be honest about her feelings. Shinji not being honest about his feelings is him clamming the fuck up. Asuka not being honest about her feelings is shouting and insulting the people around her, right? And so that is such a strong character dynamic that is clearly, like, what they wanted to do with the character all along. It just never came across particularly strongly in the TV show. It felt like that thing that, like, you always understood intellectually what Asuka was supposed to be like as a character, but you never felt it. And here you feel it so strongly immediately, and then particularly the aquarium scene, which is my favorite scene in the movie. That is the one where you're like, these are kids. Like, I think there's something that I identified, like the teacher part of me is like, hey, we're on the field trip and I'm showing you like history and like the world, and you see their innocence and naivete that they don't know that the world ever had oceans that were blue and that kind of stuff. But like seeing that side of them and feeling like these are children that have these traumas and these problems, you feel it so much stronger here than you ever did.
Yeah, I mean, you and I both work with young people for a living. You with teenagers in high school. I work with college students, and I did high school tutoring for a number of years. And yeah, it is intense. It resonates intensely, and some of it did resonate intensely in the show too. I don't want to sell the show too short. Like, I think Shinji's tape recorder, headphones always was a very powerful symbol. But part of it is the moviefication of it. When you put it all together, just things and connections are easier to make and they play more powerfully. But then it's all those things you're saying of how they've honed in and drawn those comparisons, and they feel intensely real. And I think that's part of the magic of Evangelion at its best, and I think Rebuild is Evangelion at its best, is having these characters who feel like you know them on some level, like Shinji and Asuka. Rei less so, because again, she's more like the Mr. Spock or Data or something, but still, there's things about Rei that feel very real, especially in that, God, the fourth movie, what they do with Rei, my God. But, like, they feel like people you could know, or people you are, if you're someone who's ever dealt with depression. Like, man, this is such a empathetic vision of that. And you can have that, and also have your crazy avant-garde, big Lovecraftian, insane, experimentation that Eva gets into, and one feeds on the other. The magic is having both of those. And I think there are moments in the show where they manage to balance those, but it's moments, it's not the whole thing. And I think Rebuild really balances both sides of that nigh perfectly. It is just a constant push and pull between those, that the ultimate climax of this movie and the resolution to the Hedgehog's dilemma that we're laying out is this grand visual metaphor of Shinji in the Eva tearing through that AT layer that is between him and Rei, and like just forcefully becoming a fucking god to just get through to this one person he wants to get through to. And it is as bombastic and crazy and avant-garde as Eva ever fucking gets, but it is also so powerful because those characters feel so like you could reach out and touch them. And I think that's the magic of the two sides of the brain of this show.
Yeah, and it's like being able to have a movie that, like, one of like the key plot dynamics and like tension building dynamics of this whole film is the simple thing of Rei is trying to organize a party so that she can have Shinji and his dirtbag dad Gendo like have something with each other, right? Like that's like the formative tension of the whole film, because the film basically opens with when we meet Shinji with him and Gendo at Yui's grave, even though they say in that scene that's like her body's not there. If you've seen Eva before, that's because the mom is the Eva. They don't tell you that for these movies until the third movie. But, right, so you open with that and you see the distance between these two characters. That's also just like such a phenomenally redone sequence, like the massive field of graves with crosses, which is you have that scene is in the TV show, but they do it totally differently. And the scenery is so striking here. And so having that be kind of our entry point into this film is Shinji and Gendo, which is something that these movies never forget, is that is the core fundamental relationship that drives this series, is Shinji's issues with his father. And so then Rei, her like budding humanity is to try to bridge that gap for Shinji and to repair that relationship in some way. And then like the tragedy of it is that when the Asuka stuff happens, obviously that is no longer going to be possible. And that like this brief moment of peace we've had, where you can see a vision of the world where like Gendo acquiesces, he says he'll go to the thing, right? Like they're setting up this whole surprise for Shinji, and then at the last second that slips through your fingers. It's such a it hurts so much, even though you obviously know that that's going to happen. There's no way that scene is going to be able to play out because, you know, Eva's not going to be that nice and there's 2 more of these movies. But you so desperately want to see it happen, and to lose it, it highlights how much you care about the characters here, that hits as hard as it does.
Well, I love that whole sequence of events, and I do think it's one of the smartest things they add in any of these movies is that dynamic of Rei wanting to reciprocate, right? Because the thing at the aquarium is that Shinji has made everyone bento, you know, and he's a good little cook, and he gives this to Rei, and it is just the simplest act of kindness, right? Just giving someone food, you know? And yet, this is like a real awakening for Rei. And her wanting to pay that back, because Shinji is a nice guy. Shinji is such a lovable boy, you know?
Yeah.
I want to protect him. I want to give him a hug. He's such a nice boy. I think that in the show, too, I just think it gets muddled with a lot of other shit, you know? I think they really hone in on it in the movies of just that, like, Shinji is just a good person, I think, in his fucking heart, in his bones. He's a sweet little boy who has been hurt very bad. It's like seeing a dog on the street that is, like, matted and hungry, right? You just want to take it home and feed it. It's like... And I feel like that's kind of the characterization of Shinji here. And then you have Rei kind of able to see that. And there is almost this version where she brings everyone together and gets all the hedgehogs into the room with their quills retracted. And of course that doesn't happen, which leads to the climax. And it's just, everything they do with Rei in all 4 of these movies blows me away, because that character was just a massive series of missed opportunities in the TV show. She never really became a character. She ends End of Eva just becoming an untouchable god creature up in the sky. You know, there's really nothing you ever do with her in the series. And I feel like all 4 of these movies do really fascinating, beautiful things with Rei. Until she's my other favorite character in these movies other than Shinji. Like, it's a great take on this character. She is finally as great a character as her iconicity in pop culture would suggest.
Yeah, I agree. And it makes a good climax to, like, we need to save her.
Yes.
But I mean, one of the biggest, like, distinctive changes that this movie makes to the plot of the existing TV show, I think it's, like, such a smart one, is in the TV show you have the very famous 2-episode sequence where Toji ends up as one of the EVA pilots, and then it gets infected, and Shinji has to fight him, and Shinji doesn't want to, and they use the dummy plugs to make his EVA. What the original idea was to kill Toji. Toji just ends up in the fucking hospital. In what is a C Destiny-esque, like, how the fuck is this character not dead kind of moment. Here, it's a very similar sequence of events, other than instead of it being everybody's favorite Kansai boy, it's Asuka, who is trapped in there, and that just pumps the stakes up so much higher. And I think it is that thing where it made perfect sense in the TV show that Shinji would have that reaction. But I think, like, if it was Toji, and when it's Toji, the audience doesn't feel that same cringe in your stomach of, like, you just so desperately don't want to see these characters have to fight each other, right? Whereas, like, I understand that Toji is Shinji's friend, but Toji's not my friend. Asuka's my friend as the viewer. I like her. I don't want to see her get hurt, right? And so them changing that and making it so strong, especially because, like, I knew that something happens to Asuka to cause her to have an eye patch in the 3rd movie, because I had seen Asuka with an eye patch and that like screenshots and shit like that. But I didn't know that that they did that. I didn't know that she was in the other Eva for this film. So, like, it works as a really effective plot twist if you know the TV show also, that it takes you by surprise. That you're like, I think you can predict at a certain point in the movie that that's the direction they're going to head in, but you're still like, are they really going to do that? Are they going to take Toji's one plot point he had in the TV show away from him? Oh no.
Well, it's not just that Asuka is a character we have more of a connection to. It's that Asuka is part of the core triangle of this movie and the show. Like, it just, if the ending of this movie is about all of these hedgehogs in conflict in some way, it has to be Asuka. Toji is outside of that. And it's not that they forget about Toji. Look at what they do with him in the 4th movie. They find another path for him, and it's really good. I think he is 100% done right as a character. You can just... They know where to deploy people better. That's all there is to it, right? again, it's what I said earlier. Episode 18 in the anime, I respect it. It's a great episode of anime. It's a phenomenal piece of direction. It's a landmark of animation. But I don't feel it in my guts in the way in this movie, largely the same events, just with Asuka in there and a little, more modern animation. I feel it in my guts. It's a brutal sequence. It's the most evil thing Gendo does in the show and also in these movies. I mean, I guess in the show he, melts all of humanity into goo together, but that's not all that explicable. What he does to Shinji here is just so beyond the pale,
Yeah.
And because the movies are actually invested in paying off on that, it makes it all the better, right? Because, and in retrospect, talking about it, I like this even more because I've seen the fourth movie, and I know that the Gendo stuff gets 100% a resolution. It is not left by the wayside, the way I think End of Eva does it.
Yeah, and that they do, I think it helps that also movies 3 and 4 use this as an opportunity to do really interesting things with Asuka as a character. Because that was one of my... a fear that you would have if you didn't know already that, she's going to be in the third movie and she's going to have an eye patch, which automatically makes her even cooler. But if you didn't know that because you're watching this movie at its time, it's nice that this isn't a thing that jettisons her. It is a thing that allows you to pivot her into a even more distinct character than she was in the TV show. One thing I love about this sequence that they enhance is the specific way in which the dummy plug takes over the Eva is
so brutal.
Nasty, because it's just the fucking, these metal clamps come down over Shinji's hands on the controls. So it's forcing his hands to do the things to attack the other Eva. And it makes that what was always the metaphor of this broad metaphor that is very kind of it makes you feel like it is a violation of his fundamental humanity, that you are forcing him to do something that he is saying no to as strongly as he can. And to make
he says to Gendo, I would rather die. If the choice is between killing this person or me dying, I will die. Let me die, evil dad.
Yes,
it is.
And to then do, instead of it just we're ripping the control away from you, which is what I remember from the TV shows, his cockpit just kind of shuts down and another cockpit turns on. He's just sitting there in a blanked out cockpit, not being able to do anything. Here it's it just takes control of his body physically and physically forces him. And it's just such a gross but effective visual metaphor for what his father is doing to him. In this moment of just so disrespecting any amount of humanity that Shinji has as a person. It is some nasty shit. That, as you say, it's really nice that then the movie version remembers that Gendo is a nasty piece of shit that needs there needs to be narrative resolution of that, right? In a way that the end of Evangelion never really gives you. But it's here they just fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy. It's all that. It's the sensory deprivation that there's a thing that comes down over his eyes so he can't even see what's going on. It is so brutal. And, I think Eva is often at its best in the show, but especially in these rebuild movies, when it is operating at the level of pure operatic visual metaphor, right? Mm-hmm. That is so much of what Eva is. And that is what this scene is doing. But it's the entire climax, this fight, and then the fight where he saves Rei at the end, where it is about 3 children who are all being abused. Right? It is 3 active cases of abuse going on. It is Shinji in this Eva that he doesn't want to fucking pilot being made to kill a friend without bodily autonomy. It is Asuka who has been manipulated from, in this version of the story, she's like a clone. We learn that later in film 3 and 4. But it's implied here, as you say, who is also she has been abused into the point of this is all she sees as her identity as being in this Eva, and now she is captured by it. And then, of course, Rei is this whole other level of abuse, and it's extra gross because of the Gendo Yui connection and all of that stuff. And what makes the ultimate, ending, the next step of it, where Shinji runs away but then comes back, so powerful, is that Shinji achieving godhood, all the stuff that happens, him tearing through that layer to get to Rei, is him fighting through that abuse for autonomy, right? That's what that scene's about. That's what the end of this movie is. And it is, I said this on Twitter when I watched the second movie, that I was so happy to see that the movie version of Eva moved up Shinji being a fully assertive, autonomous person to the halfway point of the story, instead of in the show when it's basically the end of the series, and then nothing happens because it becomes a slideshow, or the end of EVA where he also has no autonomy, essentially, right? And so at the halfway point of the story here, you get this big moment of him, as fully as he can, breaking out of those constraints and fighting on this. And again, there is no... Like, yes, there is story and lore that you can break down of what's happening in here in this scene and all this stuff, right? But that doesn't matter. What matters is the grand visual metaphor of what's going on, which is him, like, defying gods and heaven and earth and space and time and everything, and his dad, to rip through this layer to get to this one person he has wanted to make a fucking connection with, and doing it not because it's going to save the world, not because someone has told him to, not because he is being manipulated to do it, but because purely he has autonomy as a person to do that, and it is such a powerful force, it rips the world asunder. Like, this is the kind of stuff that makes Hideaki Anno such a special and potent creator, is those ideas that, like, in the moment they just feel so right and powerful, and then you start to unpack what is going on emotionally in that scene, and there's so many layers of intelligence and emotional complexity to it, and I love it, and it is what makes that fucking ending so tremendously powerful, along with the incredible aesthetics and the use of the Japanese folk song that comes in as our big heroic anthem. I mean, it's a complete package, but I do think that central metaphor of what we have going on here is... that, if I want to point to what's the thing that makes EVA in the best sense of what EVA is, it's that kind of scene.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a thing I love about this movie is some of the stuff around it too that they add in, because some of this stuff, I mean, it's, you know, this is where in the TV show he becomes one with the EVA, so it's a slightly different kind of visual metaphor, but it's also very grandiose. But they do two major things here. One with Gendo, when Shinji shows up and he says, "I'm Shinji Ikari, I'm the pilot of the Evangelion, and I'm going out. I'm piloting the Unit 01. There's a shot of Gendo being taken aback by Shinji, standing his ground and looking him in the fucking eyes and saying, you know, like, not saying it directly, but basically implying, "Fuck you, Dad, I'm taking the fucking car. I'm taking the fucking keys," okay? And Gendo, it's the first time Shinji has ever looked him in the eyes. It's the first time Shinji has ever, like, defied him directly. And seeing that reaction in Gendo is, you know, it's the thing where while you get the ultimate payoff in movie 4 with all the Gendo stuff, you get a payoff in this movie itself of, you know, Shinji can now stand his ground, and that shot of Gendo realizing he doesn't have full control over his son, like, gives you that small amount of payoff in this movie that's really necessary. And then I just love so much the moment where Misato just throws everything aside and says, "I don't care. Go do it, Shinji. Like, you do this for you," because you've seen her be so frustrated by her complicity in everything that has been happening to this kid that she's now coming to love and care for. Although love and care for not in, like, the kind of the creepy way that the end of EVA stuff gets into, but in this, like, you know, this movie series correctly identifies that Misato's character arc is her recognizing that she is and should be like a mother figure to Shinji, and that he is like a son to her. And this is that moment where she has that connection, and she's, like, open about that connection for the first time in this, like, roundabout way of her saying this, like, you need to do this for your benefit. And she's saying it not like she's his fucking military commander, but like she's his mother or caretaker, like someone that his family, someone that cares about him. That also is just, like, really powerful payoff in such a way that, you know, I love movies 3 and 4, but if they never made another movie after this and they didn't have the post-credits scene that stops the third impact, and this was just the end of it, I would be totally satisfied with this being what we got of this. This would be enough of a rebuild of Evangelion to me, that it rehabilitates the story, it rehabilitates what I cared about, it gives me a really great version of it, and it ends on a fucking mic drop, fuck this shit kind of ending. It's my favorite of these for a reason. Like, I just think this is just such a fucking masterpiece of a film.
Yeah, no disagreement. I agree. Like, and I think I love movie 4 more than movie 2, although I agree 2 and 4 are the best of these. But, like, I completely, if for some reason, you know, they were unable to make EVA after this, you would still look at movies 1 and 2 and go, well, that's pretty fucking perfect, you know?
Yeah.
I am glad there's movie 3 and 4 because there's so much still to pay off on. But yeah, and I do think, so there's a couple things I want to talk about here. The Misato side of it, man alive, what a rehabilitation of this character. And, you know, one little change they make in the first movie, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is a change, is that Shinji knows Misato at the beginning of it, right? Like, she comes by in the car, and he's known her before. I don't think that's the case in the show. Am I wrong about that?
I think it's more or less it's not the same exact literal cinematic framing, but I think it's the same narrative framing of that he has a postcard from her. But I'm not. I mean, it does feel like he's maybe more familiar with who she is. But I don't think that they necessarily have a pre-existing relationship.
Okay. However it is, I just felt a little more. Maybe it was just because I was seeing these events a second time, but I felt that there was a little more of like Misato crossing a line and bringing him into this, right? That, like, it was both her being protective of him, taking her into his home and all of this stuff, or him into her home and all this stuff, but also she's the one bringing him to the Evangelion. And there's a Rubicon she's crossing in that, right? And so her arc in these first 2 movies is so much about, like, what is her responsibility to this kid who she has affection for so far above and beyond a military commander. Same with Asuka. She's brought them into her home. She doesn't need to do that. She is trying to care for them. And her throwing that away at this last moment and encouraging him to live for himself, damn the consequences. Misato never gets anything 1/10 that powerful in the TV show. Mm-hmm. It is such a beautiful expansion of that character. And that dovetails with the other thing I wanted to talk about here, which is, you know, coming back to the idea of apocalyptic imagery and this kind of stuff, and literal apocalypses. This movie does something similar to a recent Japanese movie I fucking love, which is Makoto Shinkai's Tenki no Ko, Weathering with You. Have you seen that movie, Sean?
I haven't seen it, but I'm familiar with it.
You should see. Everyone should see it. It's a beautiful movie. And Weathering with You is about this boy who meets this girl who has these special powers where, like, unwilling powers where wherever she goes, basically, it's raining, you know? And at the end of that movie, just a little spoiler for Weathering with You, the boy and girl make this choice, basically, to live for themselves. And he basically, it's the same kind of thing Shinji does, like moving, tearing apart time and space to save this girl, where she is basically supposed to sacrifice herself to stop Japan from having bad weather. And he's like, no, goddammit, you get to live. You are not, this is not your only purpose in this life. You get to live. And as a result of that, the coda of that movie is you go like 10 years in the future and all of Tokyo is flooded and is like, people are living on like houseboats and moving through like it's Venice and stuff. And I've seen a lot of people read that movie as like, God, those kids are selfish. And I read that as one of the most empowering things I've ever seen on film, because it's a metaphor. And it's a metaphor for kids who we have brought into this world of global warming and conflict and COVID and all of this shit and said, go sacrifice yourselves for us. And these kids like bringing back their agency and saying, even in an apocalypse, we get to fucking live, right? And that is what EVA 2 is doing as well with Shinji and Rei here. It is saying that your ultimate responsibility does not have to be for cleaning up the messes adults left you, you know? Mm-hmm. You are allowed, Shinji Ikari, to live for things you care about too. And I think Misato being the one who ultimately voices that in this movie is part of what makes that resonate so powerfully to me, in that she's the one who has been working, she thinks, nominally to stop all of this stuff, and ultimately she's the one to say, damn the consequences, Shinji. You are a person with autonomy and humanity, and you are allowed to live in this world, even if it causes a fucking apocalypse. And I think the way the movie deals with that fallout, in movie 3 particularly, is beautiful and powerful, and there's a lot of complexities from it. But I also think just in the moment, it's such a tremendous version of this story.
Yeah, and it ties into another scene of this movie that I love so much, which is when Shinji makes the choice to leave. You have this incredible scene that is a brand new scene here, where Misato confronts him as he's about to go, and they've added this whole like kind of subplot that it's pulling some stuff from the TV show, but they've kind of made it its own thing here, that she has her own issues with her father, right? And you get a couple of scenes with Kaji earlier in the film, who also they saved from being like a weird like sexual assaulter like he is in the fucking TV show, and like Kaji actually gets to be kind of cool, like you want him to be here. But you get this dialogue that tells you about that Misato had this troubled relationship with her father. She kind of hated him, but then also at the very end, like when Second Impact happened, her father sacrificed himself to save Misato, and she's never known how to deal with that. And so when Shinji's going to leave the apartment, Misato now brings that in very directly, and she tells Shinji that, like, she saw herself in him. She saw this opportunity for, like, absolution with her father that she didn't get to have in her life because her father died. But because Gendo's still alive, Shinji can still have it. And that's one of the reasons why she is there for him. Like, that's one of the reasons why she's been trying to push them together is... she confesses this, that it's like it was partially a selfish impulse on her part, and she was in a less sort of like nasty way, but still in a way she was seeing Shinji as a tool in the way that other people were. And that moment, and then Shinji walking away from her reaching out for his hand and grabbing at nothing as he has already left. It's one of the best shots. They call back directly. They like re-show the shot in like movie 4 because it's so fucking good. But that moment of her too late trying to make this apology and trying to say, like, this is why I was doing it, but I still don't want you to go. While Shinji, I think at this point, even if he couldn't have like defined it, I think he has understood that his relationship with Misato up to this point has not actually been healthy for either of them, because it hasn't had well-defined boundaries that are actually built on like them supporting each other. Shinji has made like the mature choice to leave, and Misato's wrong to try to stop him there. And that's the kind of thing that I think Neon Genesis Evangelion, the TV show, had a hard time showing you and like agreeing that like Shinji can be right when he wants to leave. Like it's not always just him running away. Sometimes running away is the right choice, and sometimes like we as like people need to also focus on the mistakes that the adults have made in his life to have led him to this point. And I think it's something that the TV show had a hard time ever kind of reconciling or like having that perspective in there. And it's so refreshing to see the movie say that it's like these people have a high level of culpability in everything that is happening here. And like that is where then, you know, Misato having that experience and then at the very end of the movie coming around, and that's where the explosion comes from. Is she's now realized her trying to stop him and do these things to him was wrong in the first place, and the best thing she can do is to try to be supportive of him.
Yeah, no, 100%. It is, you know, I remember being a little frustrated with some of this in episode 19 of Shinji running away again, and it's our like third Shinji Desserts episode, and like, because it's kind of the same every time they do it, and even though like it is highly motivated in the show too, the show, as you say, doesn't feel like it has the perspective of like agreeing with Shinji there. And I think they do such a better job of illustrating his interiority of, yeah, if your dad takes your body away from you to kill one of your only friends in the world, you should walk away. That is a good thing to do. I think the movie is very emotionally honest about things like that in a way the show, I don't want to call it dishonest. I think it's muddled. It's emotionally muddled. I don't think it knows what it wants to say in those moments. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's the thing that like the show can't go past this wall, right? It can't go past the point of like, I think fundamentally this is something we'll talk about in depth with movie 4, but like it can't confront Gendo. It doesn't know what to do to confront him, and so it hits the point where it would have to start doing that, interrogating that character for real, and like finding some sort of resolution between him and Shinji. And fundamentally, old Eva just, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it was Anno's issues. I don't know what the fuck was going on. But like that series couldn't conceive of narratively what to do past that point. And so it just hits the reset button and goes and redoes that plot like 3 times, including the movie, right? And never, ever has him actually confront Gendo and ever have any resolution there. As like even this movie, which only has that one little shot of him being taken aback, that's still more of a resolution between Shinji and Gendo than the TV show ever gave you.
Yeah, absolutely. Other things to talk about with movie 2, I don't want to say it over and over again, but God, what an aesthetic marvel this fucking thing is. Like, the animation is just off the charts, and I think the overall, you know, I mean, Anno is one of the most distinctive directors in the history of the fucking medium, animation or film, take your pick.
Yeah.
Animation is film. But yeah, like, all the stuff in the final act of this movie with the kind of redo of episodes 18 and 19, it is virtuoso, and I think the particular like synesthetic blend of that final scene of Saigasu doing this like big like folk Japanese ballad that you start with like the quieter vocal version of, and then it builds into this giant orchestral thing. You have Anno just going full Hideaki Anno on this shit in terms of how it is boarded and directed and all of that stuff. The quality of the animation is so off the charts. The weight, like the rhythm of the editing. There's this one shot that people use on Twitter all the time of Shinji's eyes when he goes like, when the Eva is out of power, but then he powers it back up through sheer force of fucking will. And that shot of his eyes, like, that's one of those things that's just missing in the show, is Shinji having that fucking light flip moment, you know? And it's just stuff like that. And just the movie drops a mic on its fucking ending. I love the acoustic version of Beautiful World it plays over the credits, and then having Kaworu come down at the end, which I love all the little Kaworu teases because he's one of my favorite characters in the show, despite having only the one episode. And in this show, he's also living in a fucking coffin on the moon, which is pretty dope. He lives on a metal album cover, and I very much like it.
Yeah, and you get like the little implications of this being this story. You know, it's a little bit meta in the sense of he's referring to, it's like, this time for sure I'm going to make you happy, because he is somewhat aware that this is a story that has happened multiple times, especially if you're like including the TV show and like the manga and like the games and like the different ways that Eva has been told and retold. He is here, you know, the one character that is sort of conscious of that on some level, because he's weird and his name has the fucking katakana for woe, which you never use anymore because he's a weird angel boy. Right, so he gets to be conscious of those kinds of things. Yeah, it's a good little like tease at the end of him dropping the spear down and saying, "It's like, this time I'm going to make you happy, my weird little Shinji boy."
Yes. Anything else to say about this fantastic movie before we move on to another fantastic movie?
It kicks ass.
It kicks ass. Movie 3, I take is the most divisive in the fan community. It certainly seems to be. And I totally see why. Because movie 3, you cannot redo. One of its fundamental goals, I would say, I wrote this on Twitter and I think it's true, is to defamiliarize Evangelion. And it does this in a bajillion ways. It moves to 235:1 widescreen, which is exceptionally rare in anime, especially now. Like, there's some older, like, Toei movies that did it, but you'd almost never see that. It goes 14 years in the future, has this giant time jump that the original series never has. It recasts most of the cast into sort of different, fairly alien roles to us. It has Shinji as our avatar wake up into this very alien world. It replays some dynamics from the show with Kaworu, but in a very different context. And it is also a story that is, of these 4 movies, is by far the most sort of internal and small. Most of movie 3 is a very internal journey for Shinji in the wake of the events of movie 2. In a broader sense, in terms of this tetralogy, you could call movie 3 the bridge movie. It takes us from movie 2 to movie 4, because there's a lot of narrative ground to get us to that point. But I think it is a really spectacular version of what it's trying to be. And like, I will freely admit, it is a messier movie than I think 1 or 2, especially 2. But I also think it is one that I found very emotionally resonant, because it goes heavy on some of the crazier, more unexplicable plot things of Eva. And I think it just does not matter how much you understand the literal, like, how of why things are happening. It is a movie that operates so phenomenally on this emotive level for me. And how it stays in Shinji's perspective. It's a really beautiful thing. I really love this one as well.
Yeah, I like this movie a lot. I think this is where we start getting into where some of my like personal taste is. It's like not kind of there, of where I enjoy some of the crazy Eva shit that Eva does to a certain point. And this is actually like the one criticism I have of movie 2 is at the very end gets a little bit too much of this also. The one thing I really don't like about Eva, and it's never not going to do this because it is Eva, I hate when the crazy shit starts happening, they just load a fucking script into a machine gun and fire dialogue at you at like the highest rate possible of characters talking about stuff that is meaningless. It's random. the spears are burnt, done, and the apotheosis and the chambers of Goof have closed, but the eye of Goof has opened in the... Right? Like, that shit is meaningless, it's bad, it's dumb, and I don't like it. And it distracts so much from me from just being able to, like, be in the moment and enjoy what's happening. Because I agree with you, and I think it's way better here in movie 4 than it had ever was. Because it isn't actually important. Like, you can feel what's important because the story has been well told. The problem is that stuff then is just very distracting, and it annoys me to, like, have all this dialogue playing so incessantly that it is. And I think I said the same thing because End of Evangelion is this, but, like, to the 11th degree. It would be like watching 2001: A Space Odyssey, but you get to the ending point and you just have, like, fucking half the script is taking place over the course of, like, the weird imagery of the fucking them going through space and him being an old man in the chamber with the obelisk. And it's like, personally, I would really prefer those moments to be a little bit quieter and more contemplative and let me just sort of go in the flow. And all the crazy dialogue stuff kind of really kicks me out of it because it doesn't make any sense and nobody gives a shit. That stuff aside, I think this movie fucking rules. Like, I love what they do with Kaudu here. I think
so
it's
good.
like,
so good.
Yeah, I think they just find such a strong place to play with, like, the sexual tension between him and Shinji is so effective here. The sort of central movements of them, like, with the pianos, the, like, Pacific Rim thing of, you know, obviously this first, but of them being in, like, the co-piloted EVA and all of that. I love all that stuff so much. And my favorite thing is this movie has, like, one of the most killer fucking opening action sequences of fucking any movie. I mean, everything in that, like, first 30 minutes, basically, where you are on... Where Shinji gets picked up by, like, Evangelion's version of a Gundam show, where you have, like, all of your crew on a giant battleship, and you've got Captain Marius from Gundam Seed, or Misato here, right? It's the same voice actress piloting the ship, and, like, all of that stuff is so powerful, and it's such a cool way of kind of redoing a little bit of what they did in the TV show of this thing where Shinji gets absorbed by the LCL, and then you have, like, that's, I think, where you have, like, your big, like, history dump or whatever. And then he comes out of the LCL, and you have this narrative beat of, like, Shinji is positive for, like, the only time he ever is in the TV show, and he feels, like, active, but it's for this, like, brief flicker, and it's, like, the show's not sure what to do with it. You're not entirely sure what they're doing with it. Whereas here in the movie, him being waken up 14 years later, the world has been destroyed. He doesn't really understand what's happened, but he has carried on that momentum of progress he had from the last movie. Like, I think it's such a strong narrative start, and it's such a strong premise for the movie of what does Shinji do after he has found the strength to, like, move forward, is now he needs to try to figure out where is he trying to go to, right? And that's, like, what movie 4 in particular is really about, and movie 3 is, like, sort of setting up a lot of those elements and kind of getting them into place so that movie 4 can kind of knock them all down.
100%. So you said a lot there. So
Yes.
There's a lot for me to respond to. I want to kind of put a pin in some of the stuff of, like, the state of the world and all of that, because need to have a big discussion of that because it's really cool. But I agree with what you say. I mean, that first half hour is that is just Studio Khara showing the fuck off, because you don't usually see animation this good, and you never see animation this good in widescreen, baby. Like, it is so cool. Asuka also being just an unholy badass, which is pretty good. So anyway, all of that's great. Back to some of what you were saying about, like, the speed of dialogue and that being something that kind of rubs you the wrong way. I totally get what you're saying there, and this is just one of those points where you and I are not the same person.
Yes.
I know sometimes our tastes are very aligned in, like, 95% of ways with this kind of stuff. Obviously, that's why we do Weekly Suit Gundam together, and we have not so far significantly diverged on a Gundam show, right? But, like, you know, I do think I'm a little more open to that, and it's just a taste thing. I will also say it is hard for me to put some of this into words, but I think some of that plot busyness, I think the Rebuild movies are smart about how they weaponize it into, I don't think the point is to, like, give the fans a bunch of cool lore. I don't really think that's the goal. I do think there is a level of just overwhelm to it that is a link between Shinji and the viewer of the world being a complex and incomprehensible place, but we still have a positionality and a growth and a movement as humans within that. And it is, again, this is where you get them taking it to the nth degree quite often. But it overall works for me in that sense of, I think there is something intentional that movie 3 has a fairly incomprehensible plot, if you want to look at it at like the level of like the lore and mechanics and how things go from A to B and that kind of stuff. But it has a highly, highly legible character plot. And in terms of character development and movement. And all 4 of these movies do. Like, Shinji has a really clear A to B within 1, 2, 3, 4, and then from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, right? And that's part of what makes this so strong. And I think that combination of, like, some level of, like, world mysticism and illegibility combined with that heavy character legibility makes it all sort of soar for me in a way where I sometimes found it cool in the show because I like what they do aesthetically with a lot of this. But it would often feel a little alienating. So that's I do think it probably comes down to taste more than anything. I'm not suggesting you're missing anything in this by not being your favorite thing with it, but that's kind of how I would respond to that.
Yeah.
And I understand what you mean with it, but yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, like I 100% think it's a taste thing. Like, it's just something that it's similar to, like, you like the Metal Gear Solid games more than I do, right? It's a similar thing. Like, those games do a similar stylistic thing that, like, when media does that, I just don't like it. It's thing that, like, and some people really like it, and for, like, so for you, like, I can see how the, like, dialogue and the madness and all that stuff can congeal and kind of boost the impact of, like, the visuals and, like, the extreme sort of, like, slapping you in the face with, like, over the top metaphor kind of thing that Eva does. And for you, that kind of dovetails together, and for me, it doesn't. For me, like, I don't find those compatible, and I think that's just a taste in, like personal preference kind of thing.
I get it, yeah. I mean, don't go too far in suggesting how much I like Metal Gear Solid, because there is a limit.
But you do like it more than me. I didn't say that you love it, but you like it more than I do.
Metal Gear Solid 1 and 3 are games I definitely like a lot, or in the case of 3, love. So I will, yes. And I have a higher tolerance for it. You would never have been able to play Metal Gear Solid 4 all the way through. I'm pretty sure of that. You were able to watch it and skip around. I played that fucking thing. I didn't like it, but I did make it through. So
yeah.
I
just
see what
don't
you
have
mean.
a high level of tolerance with that kind of stylistic thing. But again, I will say that whereas, like, I mean, it made me actively angry in Evangelion because it's, like, incessant, and also that's just such a, like, mad, hateful, just mean fucking movie that when you put that on top of it, it just, like, I just kind of despise it. Here, like, it's a thing where I'm like, I wish they didn't quite do it this way, but the movie's still really good. Like, and particularly for 4, where I think it, like, has more of, like, the big payoff. I think, like, there, despite, like, my personal preference, it is, like, masterfully done. It's great. Here, I think it annoys me a little bit, and I think the other notable weakness that movie 3 has, which is kind of a weakness of necessity, is that it doesn't feel particularly complete to me. Like, it feels like it's missing a major step in its own story in the end, that it kind of feels like if movie 2 had ended with the Asuka stuff and had never gone on to the Ayanami stuff. And I think that that's just a problem of, like, the story they're trying to tell. There's not a, like, really clean break between parts 3 and 4. And so it's, like, it's very unfortunate that part 4 took 9 years to come out, because I just don't think that the ending of 3, it makes you want to watch part 4 fucking, like, immediately. Like, it does, like, I think it doesn't just have, like, a very strong, okay, I can put this down and walk away from it for, like, so, I mean, no movie I'd want to walk away for 9 years before I see the sequel, but, like, walk away for it for a couple weeks or something. And the way that, like, with movie 2, I would have been totally fine going up a fair amount of time before seeing the sequel of that movie, because that movie stands so much on its own.
I understand what you're saying. I don't think I have that same issue with movie 3. I found the ending, honestly, just very powerful, and just was, like, I think paired with the particular Hikaru Utada song you have at the end, that is just, that's like a Homura from a Kimetsu no Yaiba movie level, just, like, gut punch of an ending song. And I think leaving it on that note of Shinji's latest and greatest depression worked for me, but I understand what you're saying with it, because it is obviously more unresolved, and it kind of inevitably, it's like The Two Towers has the weakest
Yeah.
ending of like the Lord of the Rings movies because it's ultimately setting up, and now the story's going to go end, but you're nearer, that's the nearest point to the ending, right? So it's the hardest one to have end on its own terms, you know?
Yeah.
But it sounds like where you and I are in absolute agreement about this is where it takes the characters and that kind of stuff. And I think as what I was calling it, the like character arc legibility of this movie is as good as 1 or 2. But let's go back to the beginning of this movie and talk about our new status quo, because that's one of the most exciting things about this and about Rebuild as a whole, is that halfway through it introduces this new like phase of the story 14 years later, where they've had what they call the near second impact, which in the subtitles eventually just gets abbreviated to NSI, which I found very funny. And so you had this, or near third impact, sorry, NTI, near third impact. And so that the world is like even more ruined, and it's depicted in a very like surreal sense of where you're not sure if you're looking at an actual destroyed world or a metaphor of a destroyed world. But again, that's kind of where Eva sits comfortably. And that's sort of our world here. And you have Misato in the intervening years has split off and taken a lot of the Nerve people with her and created Willy, which Willy is an organization in the show, right? Isn't it what her boyfriend had? What's his name?
Kaji? Oh, it might be. Yeah, because there is an organization that like, because Kaji is a spy. I don't remember what its name is, because it's not like featured prominently. You never like see Villa or Villa's like organization or anything like that, but it's entirely possible that is from the show.
Well, I'll look that up really quick, but I mean, it's if it is in the show, it's 100% different in the movie. And she has this ship, which I like the comparison if it's like Eva's version of a Gundam ship, which I think also goes to the design of it, which is completely crazy and ascientific, but also fucking amazing and cool to look at. Wow, what's the name? The Wonder, right? The Wunder is the name of their ship. Wunder. Oh my god, it's so cool. Yeah, Misato is a badass captain now. Ritsuko has a really cool short haircut. Asuka has an eye patch. The world is fucked. Nerve is destroyed and underground and all this shit. And a lot of this movie just takes place in this very like liminal in-between space. It's a really cool plot reset that the fourth movie also makes great use of.
Yeah, and it does something that is like, I think, it is so satisfying immediately, was having like your good guy characters, right? Like Misato and them. Like Shinji's very lost in this movie because he's just woken up after 14 years and he has no idea what the fuck's going on. But your characters like Asuka and Misato and Ritsuko that you know are like, these are the good guys. Like they're trying to do the good stuff in this world. Having them finally be like opposed very directly and openly to Nerve and Gendo is really satisfying. Because this is another Metal Gear like connection. But Metal Gear Solid 4, one thing that's really annoying about the plot of that game is that the whole plot, you know, and the characters know that the Patriots are the villains and they're the bad guys. And yet the entire story of that game is still Solid Snake just going, oh boy, I gotta stop Revolver Ocelot. Because that's the story, I guess, even though it's like, he's not the bad guy. You know who the bad guy is. You found that out at the end of Metal Gear Solid 2. Why are you fighting Revolver Ocelot? This is crazy. And Eva, kind of in the TV version, does that, where you know, and most of the characters know for a bit, Gendo's a bad guy who is up to some bad fucking shit. Why is nobody trying to just, like, openly oppose him? And they never do over the course of that entire story until like end of Evangelion is happening and everything is blowing up and it's like too late. And so starting with this third movie and having now like the battle lines are drawn. We have like the true antagonist, Gendo, has been exposed. We know he's the true antagonist. He's been put explicitly into an antagonist position, as opposed to him being like the shadowy commander of the good guys that you know is secretly evil. Now he's blatantly evil and you can go fight him. And that's just, it's nice to have the story be able to have that be an open premise that it can play with over the course of 2 movies, rather than trying to stuff that into one half of one movie at the end of your TV show.
Oh, 100%. It is so satisfying to have a version of Eva where a full half of it is them opposing Gendo, right? Like, instead of, they never really do in the show. In End of Eva, you have some stuff, but I don't even remember all the fucking dynamics that go on at the end of Eva, because it's so muddled. It's a show that, like, kind of feels like it's building to a second half and then ends. There's so many problems with it there. And yeah, that you have those first two movies that are the part where they're working with Gendo, and then another two where they're working against him. That's a totally sane way to structure a story. That's a great way to structure a story, where you have, because then it gives Misato and Ritsuko and all these characters such interesting motivation for the second half of the story, because they were people who thought they were doing good and realized they were doing bad, and now are trying to figure out how to live in the world after that realization. And that's the theme of movie 3. Every character in some way or another is going through that in movie 3. Shinji, like, most obviously, because he's someone who, over the course of this movie, learns that he accidentally caused the apocalypse, and he didn't actually save Rei, and at the end he causes another apocalypse, and fucking Kaworu dies, and all these, like, mistakes. And what do you do living with that is kind of the central question of this movie, and to a certain degree the fourth movie. But I like that all the characters are sort of in a similar boat there, and are on, like, a thematic wavelength. It just gives the movie a lot of character development and good stuff there, but also just a forward momentum that Eva has not had before, you know?
Yes, and this is where, like, you know, when I was saying before that, like, the old Eva had that narrative brick wall it kept running up against, this is the answer. This is you have gone on the other side. Like, you have mounted that wall that you could never get past, which was, like, I think fundamentally, at some point, you have to have Gendo be the explicit antagonist and move against him. There's just, like, no way to structure the plot that doesn't do that, but they could never bring themselves to do it before, for whatever reason. And so it's, like, just so immensely satisfying that the third movie, it's just right off the bat. It's one of the great things about the time jump they did, is that there's no, like, wasted time there. It's just, you wake up, it's like, shit's fucking crazy. We've got this, like, giant ship that looks like it's made out of the bones of a fucking angel. We've got that also then has a bunch of other, like, old-timey big, like, battleship boats that are, like, suspended by fucking puppet strings. Like, it's a, like, old school fucking kaiju movie or something, and it's Rodan, or, like, planes that are clearly held up by strings that you can barely see in the camera, which I think is a very intentional effect that they're going for. Like, all of that stuff, you just get thrown into the shit immediately, and it's just such a propulsive, exciting way to open the movie, is just, like, taking all the stuff, this is kind of what you said, taking all that stuff you knew and thought you knew about Evangelion, and jumbling it and mixing it up and reorienting it and seeing it from a totally different perspective. And it's a much more radical version of the idea of rebuild of Evangelion than, like, the second movie gave us.
Well, absolutely, because you're getting so much new stuff here, not just narratively, because we were getting a lot of new stuff narratively in movie 2 as well, but aesthetically, like, there's nothing like the Wunder in the original Evangelion. Mm-hmm. There's so many, and, like, movie 4 really takes advantage of that with, like, all the stuff they do with the Wunder, and, like, this negative space they go to, and this interdimensionality crazy shit that I can't really tell you what was going on there, but it was cool as shit. Like, they're just, like, so opening, like, the aesthetic doors of what Evangelion is, and bringing in all these new ideas, and ideas that you couldn't have done in the 90s, because you can't do the Wunder without CGI. There's just, like, no way to do that effect. So there's all these ideas that they couldn't have done before. And it's interesting, because I had known for a while that movie 3 was divisive. And one of the things that's been interesting is I've seen several people on Twitter I knew didn't like movie 3, watch movie 4, go, well, that was a fucking masterpiece, and then think about it and say, I kind of like movie 3 now, and, like, think about it, and, like, and I do understand that. I think if you were a long-term Eva fan, I could understand movie 3 being a little off-putting, especially if you then had to wait 9 years and kind of sit with it, and because it is kind of an unresolved continuation of the story. But now that you have the full picture, it's very clear that, like, yeah, this is the way to go. If you're going to rebuild Evangelion, blow the fucking doors off and rebuild that house, and that's what they do here, and it is so exciting.
Yeah, I mean, it's a thing where they tried to end Neon Genesis Evangelion fucking twice back in the day, and they couldn't figure out how to do it. And it's like, because they couldn't take this radical step, but this radical step was necessary. Like, the old story was so stuck in its motions, and the first two movies do, like, that part of it to fucking perfection. So, but, like, if you want to try to do End of Evangelion to perfection, you kind of can't do anything that they did before, because it just wasn't a good ending. Like, it just didn't function. Like, it didn't function on a lot of very basic levels. And so taking the step of saying, blow that all up, like, go 14 years in the future, just do some crazy shit, while still, there are connections to the old TV show, right? Some of what they do with Kaoru has clear counterparts. Like I said, like the whole part of Shinji's character arc has a clear counterpart from the last couple of episodes from the TV show. They just recontextualize it so deeply that it feels totally unfamiliar here, even if it is pulling from some ideas that they had developed in the original version of the show.
So I want to put a pin in Shinji, Kaworu, and Rei and come back to them, because they're kind of the core of the movie. But let's do some quick hits here. What do you think of Space Captain Misato?
It's just so good. That whole... I mean, look, we're doing an entire Gundam podcast, so obviously we both really like the structure of the fucking military ship, with the captain and the crew and the procedures of all of that. And I think there's something very fun about moving from your kind of Ultramanish Super Sentai, we've got the base, where if it's Power Rangers, it's like Zordon's HQ. That's so much what Nerv was like. And we're now out of that completely, and we're in purely this mecha crazy sci-fi world where we're on the ship with the crew, right? And having oh god, I'm blanking on the voice actress's name for Mitsuru, but it's
Misato.
Kotono Mitsuishi. Yeah. So Kotono Mitsuishi, having her, there's something very fun about having her be the captain of a ship again, because I like Gundam Seed a lot, and Marius, and it's fun to have her. She gets to do all the fun captain lines about launch and roll starboard 45 degrees, all that kind of stuff. Obviously, saying it all in Japanese is super fun. But then also you have all the random people on the crew that I adore. So Akio Otsuka's in this movie as the big buff dude, who just seems like he's the old school guy who was probably a heavy hitter soldier for Nerv back in the day that defected. And you get some background for that in movie 4 with the armbands and all that. You've got the pink-haired girl who seems I don't think she's actually chewing bubblegum, but I always assume that she's chewing bubblegum because of the way her face is drawn. You just have
is that Sakura?
Yes, Sakura, which is Miyuki Swashiro.
I was about to say that because yeah.
Toji's sister, Miyuki Swashiro, is here. She's the first one to greet Shinji when he wakes up. And so you get this whole vision of there is another Neon Genesis Evangelion show has happened in the intervening years. And, Kaji was killed over the course of that TV show. And you have this whole crew that has their whole own dynamic. Asuka and Mari have their whole dynamic they've built as characters here because there are 2 EVA pilots. And it's just such a cool lived-in different world that you are thrown into, and I think the way that they depict it and the way they've depicted the characters is just so exciting and fun.
Yeah, no, I obviously agree with all of that. We were starting with Misato there, but you hit a bunch of the other characters, and yeah, they're great. I mean, the moment I hear Akio Otsuka talking in an Evangelion thing, I'm like, well, there you go. That if you want to rebuild Evangelion and make it perfect and complete, you add Akio Otsuka in there. He's one of the things missing from the show originally, because he should be in everything. And Miyuki Swashiro, just get them all in there. She wouldn't have been around for original Evangelion, I know, but yeah. But no, it's a great voice cast. I love the extended cast you get there. If they ever do want to do more EVA shit, I would absolutely watch the 2-core 26-episode anime between movies 2 and 3 of Misato and her crew having adventures in this crazy world. You could have fun with that. I would watch that.
Yeah. I really love the implication of the adventures they have that you see in movie 4 that kind of get you some glimpses into what that would have been like.
Well, and that's what I was going to say is more importantly than there being the potential for a new show or something is the feeling that it exists out there somewhere, that there's a lived-in history here that is so rich, which is what sells something like a big time jump like this. It's really great. I liked all those characters too. I am a big fan of Ritsuko with her short hair. That is very good. And we paid a lot of attention to Misato. Ritsuko is also a character who very much gets rescued from the show. Yes. Because Ritsuko, I always liked, but then they fucking railroad her character at the end of the series. Because she doesn't even make it to end of EVA, right? Because she destroys all of the Rei clones in a fit of jealousy, and then she gets killed, very brutally, because all the women in original EVA get killed very brutally. And I just like that Ritsuko gets to continue being Ritsuko, which is this cool doctor lady who seemingly has good intentions and continues to get to be that and be a strong character and be like an awesome like number one for Misato on this ship. She has some really good stuff in that fourth movie. You know, instead of becoming the jealous wife archetype, I mean, or the jealous harlot archetype, really. Like, God, that was terrible.
Them jettisoning the entire idea of her and Gendo having an affair and all that shit, which was just the worst. That is, like, so important. Because, like, it cannot be stressed how much in Evangelion, and especially End of Evangelion, just ruins every single female character in the most hateful way possible. And Ritsuko is one of those where it's so bizarre, it makes no sense for her character that she would have this like weird love for Gendo, and Gendo like also was like sexually involved with Ritsuko's mother, and it's just so like, really, Gendo? Like, it's part of that thing where you feel like the TV show didn't understand who Gendo was as a character, because the idea of him also having an affair with those characters, from every perspective, that idea just didn't make any fucking sense. And so just jettisoning that entirely, like, completely saves Ritsuko's character. And then also, it is one of the things that opens up Gendo for the analysis you get in movie 4 that is really needed. So yeah, that was a very smart change they made.
Yeah, Ritsuko, love her. Love Yuriko Yamaguchi. She's Robin on One Piece. She's great. That was actually a fun thing for me. There's a lot of One Piece actors in Evangelion. And I know the actual way to say that is there's a lot of Evangelion actors in One Piece. But the way it is I watched Evangelion 2 years ago. I've watched a ton of One Piece since then. So I was watching the rebuild movies and was like recognizing people left and right. Like Misato. I know she's in Gundam, as you said. She's in Gundam Seed. But I was recognizing her as Boa Hancock in One Piece. But anyway, lots of great, awesome voices. But no,
I mean, she's Sailor Moon is really, that's Katano Mitsushi's like claim to fame. She's also in After War Gundam X, and she might also be a major character in a thing that we haven't watched yet, because she's in like everything. She's in at least 3 Gundams.
She should be in everything. She's fucking great. I mean, yeah, it's seeing characters like Misato and Ritsuko get like their full due as characters is so awesome, because it's like the show was working against itself. It's like, you made these great characters, now do something with them other than brutalizing them, please. And the show, especially in End of Eva, was not able to push past that. But the movies very much are. Final one of like the big characters on the ship is Asuka, who doesn't have a ton. I mean, none of these characters, all of them have more to do in the 4th movie, obviously. But what do you think of Eye Patch Asuka and her role here?
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't have a lot to do specifically in this movie, but it's just a striking reintroduction to the character. I think, like, the revelation that 14 years has passed, but she has been stuck in her 14-year-old body the whole time is pretty powerful. Like, and it's, you know, she has her whole tsundere thing that is very the tsun side, like the prickly side, I guess you'd say in English, of her punching the glass when she sees Shinji's face. And like all that stuff, it's very much to set up her character dynamic with Shinji in the 4th movie. But it's properly evocative the way that it needs to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's there at the end as like sort of a pseudo opponent. They're not like fighting to the death here, but it's how it sets up the 4th movie. Yeah, but no, good stuff. We'll talk more about her when we get to the 4th movie in this very long podcast. It's inevitable. We're just doing 4 movies. We're insane. But yeah, moving over to sort of the main set of characters, though, one thing I love in that first act on the Wunder, I mean, you've got amazing action, really cool stuff going on. It's an awesome opening to the movie. I also love Shinji's role in it specifically, which is that when we come back, this is the more assertive Shinji that we got at the end of movie 2. And what he's asserting here in this movie is like, what the fuck is going on? I love how, like, just out of it Shinji is in that first act of like, why are you putting a bomb collar on my neck? Why are you a pirate captain now? Why is this shit going on? Why do you have an eye patch? Why are you not letting me pilot the Eva? Like, he's one of the things, this is like, if you want to talk about Eva moving past a wall, like you've been saying, Sean, I think movie 3 starting with Shinji saying, Misato, you're doing this fight, please let me pilot the Eva, and her saying, nope, you're never piloting that again. That's moving past a wall, because in the original show, it was always, I don't want to pilot the Eva, I don't want to pilot the Eva, I don't want to pilot the Eva. And some of that is very resonant and interesting, but only up to a point. You eventually need to get to like where Gundam gets with Amuro, where maybe he's too attached to the thing or something, right? And having Shinji just forthrightly saying, of course I'll pilot the Eva, and her saying, absolutely fucking not, kid. that is like just one way to put a fucking flagpole down of like, we are somewhere new with this story. And then you have that big choice moment where he hears Rey's voice, and then that modified Unit 0, which I guess is actually Unit 9, comes in, and like it has its hand out, and Shinji has this choice, and it's just like, I'm leaving because this is just too fucking weird. I love the entire dynamic of Shinji there. It's a really good like character moment, because I don't think we've ever seen Shinji that outspoken on his own behalf.
Yeah. It's the, as you say, it is the point past the narrative wall of where you now have to have like, you have to have a Shinji that is a certain degree of assertive to then be able to interrogate what does that mean for him as a character. And then, you get to conclude that in the fourth movie. But yeah, it's really exciting to see him that way. And then the way that the third movie, I think you understand because these are characters that you like, and that there must be good reasons. But like the way that they treat him immediately is so wrong. And I think that's part of like a thing that they don't like talk about a lot in this movie, but it's much more in the fourth movie. It's very clear. That's like, they are trying to protect Shinji. They're not telling him about what happened. They're not telling him about the near third impact or any of that stuff. They're just saying, hey, you're not fucking piloting an EVA. We are going to put this collar on you. And they're basically about to go put him in the cell that he eventually sits in voluntarily in movie 4. But they're trying to like shut him down completely without telling him anything, I think, because they're afraid to tell him. And they don't know what to do with him, and that's like the wrong approach, right? Like waking up in this like cold future that he doesn't know what's happening, and nobody else knows how to respond to them because they're all afraid on the inside. This movie doesn't go deep into that stuff because it's more a thing in movie 4, but it's so well set up here that you get that feeling that there must be something more here. But it is so understandable why Shinji would be like, no, I'm leaving. Like, what do you people know? You put a collar on me to blow my head off? I'm leaving. No, I'm going to go. What do you mean I didn't save Rey? Of course I saved her. I know I saved her, and he did. And so, like, them trying to shut him down, it just pushes him away. And I think it's a really good sort of major inciting incident to the plot of the movie.
It kind of reminds me of something we've talked about with the original Gundam. Of one of Amuro's big movements is that point where Bright becomes afraid of him. And that's why he takes the Gundam away, and then you get Amuro deserts. That's kind of the dynamic we're getting here. Very different in a million different ways, including Amuro not being in space for 14 years asleep. But like it's a similar kind of dynamic where people are making mistakes around Shinji, but they are also they're explicable mistakes. It's not like you look at Misato's actions here and don't understand why she's a little afraid of the kid who caused an apocalypse. It makes sense. It's not the right thing to do.
Yeah.
No, very good stuff. And this also sets up one of the central tensions here, which is, did Shinji save Rey, and what does that mean? Because the Rey in that cockpit is a different Rey, right? And that'll be another central tension of the movie. So Shinji goes back to NERV. His dad is every bit as much of an asshole as ever and says, you're going to pilot Unit 13 when I tell you to, and then he leaves because he is a piece of shit.
And now he's wearing a Cyclops from the X-Men visor, which is very good and on point for Gendo.
Good on point, and again, like, what is the most iconic thing about Gendo? It is him sitting at that desk with his hands put together down, and we just see his eyes, or we see, like, the glasses obscuring his eyes, and changing his eyes is another very clear sign that we're at a different phase of the story,
Yes. And that probably he can shoot optic blasts through his like ruby quartz visor.
Exactly. So then the second act of the movie is sort of this three-hander, kind of like movie 2 is, just in a very different setting, with Shinji, Rei, and Kaworu. And I want to talk about Kaworu here, because despite being in one episode of the TV show, he might have been my favorite character in the TV show. Because episode 24, the episode he's in, is easily my favorite episode of Gundam, or of Evangelion. There are other episodes I like of Evangelion, episode 4, 18, 19, I've mentioned those. I think those are all really good. But 24 is the one where you get Kaworu, you get the scenes between him and Shinji, you get the big thing where Kaworu is going through NERV, and you have the entire scene scored to Ode to Joy, which I think is the most
Right.
virtuosic piece of direction in the original Evangelion, the show or the movie. I think it's the best thing in that. And then you get my favorite shot in original Evangelion, which is Shinji in the Eva holding Kaworu in his hand for like a 2-minute shot that just holds until he finally breaks the fucking capsule, and it's brutal. And that is a great episode. That is like I think that is as close to greatness as Evangelion got in its original run, and it is great stuff. So I was very excited to see Kaworu get kind of a fuller treatment in this, and I was not disappointed. Akira Ishida, one of our favorite voice actors here, we talk about him a lot because he's in a million fucking things, including all of Gundam Seed and Destiny. He was Othran. He's the main character in Persona 3. We love him, and he is. It's such an evocative performance. Like, I think that's half of what makes Kaworu so memorable is just that vocal performance. And in this movie, they go to town on it. The sexual tension, the friendship, the piano duet, the mobile suit duet, all of which is really about sex. It's great. And I think, honestly, low-key, my favorite scenes in the entire rebuild might be them playing piano together, because good God, those are phenomenal fucking scenes.
My favorite scene in this movie is them doing the stargazing and Shinji with his hands behind his head looking up, and then he rolls over. There's kind of a similar sequence in his episode, Kowdoo's episode in the TV show, but it's so well done here, where he looks over and Kowdoo's propped up on his arm just looking at Shinji, and it is the most sexually intense sequence of any of the Eva stuff. Like, it's so like, oh my God, the chemistry is palpable. There's some fucking lightning between these two characters.
I think that's where I paused the movie and made a tweet that just said, please, God, why won't you let these two fuck? I just want Shinji to find love.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's some places on the internet that if you want to see these two characters get dirty, I think you can do that, Jonathan, if you want to. But
I mean, we talked a lot about this show and the rebuild's relationship to sexuality, but you're right. The most sexually charged thing in any of these movies is Kaworu and Shinji here. Like,
yeah.
And it's not that they're like, ripping out naughty parts or anything, but like it is ripping out. That was the wrong word to use there. But pulling out, like, I think is what I meant.
I'm now curious how you think like sex works, if that's the verb you're using there.
I've only learned it from praying mantises, so maybe I have something wrong here. No, but like it's not visually explicit, but it's explicit. Like it is, and that was always there, obviously in the TV show. But you're right. I mean, the pose they have him in when Shinji rolls over is just so perfect, and it's great. I love it. I love that Shinji has someone who loves him that much.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically in that, like, paint me like one of your French girls poses, only they're like 2 inches from each other, and he's staring at Shinji's face, and they're like one step away from just doing like the age-old anime cliche, because I mean, it's already the rom-com cliche of like the two, love interests like staring up at the stars together. The one thing they're missing is Shinji going, oh, the stars are so beautiful. And then you get that shot with Kowdoo, and Kowdoo says, yes, they are. But Kowdoo's not looking at the stars. He's looking at Shinji's face. Like, that's in every romantic manga, anime, whatever. I almost wish that they just went for, like, that cliche straight up in the face rather than sort of evoking a very similar sequence they do here.
If we got any listeners good at Photoshop, please make me the Photoshop of Shinji as Jack and Kaworu as Rose doing Paint Me as one of your French girls from Titanic. Yeah. I need that. I need to be able to like tweet that on a daily basis and have that on my phone. It's so good. Yeah, I think all of the stuff with Kaworu is just so on point. Like it is... They don't really recreate any scenes directly. The stargazing scene is the closest, as you say, but it does recreate and expand upon that dynamic from the show, which is at this moment of extreme vulnerability, someone coming in for Shinji and offering him something resembling unconditional love, And I think it's such a beautiful idea. It's done so powerfully here. I love the metaphor of the piano duet. I love the way that's put together aesthetically. One of them like goes into all these just like sketches and drawings of like horses running all over the place and like the notes flying over. It's, I think Anno is a director who has always used music fairly synesthetically, and that is a very good example of that. It's really beautiful stuff, and I think all their interactions You know, what you need to do to tell the Kaworu story right is to have you fall in love with the idea of Shinji and Kaworu as Shinji falls in love with the idea of Shinji and Kaworu, and then have Kaworu die horribly brutally to traumatize Shinji. And if movie 3 did nothing else right, they got that right, and they got it really damn right, because, man, Kaworu's death is traumatic in this movie.
Yeah, no, it's pretty fucking brutal. And then that hits with like Shinji's kind of character arc, and part of what they're doing with his relationship with Kaoru, which I like, is that, you know, so much of this movie is Shinji being in this place where like he wants to be a much more proactive character than he has ever been, but he doesn't know what he can possibly do, because because it's already been done, right? The near third impact has happened. As far as he can tell, humanity's basically been wiped out, right? Because he hasn't seen the village in movie 4 or any of that stuff yet. So as far as he knows, like, the only things that are left are his asshole dad, that weird old dude who invites him to play shogi for an exposition dump about his mom, the sexy boy from the sky, a girl who looks like Rey but is not Rey, and then all these people he thought he liked that are on a giant pirate ship but now seem to hate him. And as far as he knows, that's like all that's left, because everything else he can see is destroyed. So he doesn't know what he could possibly do. And then Kaoru helps convince him that, like, hey, if you get in the EVA with me and we do this thing, like, we can help fix everything. And Shinji believes that way too easily. Even though, like, Kaoru thinks it's going to work out that way. I think, like, part of what this movie is like, Shinji's not actually, like, thinking about critically what is it that he can do and what is it that he actually wants to do. He takes the thing that is comfortable and easy for him, which is Kaoru offering him this very convenient path to just sort of fix everything. And that's not something that exists. Like, there aren't like the magic spears you can pull out of the thing to fix the world or whatever without you having to interrogate it and live up to your mistakes and all that kind of stuff. He's trying to run away from his problems, but now in a very different way than he ever used to in the old show. Like, he's still made a lot of progress, but he's still not where he needs to be as like a hero yet.
Absolutely. And I think this is where some of what I was saying earlier about why some of the, like, dialogue cannons that are coming at us work for me is the just sheer incomprehensibility of the world around him does feel like something Anno and company are kind of weaponizing for the movie, of, like, being in this environment. Let me back up. I guess what I want to say is this is the movie where it really hit me how much the Tetralogy is about living amidst apocalypse, because this is the one where it becomes very literalized. You know, this movie deals in these just beautiful, like, empty cityscapes and, like, these broken, like, red buildings and the big red ocean and all of this stuff. I think the switch to widescreen really is a major aesthetic force here. It's not just that it's a cool, like, technological thing. It's that empty space and space between people, and the overall emptiness of things is easier to convey and more powerful in this framing. And so they're able to do all of that, and I think you have this very contemplative movie about that idea of living amidst apocalypse. And if you were a young person who is not truly culpable for these things. Like, Shinji did do the thing in the EVA that caused the near third impact, but, you know, if we're being completely honest, it's not his fault. He didn't... No one, like, he did not have any knowledge of that. He never wanted to get in the EVA in the first place. It was the result of all this fucking manipulation, and I think that's a very potent metaphor for the world that we have left young people, and I think you and I include ourselves in that too. But also now you and I have this.
We barely make the threshold of young, but
yes.
we're still in that category.
We're still in that category, but you and I also work with young people, and it is just tremendously sad sometimes to think about the world. You know, it breaks my heart every time I contemplate all the kids who had to do, like, school online for a year. You know, I never had to do that, and there's a whole generation of kids who are going to be scarred from that. And I think so that idea of the emotions of living amidst the apocalypse and feelings of guilt mixed with what do I do? What can I, like, you know, facing down the barrel of, like, global warming or something. What can an individual possibly do about an intractable, incomprehensible problem like that? Well, the answer is almost fucking nothing, but we have to try anyway. And that's the kind of, like, feelings and emotions that, like, this movie is raising, I think. You know, when I came to Colorado this week to visit my parents, I got off the plane and I come outside from the airport, and as I'm coming outside, I thought for a second, it's August, but it looks like it's snowing out there. because it was only 7 o'clock. The sun had not set, but it looked gray and like dark outside. And I get out, and the sky is very hazy, and I can't quite tell what it is. And I ask my brother when he comes to pick me up, and he says, that's the smoke from California that has drifted over here to this state. And I said, how bad has it been? And he said, I haven't been able to be outside for protracted periods of time because it makes me cough and like my eyes tear up and all this stuff, and we're not able to take the dogs for walks. We just play with them in the backyard, and I could feel it in the air that it was hotter than it had ever been in this state I grew up in. And those are all the kinds of feelings that I have as I'm watching these EVA movies, and it is just incredibly resonant about those feelings of living in a time that feels kind of like near the end times, and what do you as a person do about that? I think EVA 3 is a very profound exploration of, at the very least, those sensations, and at the most, those ideas as a critical thing. I think it does a really beautiful job with that.
Yeah, I think I basically agree. I think like it's like the one thing of where I wish, and I think this like movie 4 kind of solves this problem. Is like I need, I think at the end of that movie, you need the like response, right? If you're thinking that's like, because this is setting up that sense of like hopelessness in the face of what's happening, and then movie 4 sort of responds to that with a lot more of like the other side of that coin, right? And then it's why they're kind of like, they feel like very much a pair, because I was coming out of this movie feeling like this was a really strong experience, but it felt a little bit too much in the moment of the ending of the movie, a little bit like what I felt sometimes with Eva, where it felt like the perspective of the movie is missing like a larger picture. But of course, that's like something that once you get the fourth part, you get that other side of the coin. You get the larger picture with kind of more of what's happening in the rest of the world and other perspectives on what is valuable and what it means to live in a time that feels hopeless and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, I would just say I think it's very important that this movie is as dark and unresolved as it is, because it's what allows the fourth movie to be what it is. But I think it's also in the overall ambitions of this story. It's important to have the chapter that just ends on the fucking gut punch of like, God damn it, that the world is fucking broken, and all you can feel in the moment is that brokenness and just bringing you to that brink of hopelessness and despair. Man, I mean, I've never felt a Shinji depression so much in my bones, because it is such a highly motivated one. The other character as part of this that we haven't really talked about yet is Rei, who is a different Rei clone here, although Shinji is not clear on that for much of the movie. And I think all of the stuff in that second act of the movie where he is trying to get through to this Rei and like bringing her books and food and like the different things that he knows from the past version of Rei is one of the most heartbreaking things they do with Shinji. But it also sets up this version of Rei, who will become such a great character in that fourth movie. It's a cool little piece of character building, even though it's mostly set up for the next movie, but I think it also works in the context of this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things of like sort of, I mean, just because this is a thing that is like very similar to something they do in the TV show, right? They do the same thing of where the old Rei is dead, there's a new Rei, and he doesn't really understand what's happening, and he's trying to respond to her the way that he did with the old Rei, but that doesn't work. But here, when it's coupled with the way that everything else is defamiliarized, right? The way that like for him everything is different. But this is like the one thing that seems like it's supposed to be the same, because he knows in his heart of hearts that he saved Rei, and he did. He just doesn't know how and in what context yet. But he knows that she's alive, and there's this girl that looks identical to her right in front of him, and yet she is not that person. I think it works so powerfully in like the overall context of everything else they're doing in the movie.
Yeah, 100%. And then the ending is the big fight to go pull the spears out, basically. Again, this movie is like much smaller scale than the other ones. It's a lot more intimate. It's honestly the movie that works in the register most similar to the show in terms of its kind of insularity. Mm-hmm. But because you've had two movies that don't work in that register, holy crap, tonal variety works is kind of like the revelation of this film. But you do have this great ending where I love the whole idea that Kaworu realizes, fuck, we've been tricked, don't pull out the spears. Asuka's like, hey, Baka Shinji, don't pull out the fucking spears. And for Shinji, he knows it's the wrong decision, right? We know, he knows, but it is that feeling of everything I've done has fucked up. That's not the Rei I thought I had. It's 14 years later. Misato doesn't like me anymore. To put a fucking bomb collar on my neck. The world is broken. Apparently I'm responsible for it. He has this misplaced guilt. I have to do something. Again, it's not easy emotions. It's not Shinji doing the right thing, quote unquote, but it is the absolute right character beat in that moment, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, how is Shinji supposed to know that his dad is secretly making other versions of the spears of God in an alternate dimension through the bones of an angel? Like, this is clearly a thing that, like, we understand as an audience, the mechanics of how all that works. And clearly, this is two different versions of the Spear of Longinus and not Cassius, the Spear of Hope that he actually needs. And so unfortunately, because Shinji doesn't understand the mechanics of despair and hope as symbolized by spears in the Bible, he makes a fatal error in this film.
You're being facetious, but like I do think it makes a good point, which is that even if it's inexplicable, the emotions, even if you can't like describe the entire description you just gave us of the two spears and the logic behind it, the emotions of that scene read 100% legible and work for us, you know?
Yes, in a way that, like, when they do try to pull similar things in, like, End of Eva and stuff like that, it doesn't, right? Because here they have the character foundations are so strong that even if you don't understand what, like, the gobbledygook is, it's the kind of thing where, like, you could basically watch the movie. So if you didn't speak Japanese, you could watch the movie in Japanese, turn the subtitles off, and you would emotionally understand what's happening in that ending sequence without having to know what any of the dialogue means literally on any level.
Yeah. Yeah, we call that good visual storytelling.
Yes.
This movie's got it in spades. And then, of course, we have Kaworu's horrific death of his head exploding in front of Shinji's eyes, which they somehow found a way to top the just sheer trauma of that moment in the TV series, which they do through, like, length and duration. They do it here through just, we're going to do a Battle Royale-style head explosion in the cockpit with you. I feel bad for everyone in that scene.
Yeah, no, it's a rough way to go.
Rough way to go. Great ending, though. And then you have Asuka, Rei, and Shinji together on the outskirts of Tokyo 3, and Shinji is fully comatose in the deepest depression we've seen him, and they are moving on towards an uncertain future, and we get, again, the song that you get in this movie from Hikaru Utada, it's the least sort of, like, hummable, memorable one, but when you listen to it and you, like, read the lyrics on screen, the way it builds and everything, it is one of those just, like, fucking punch to the nads of your heart. It is a difficult song.
The nads of your heart. Very elegantly put.
That sentence got away from me, but I think people know why. It's hard to talk about music you love. But anyway, what else do you want to say about movie 3 you cannot redo?
I think we kind of covered it. Yeah, like I like the way that I really like that the movie does end with, like, our three main characters being reunited, even if it's one of them now is a pirate lady, one of them is super depressed, and one of them isn't who she thinks she is. But that's, like, part of the point of the movie, right? But putting these three characters who are now, like, utterly discombobulated from what we saw in movie 2, but they're, like, back together again. It is a good beat to end on.
So now we get the movie we waited, well, you and I didn't wait, but fans waited 10 years for, Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0, Thrice Upon a Time, which is a reference, obviously, to this being the third animated ending of Evangelion, if you count the TV show, the end of Eva the movie, and now this. Obviously more endings if you add in stuff like the manga and whatnot.
Yeah, but you know what they say, Jonathan, and this is actually what they should have subtitled it is, the third time's the charm. Because it took a while. It took basically 20 years, but they finally did a good ending to Neon Genesis Evangelion. It took a long fucking time to get here, but we finally got here.
Better than good. This movie's a masterpiece. This movie, I don't think this is hyperbole from me. This is the best movie I've seen so far in this young decade we're a year and a half into, and I'm just flagging it now for when we are doing episode, like, 900 of this podcast and our next, like, end of the decade show. I would be very surprised if this movie does not end up in that top 10 or significantly higher. This is an all-timer to me. I think this is a fucking landmark of a movie.
Yeah, like, I don't think I'm quite as in love with it in that sense. Like, Because I'm trying to think. I mean, I think I've only maybe seen 3 or 4 movies, or at least this year. But like, it's a very different kind of movie. But the Kimetsu no Yaiba movie, I think in my heart of hearts, I think I like that movie more than this one, because some of like the ending to this movie. This is like my only real criticism, and this again goes back to the like machine gun script thing. It kind of lost a little bit of my ability to sort of like really feel what was going on, and I became more like, I'm intellectually understanding that this is a very good execution on the story and the themes we've had, but like I couldn't get into the flow of what was happening, and that kind of disappointed me a little bit. But certainly I think like the first half of the movie or so, like in that whole first section, all the stuff, the action at the very beginning, all the stuff in the village, and at the very least, like what they are doing with the ending, even if I don't necessarily love the execution on a personal level, like this is so what Eva needed to be and what it needed to get to all along. And so much of the movie to me is that like kind of a masterpiece level, even if I don't necessarily am personally in love with like the execution of the ending.
Yeah, awesome. So let's break it down here. I guess the first thing I want to say I want to break down some of the overall stretches of the movie. But before we get to that, I think I just want to start with one thing that just struck me about this movie, maybe more than anything else, which is you inevitably are going to compare it to the end of Evangelion movie, right?
Uh-huh.
The end of Evangelion, I do not hate to the degree, I don't think I hate it at all. There's stuff about it I very much don't like. There's stuff about it I find very like aesthetically daring and interesting, and I think it's got some virtuoso sequences. I do find a lot of it gross. Unarguably, though, it is a very dark movie. I think it is an arguably nihilistic movie. It's an arguably misogynistic movie. It is a movie that is very bitter and hateful in a lot of ways. Sometimes that bitter hatefulness can be artistically interesting. Sometimes it can be irritating. Sometimes it can be very gross, as in I think that the ending of the movie. With Shinji strangling Asuka on the beach, which I think, frankly, this movie knows is also gross because it apologizes for it. But man, I compare the sort of smallness, the emotional smallness of End of Eva to what Thrice Upon a Time is doing, and it's just night and day. This movie is so big-hearted. It is so loving towards its characters. It is so fundamentally, like, humanistic and has a belief in the, like, depth and complexity and, if not outright goodness, like, potential of human beings. It's amazing to just trace the arc of Anno and the crew going from something like the end of Evangelion to this, because they just could not be more different in their fundamental outlook on the world. And it really drives home to me that I don't think this group of artists could have made the right ending to Evangelion in the 90s. I don't think they were the people who could have had that worldview. This just feels like a movie made from a different place in a person's life to be able to see the world in such a way to make this movie.
Yes, absolutely, and it's the thing that's so frustrating about End of Evangelion is it's stuck in this very juvenile attitude. I mean, we should never forget one of the first things that happens in that movie is Shinji masturbates and ejaculates on the comatose body of Asuka. Right? That's one of the first things that happens in that fucking film, because that film is awful. And it's like, and it's to no good thematic or narrative reason. Like, you understand the points it's trying to make, and they're dumb, and they're juvenile, and it amounts to very little. Like, it doesn't feel like it's saying anything. It doesn't feel like it's making a compelling point about sexuality or human nature or depression or any of the characters as they are as people in any way. I mean, it feels deeply out of character of any version of Shinji, but especially the one who's already gone through the TV show. It makes no fucking sense. And so going from that to this movie that is, again, one of the longest animated films ever. I mean, it's like, it's like 2 hours and 40 minutes. It's a fucking beast of a movie. And so much of the runtime of this movie is dedicated to these characters just living their life in a small village in the midst of the apocalypse. It's a small village of like 1,000 people or whatever, but people trying to live and having the like mindfulness to see that people are trying to live in the world, right? And that Shinji is in that world, whether he wants to think of himself or understand himself in that context because of how self-absorbed he is in his own depression at that moment. like he is living in a world with other people living in it. It's like, and I think you have to, on a very fundamental level, as an artist, I think you just have to like accept that and understand that. It just feels like dishonest to try to portray some of those themes of depression and not have that contrast or that context around it, because it feels like it's such a limited, small-minded version of what those kinds of emotional experiences are in the context they happen to people in the real world. And so seeing that here, and it makes Shinji's like depression and his like inability to do anything for such a long stretch of this movie feels so much more powerful to me, and so much more personal and affecting than anything they tried to do in the original show, because it is contrasted with there is life and beauty out there, but Shinji can't see it or feel it right now because of what's happened. That's powerful in a way that like him jacking off on a comatose Asuka is just like dumb and childish.
I agree with all of that. Any good apocalyptic story has to have some contrast to what world you actually want to see, right?
Yeah.
And this movie is very good about that. But on that same point of, Shinji jacking off on Asuka's comatose body, End of Evangelion winds up having this like deeply shameful, hateful relationship with sex, right? It is this thing that like is a symbol of Shinji's self-hatred, and in that moment a proof of his own belief that he's a piece of shit, right? Because he does something like that, and they actualize it through sex. And in the end, his final action with Asuka is strangling her. And like that is how it understands like sexuality as like violence and hatefulness and shame in that way. And then you compare that to this movie. This movie ends on a beat of, again, as I said before, Shinji with Mari owning his own sexuality in a playful, flirtatious moment, and then going out to live in the world as a full human being. You can't get a more cavernous gap between themes and outlooks on the world than that,
Yeah, and I think it's important to note, like, if there are people being like, well, but you need to have stories that can also do stuff that plays with, like, feelings of shame around sex. And I think part of the point is, like, Eva had already done that, right? Like, that was a running theme throughout that whole show, and it's an element of Shinji's character in movie one in his interaction with Rei. That's part of the point of that scene, is his own uncomfortableness with his own sexuality and his own sexual feelings towards Rei. And that disconnect between his experience of that moment and her experience of that moment. So it's like, the reason I think why End of Evangelion feels so gross is because what it is doing is not breaking new ground for the story that's already been told. It's just digging it fucking deeper and deeper, and the only way it can think to tell a story is by trying to redo similar things they've already done, but just making it more extreme than it had been done before. Probably the most stark example of that is that they have a second sex scene with Misato in that movie that is the same voyeuristic thing where you have a sex scene of the TV show that you just hear her and Kaji having sex, and it's just a shot of the room, and you just hear it in this kind of weird voyeur way. And then the movie, it's a very similar scene, only now you're watching Shinji watch it happen, and you see like some of like Misato's like legs in like the corner of the frame. So it's even more intensely and directly voyeuristic and gross. But it's not doing anything new with that material. The thing that makes this movie so powerful is that it is tracking an arc with a lot of those ideas, that you're going from a Shinji who encountered Rei in movie one and had that awkwardness and that feeling of maybe a little bit of like shame around his own feelings of sexual desire, to a Shinji at the beginning of this movie who is like utterly dulled to his own feelings of like love and sexuality. He doesn't react to seeing Asuka's naked body in any way. And then when he sees the choker around her neck, he vomits, right? And then at the end of movie four, he has now embraced it as like a functional adult who is like in whatever version of reality the ending of the movie takes place in, who is in some kind of a clearly like romantic and sexual relationship with Marty, right? And that's a fucking story, right? That's an arc. Like, we've gone on an arc with the character, and that's why it feels so meaningful compared to End of Eva, which doesn't feature that kind of arc or doesn't feature any like narrative change in any way other than more extremely representing some of the gross stuff it had already done in the TV show.
Yeah, I mean, and my reaction to what you said about, well, isn't it good to also tell stories about shame and sex and stuff? Like, yes, it is. But my problem with End of Eva is it portrays shame as the end point of it. Like, it doesn't portray it as, like, something you grow through, and, like, sexuality being a part of your humanity that you need to learn to, like, own and live with and all this stuff, right? Like, in whatever way makes sense for you. It's just, like, the end point is violence and shame, and Misato, like, violates Shinji with, like, the kiss and all this stuff. It's not good. It's not good in that sense, and it's very good here. So let's talk about this movie some more. You have that opening in Paris, which is sort of our cold open, big action scene with Mari in the suit. Mari, who is a character we haven't really talked about yet. Maybe we'll save her, because her most important stuff comes at the end. So we'll talk about Mari more at some point, definitely. She's definitely cool in action sequences, because here she's got this crazy Eva that's, like, on a fucking gimbal and, like, moving all around in 3 dimensions. That Paris action sequence is such a fucking, like, show-off moment. I mean, that whole thing is incredible. It is such a set piece. When you get to the point where Mari's Eva is, like, picking up the pieces of the Eiffel Tower and beating the other thing to death with it, and then says something about, like, Viva la France or something. I mean, God, it's so great. It's so good.
Yeah, it is a masterful action set piece. It has, I think, my favorite use of music within the movies, where that whole scene starts with this, like, string piece that's very tense that's playing in the background throughout, because the whole scene is, you know, the Will organization is, like, trying to set up this thing. You don't know what it is at first, and then later you find out it's this thing that's sort of, like, restoring that area, that city, and, like, dispelling the weird red goop or whatever that has encompassed the world that you then later see in the village. But they're trying to, like, set that up while they're being attacked, and so you're having this, like, intense string section that is going throughout all of that, and then once the action kicks into overdrive, then you have the drum beat come on under it, and you realize that the song is Decisive Battle, the iconic Eva theme the whole time, only it's like you couldn't quite hear it, like, in this, like, kind of quiet string piece that they were doing. I think it's such a good turn. It's my favorite version of the Decisive Battle theme that they've done. It's so fucking killer, and it fits the tension of that theme or that scene so well.
All the action in this movie is spectacular and incredible, and like I said, looks like the most expensive thing anyone's ever animated. But yeah, that opening section in Paris, I love how surreal the entire, like, red-ified world looks. All the, like, recognizable Paris landmarks, using the Eiffel Tower is just, that is such a great touch. You know, because we haven't talked a ton about it, but it's also important that Eva just goes a little fucking nuts with its action scenes. That's also part of this show that we love. So thank God they're still doing it. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the middle of the movie too that's just incredible. Because also the way they use the Wunder as a ship, and then all of the, like, fucking air tankers and battleships it has around it. Man, it is some of the most unique singular action stuff I've ever seen, because it really does feel like we've moved beyond the kind of action you would get in the show in movies 1 and 2. We're really into a full new phase of, like, what kinds of action scenes Anno and company are imagining for these movies, and it's such cool stuff. If that were just a short film, like the Wunder fights in Paris as a short film, it would still be, like, one of the best movies of the year. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's so good. And this is where I think they're showing off how much they've, like, evolved their understanding of how to, like, use CG animation in conjunction with their 2D stuff. Like, it's fun being able to, like, talking about all this stuff with, like, you know, we did all of our Kimetsu no Yaiba stuff recently, and the Hathaway Flash movie. Like, it's so cool seeing the whole industry of animation in Japan feels like it has gotten to this point of just so masterfully being able to marry the strengths of 3D animated stuff and 2D animated stuff in a way that I think the industry, like, really deeply struggled with for, like, 10 to 15 years, really. And now we're at this point where you can pretty reasonably expect anything that has, like, a good budget and, like, a good crew and a good director and all that kind of stuff working on it, that stuff's not going to just be something that you kind of tolerate but wish it could have been done 2D, but it just wasn't quite feasible. And instead it feels like it is enhancing the overall movie with what they're able to execute.
Yeah, I mean, I like the CG elements a lot in the first 3 movies. I think, especially for the times in which those movies were made, they are way above and beyond, like, executions of CGI ideas. But one thing I'd say is, not all the time, but generally in those first 3 movies, the camera still operates as anime usually has. Which is, if you go back to what I talked about on the Kimetsu episode, where I talked about there's this theory in film by this guy named Thomas Lamar, who I've written about and read his books, and he calls it the animetic versus the cinematic, and the animetic being this kind of like version of the camera in animation, 2D cell animation, where you're working more with compositing and layers of film than you are with like a dynamic moving camera. That's still what you get sort of in those movies. In this fourth EVA movie, it feels like now you're into like the UFO table realm of the cinematic and the animatic being fully blended, where you can have a fully 3D camera in this space as well. And that's the big, I feel like, jump from this movie over the other three. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. And it just feels like we have had, in this specific year, we have had three fucking animated movies: Kimetsu no Yaiba, Mugen Train, Mobile Gundam Hathaway, and Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0. That all three of them have like reached a level of like mastery of that technique and what is enabled to have a sort of 3D dynamic camera using 3D objects, and then also being able to integrate 2D animation techniques in there to sort of get the best of both worlds effect. Yeah, it's just very cool, and it just feels like it is them showing off that they can do that now. With that big opening action sequence.
Yeah, showing off is a good way to put it. It definitely feels like that. So that's great. The first act of the movie is mostly the long stretch in the village, which extends, I was checking this the other night, like just over the hour mark, is all the stuff in the village where Shinji, Rei, and Asuka end up. And you also have Toji and Kensuke and some of the other people that we've seen before, but they are in this little village that Ville has been able to, or Will. I'm not sure how you say the name of the organization.
I think it's supposed to be Ville because I think it's supposed to be German because it's the Wunder is the ship.
That makes sense.
Whatever.
But the organization has like saved this little plot of land, and you have Hideaki Anno basically plopping like a Miyazaki movie sort of in the middle of... Not Miyazaki, actually Takahata would be a better reference point here if we're going with a Ghibli reference, but into the middle of the Evangelion world. And just that stretch is so phenomenally good, tracing the arcs of all three of these characters. It's kind of a mirror inversion of what we got in the second movie now. And you have this broken, comatose Shinji, a Rei who is fully coming into her own humanity because she knows it's about to end, and then an Asuka who is dealing with quite a bit of anger, I would say, for good reasons. And the way all of that dovetails... It's phenomenal. It's some of the best filmmaking I've seen in forever. It's such good stuff.
Yeah, it's just such a good, because it's a lot of it is almost like a big montage, but it's like a big montage with like meaty scenes within there, but it's taking place over such a like dreamlike span of time, right? And it's just this perfect feeling kind of filmmaking of direction and editing that you are just utterly lost in that space where it feels like you have no idea how long you've been watching that stretch of the movie for, because you're just so absorbed within the vision of the world they presented you. And it's so much good payoff for different elements of, I love so much that Shinji goes and, when he leaves the village, he goes to the wreckage of that aquarium from movie 2, and he sits on the edge of the aquarium, and there's Pin, but maybe Pin or Pin's like great-grandchildren. I don't know how long penguins live for or whatever the fuck in this weird world, but you have a bunch of penguins that look like Pin down there. And
I definitely thought the implication was that was Pen. He has gone to live with his people. I am going to look up how long penguins live, though, while you talk.
Yeah, I don't know how many generations of penguins, whether it would be 1 or 2 generations of penguins that could have been possibly there. Because originally when they're at the aquarium, there's only the one Pin, and the other penguins are penguins, but they don't look like Pins. All the penguins at the aquarium now look like Pins. So I think that means that Pin fucking got around, I guess, because that's pretty quick turnaround for 14 years.
So it depends on the kind of penguin. An emperor penguin can live 20 years, but a Magellanic penguin can live 30. And I think that's the longest living penguin. The little blue penguins have the shortest lifespan of up to 6 years. So there you go. That's
sad. Little blue penguin is a good. That sounds like a children's like picture book. Is the little bit blue penguin. So it's maybe like 2 generations of penguins. Pin is probably unfortunately passed away at that point. I'm guessing. I don't know how old Pin was. I mean, he was drinking beer, so chances are 21. I don't know what the drinking age is in Japan. I think it might actually be 18, but...
Well, is it a different age for penguins?
That's a good question. I don't know what translates in penguin years. Point being, they're probably Pin's children, let's say. And so Shinji's there, hanging out with Pin's children. And I like the insistence of all the characters of, like, Shinji just needs the time to sit and think and be on his own and do process things. And part of, like, the problem he has had throughout the whole series of Evangelion is people's, like, insistence that he isn't given that chance, right? That he is, when he tries to run away, he's never given the opportunity to actually really run away because he's always being monitored, right? He's never able to just work through problems on his own. And I like that the movie recognizes, like, at a certain point, not only is that actually, like, can be a healthy response to this, but it's like a necessary part of the response to what he's dealing with, is he needs to be able to figure out what he wants and what he needs. And that big stretch of seeing him slowly being able to open himself up again, him, like, choosing to eat the food that has been left for him, all the while Rei is making this, like, really rapid, dramatic progress in her relationship with people around her, while Shinji's, like, crawling his way towards, like, being a functioning person again. It's a really beautiful sequence of filmmaking.
Totally. Again, cut this out and make it its own film. It's one of the best movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is and I think it's the total harmony of all the character arcs going on here. It's that you get to catch up with Toji and Kensuke, and time has passed. They are 14 years older. They have become different people, because obviously they were kids last time we saw them. They're different people than they ever were in the TV show. They're different people than they were in movies 1 and 2. I like that they've both gone into, like, pretty noble professions, like, in these end times. That's a nice thing to see, you know. And I like that they are smart. They're smarter than Shinji because they're older than him now, right? Mm-hmm. And that's one of the key things, is that they genuinely care about Shinji. They have no military relationship with him, and they are older and wiser, and so they're able to say, you know, Kensuke says this several times, like, I don't know what the best thing is, but I think we just need to leave him alone, you know? And Asuka's frustrated about that. Rei's a little worried, but meanwhile, as you say, Rei is rapidly sort of coming into her own humanity. I mean, my God, Rei's entire arc over this stretch, and I think the vocal work done by Megumi Hayashibara is impeccable. All of the writing, I love how she keeps asking, like, why do you say good morning? Why do you say good night? And the people around her having to kind of think about this. Again, she basically just does step into, like, an Isao Takahata movie, and is, like, living off the land with these people and, like, experiencing, like, communal bathing. And for a while she's holding on to that plug suit, but eventually is able to give that up and kind of goes back into her sort of anime costume that we've seen before, the sort of schoolgirl costume. And is just every day being more and more human, and is ultimately, I love that she's the one who gets through to Shinji. And she gets through to Shinji the exact way he got through to her, which was just quietly, over time, but persistently, not insistently, but persistently, being kind, you know? And just being human towards him. And understanding that he's in his own space, just as he did for her. And having that reciprocity, especially because this isn't the Rei who felt any of that. You know, just makes it all the more powerful. And then when you see Shinji kind of come out of his coma and slowly starting to learn about the world again and open himself up, and that entire journey, it's a magical stretch of filmmaking, you know. And for a movie that is as bombastic as this movie gets, because this movie gets as bombastic as I think it's possible for a movie to be, to also have stretches that are this fundamentally quiet and intimate and small in scale but so big in heart, is such a magical combination, and I couldn't imagine anything else doing it quite like this, you know. Yeah, and I think there's a couple of scenes I want to, like, zoom in on in that stretch of the movie because they feel so powerful. Like, one is, it's just such a good moment that I think only Eva could do because of what it has been before, but Shinji going back after all of that, right? He's gone to the aquarium. Rei has revisited him over and over and over again. He's finally decided he's going to go back. He walks in the door. Asuka says, "This, like, hey, you idiot, Shinji, have you, like, finally decided to, like, open yourself up again or whatever? You finally decided to come back, like, shamelessly?" And he just says, "Yeah,
Like he's not offended, he's not fighting it. Like, he recognizes that it's like, yes, what I was doing was selfish. Like, yes, what I was doing was being self-absorbed, and he just like admits that and moves on. And it's like, that to me is the moment where Shinji like fully kind of, he like completes his character arc effectively. Like, he then has to bring it through to the end with confronting Gendo. But when he becomes the person who confronts Gendo is when he's able to go back, and she just says like, because I remember now the specific line is, she says, now that you've cried your heart out, do you finally feel good about yourself? And he just says yes to that. And he's not trying to fight it. He's like, yeah, I cried and I was sad for a long time, and now I feel better and I'm ready to get back to my life. And he just like admits it and isn't ashamed of it. And it's like, fucking A. Like, you've been with this guy, you know, for these movies, across these 3 movies, but like, if you watch the old TV show and all that stuff, you have been with this character for so long that has, for the longest time in popular culture, represented this like depressive, juvenile attitude of, you know, the meme of like, just get in the damn robot. Why doesn't he get in the damn robot and all that stuff? And to see that character now finally being able to just sort of grow up a little bit and have that quiet moment where he's just like, yeah, no, like, yes, I was being self-absorbed when I acted that way, and that's fine, and let's move on, and that's it. Fucking, I don't think I've ever seen a piece of media have that kind of development and like that kind of very honest human reaction from a character like that.
And again, it's the sides of Eva working in harmony that you go to the nth degree of. Shinji's pain involves the end of the world, multiple apocalypses, his friend Kaoru getting his head blown off in a giant robot with him, all of this crazy shit. But, you know, emotions are emotions, and it all comes down to him needing that time to process it and see the world and feel like he can just start putting one foot in front of the other, right? And that is the magic of Evangelion. And, you know, it was the magic in the TV series, and that was our frustration, was why couldn't it fully bottle that magic, right? But it is bottled here. And on that note, just because I was struck by that line too, I could bring this up later, but I'm going to say it now, fuck it. If this was not true before this movie, it is true now. Megumi Ogata, as Shinji, put her on the fucking Mount Rushmore of vocal performances for Shinji Ikari. Yeah. This is one of the best voice performances I have ever heard in any medium. And I think it is even better in the movies than it was in the show. It was also great in the show. But I think especially with movie 4, seeing Shinji finally have a culminating, conclusive character arc, the degree and depth of nuanced humanity that she is able to imbue this character with takes my breath away regularly watching these movies.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's particularly seeing her get to play such a different side of the character in this film, and being able to, like, it feels like the thing she's wanted to be able to play with the character for a long time.
Yeah.
And I think it literally is, like, looking at interviews, that, like, she's always wanted to be able to play this kind of more adult, kind of grown-up version of Shinji that has gotten over some of that stuff. And she just embodies that very quiet, warm, kind humanity that Shinji has always had. But it's usually buried under all this, like, trauma and everything else. And just being able to strip all that away and just be the person that he is, it's like, fucking God, it's just so satisfying. Like, it's especially, you know, having been the thing for so long, and being this character being, like, a presence in your life, in, like, my life for so long, this, like, finally getting to see that happen to him. It just felt so satisfying. It's like,
warms the heart.
It's just like, it feels like a weight off your shoulders in a weird way of just seeing, it's like, finally this boy is okay. Finally, thank you.
No, it's really beautiful, and it makes perfect sense to me that Anno, like, a lot of his process here was, like, having long conversations with Megumi Ogata about, like, what do you think Shinji should do, you know? Because she is the character. I know there was some consternation on Twitter about, like, which dub cast Amazon was using for... I'm sorry, people get mad when I say this. If you are watching the dub of Evangelion, you are watching it wrong. I don't care what dub it is. There is no other Shinji. That is the character. I will be a snob about that. Write me your hate letters. The problem is I'm right.
Yeah, I think, yeah, like, it's especially, there's some things that it is hard for me to, like, envision watching the dub, even though I know the dub is beloved. The dub is beloved because it was hard to watch stuff that wasn't dubbed when Evangelion got popular in America. But like it is, and the dubs can be fine, and they can be very good. But this is one where I think, especially with this performance, it's just like the character is the character because of what Megumi Yogata has done. Like, and what they have done with Shinji in these movies, all 4 of these movies, would not be what it is if it wasn't for like the amount of collaboration she had in kind of shaping the character at a certain point. So
yes.
Yeah, I agree with you that this is the character.
Yeah, this is the character. All right. This section of the movie ends with one of the most heartbreaking things in all of the Evangelion stuff, which is Rei having come to terms with her own sort of humanity, but also mortality, with Shinji on that pier out at the zoo. Head explode melting? I don't quite know what to say it, but she needs to be at Nerve near the LCL to live. She isn't. I really expected there to be like a plot turn of like she confesses something to Shinji and then like Shinji tries to get her back. I kind of thought that's where the movie might be going. But it is so powerful for it to be Rei realizes that and just decides, okay, then I will live as a human for as long as I can live as a human. And then what I love so much is that when that happens, Shinji is obviously horrified by it, but it only strengthens the resolve we've seen in him. It doesn't break him again. It doesn't fundamentally alter him. What it does is he says, okay, I'm doing whatever I have to move this world forward. And he goes right back to Misato and he says, put the fucking collar on my neck, put me in the cell, I'm here. And from that moment on, Shinji is locked into the most heroic version of him we've seen and the most decisive. But I also love that Shinji becoming a hero is not the same as like Amuro becoming a hero or some other mecha hero, right? It is so on Shinji's own terms as a person, which is that he is much more a hero of empathy than he is of being good at fighting in the robot, you know?
Yeah, and obviously that'll particularly come to fruition in the way that the conflict with Gendo gets resolved. But with that moment with Rei, I think the thing I love so much about what they do with her in this movie is that she ends up being this like microcosm of what the entire camp represents, right? That like even in tragedy, and even though it is not going to be forever, life goes on, right? And that life has value in whatever form it's taking, right? That it's like, yes, the life they're living in that like little camp is brutal and it could end at any moment. Like Kinsuke says, did they go and visit the big pillars or whatever like they had in Paris? And he says, if something happens, if this breaks or those weird zombie Eva things get through this, we're probably dead. Like there's nothing else we could do to fight against that. And then later you get like another perspective from Toji saying that's like, hey, we survived the near third impact. Whatever happens, we'll get through it somehow. And it's that belief that it's like, you know, if you're taking it to like the global warming thing, it's global warming, you know, I firmly believe will end human civilization as we currently understand it on the scale that we understand it within a couple of 100 years for sure. Like I just don't think there's any way around that. But that doesn't mean that the human race is going to be dead as soon as there's not like the point where it's like, okay, we're building up to global warming and then the switch is flipped and now humanity is dead because the global warming happened. That's not how any of that kind of stuff works. So you know, however long the human race exists for and can exist for on Earth, like there will be a long period of time where I'm guessing that human civilization will have retracted severely from what we think of it looking like today. But there will still be millions and millions and millions of human beings living on the planet and going through their lives and falling in love and having children and, you know, having fun and having sorrow, and all those things will continue to happen in whatever conditions they're happening in. And you can't lose sight of the fact that there's no such thing as an apocalypse that just kills everybody in an instant, and that's just how it is. That's some sort of weird fantasy. And so Eva representing that through this whole community, but then Rei representing that over the course of this one long montage kind of sequence of her learning to be a person, living her life, having satisfaction, being more of a human than either Asuka or Shinji is, like being more part of a community than either of those two characters, even though she is technically the least human of them because she's just a clone, and then her losing her life, but losing it with a smile on her face because she lived a life that she felt was worth living. that is that whole camp in a nutshell, and that's why it gives Shinji that motivation, is because I think he understands that that's like the lesson he has to learn from her.
It's why this tetralogy in specific is just one of the great stories I've ever seen about apocalypse, you know? And it's why I made that Weathering with You connection. And, you know, when I watched Weathering with You, I watched that with my brother right after he had gotten back from Japan. If you don't know, my brother lived in Japan for a little over a year. And he said that's just something he noticed and he heard talking to Japanese people, because he worked with, you know, native Japanese people and had a lot of friends. And that just there's an attitude in that culture about, you know, apocalyptic events that's very different than what we have in America, because they have routinely experienced things like this in the recent history, you know? I think people go to stuff like the atomic bombings, and that obviously touches a lot of Japanese pop culture, but also just tsunamis and the extreme weather events, and you know, as recently as the tsunami that inspired Shin Godzilla, right? And these sorts of things. And there is this sort of... and it relates obviously to the long, long history of Japan and some of its religious and spiritual traditions, and these philosophies about living and what that means. And I think that you often see much more thoughtful depictions of in Japanese work than in American media, at least I think. I think that's very true here too. It's a very Japanese perspective on the world and on living through difficult, horrible, seemingly end times, you know? It's a really beautiful statement on all of that. So,
and then we get back to the crazy fucking batshit insane action.
Yes, because then we get like I would say you can roughly split this movie into 3 acts. I don't know if you would quite call it like a Hollywood 3-act structure, but you have the act in the village. Then you have boarding Misato's ship, and then Shinji's backgrounded for a while here as we have the big like push to get to Gendo basically and stop what he's up to, and that's just pure virtuoso, perfect, beautiful, amazing action direction. And then you have the big 3rd act, which is, I think, when Shinji comes back into it and pilots the Eva and confronts his dad and does the thing that we needed him to do for 26 fucking years. We finally get them to do it. But this 2nd act, I mean, Mari is kind of the star here, at least in terms of some of the action stuff that goes on, because she's sort of our big pilot here. You also have some stuff with Asuka. You have, obviously, Misato here. Lots of good stuff. It is as good as all that Paris stuff. It's just a lot of fucking cool shit they're doing.
Yeah. There is one little character beat there that I love so much, which is because Mari and Asuka are going to go to their Evas, and then Asuka's like, hey, let's take a little detour, and they both end up in Shinji's cell, where Mari flirts with him for a little bit, and then Asuka and Shinji have this little exchange I adore, which like, they kind of have this heart-to-heart, and she ultimately confesses, like, hey, I think back then, the lunch you made was really good, and I think I had a crush on you. But I've grown up. And Shinji says, like, I had a crush on you too. And that's it. And it's like, it is just this nice little, like, again, this kind of coming to terms that these characters had some sort of, like, bond, but it is that they have passed each other by, right? Like, she's a 14-year-old in body, like she's 28 or whatever. In terms of actual lived life. And so there are very different places in their life, but they just sort of confront this in this very matter-of-fact way. That's just like, hey, I liked you once. I liked you too. Cool, we're friends. And that's it. And it's not anything like crazy or dramatic, and it's great.
Well, I noted that scene. I have some notes in front of me, and I had that scene written down here. And yeah, it's just Shinji in that moment shows a level of self-awareness about his past flaws and mistakes, and also feelings that we've just never seen from him before. And then Asuka is able to reciprocate that, and you see sort of the depth beneath that tsundere type that I think all 4 of these movies have been working to. Well, she's not in the first one, but the 3 movies have been working to kind of like go beneath. That is definitely one of those, like, oh my god, this is the last Eva work after like 26 years of Anno thinking about this, right? Like, there's a very like elegiac quality to that moment. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the one with Mari, of course, sets up what we're going to get at the end of the movie, which is great. Yeah.
Yeah, it is just... I just really love the Shinji in this movie so much. Where he's just like, you know what? Yeah, I had a crush on you too. And that's just it. And it's not anything crazy. It's like, oh my god. Oh, it's so good to just have these characters kind of having grown up. And, you know, it just feels like would you know, with us doing our Gundam podcast and all of that, it reminds me of what Amuro is like at the end of Mobile Suit Gundam, where there's some sadness about him and Frau not being, you know, having had this relationship that they felt like they were probably always going to have because they had this attraction since they were young and all of that. And but then they're like, you know what, we're in different places in our life, and that's fine. Like, we were kind of, it's okay. And then they go off into the final battle, and it's just this quiet level of maturity in the writing and the performances that I just had wanted from Eva for the longest time, and it is just one of those deeply satisfying experiences watching this movie to like get that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Amazing stuff. So this entire action sequence, though, with the Wunder and fighting the nerve ships and that entire like infinite swarm of Eva units that are out there, the like, I don't know what you would call them, the mass production Evas that they have, and like you have both Mari and Atsuka taking on just like an infinite number of these things. You have that, I don't even know where they're supposed to really be like in the world. It's like they're in like this other dimension almost.
I think they're technically in Antarctica, because I think they go to where Second Impact happened,
right,
where it's like the TV show, it's Antarctica, but it's like all destroyed and basically seems to, I mean, they called eventually something like, oh, it's the portal to hell. Like the door of Goof has opened, and there's the portal of hell has opened again, and then they're in like the anti-dimension or
well,
some
because there's this
shit.
entire part where they're like, the Wunder is like skimming on top, there's like a big red sky, and there's this like white layer, it's not snow, it's like some kind of like tile, like I don't even know how to describe it. It's like this is the kind of image I love, where you cannot put it into words, but it's like skimming atop this like an actual like ship on water, and then one of the nerve ships comes up and breaks through and is coming up alongside in one of the just best like 3D shots in this movie. It's epic. It is like the proper, like, you know, Return of the King, having the big final battle, you know, sort of thing of just like, we are going as big as we can possibly go with this, and it is so cool.
I mean, it's very much the Gundam thing of having, like, one of the penultimate action scenes be the big naval battle featuring your main ship,
yes,
and the captain getting to have the cool thing, and, you know, and Futsuki, who is, you know, the old dude who hasn't had, like, a huge amount to do in the movies outside of, like, kind of being in the background and saying cryptic stuff about Gendo, although he calls Gendo Ikari, which I always love, because it's, you know, kind of, you know, he's technically his senior, and he does play shogi with Shinji, but here he gets to be the captain of these ships, and there's like a whole cat and mouse game that happens, and he's got like his fourth ship or whatever that is like hidden away that then comes in at the very end. It's just a very good and very different kind of action scene, because you've never had big naval ship style combat in Eva before.
Yeah, and it's Eva's version of it, right? It is not.
Yes.
It's nothing like. It's conceptually like Gundam, but it's nothing like Gundam. It's very Eva. It's great. We don't have time to like pick these kinds of scenes apart because we're pushing 4 hours now. But man alive, it's good stuff. This is also where you get Atsuka removing the eye patch, and we find out the ninth angel is part of her, and she has this whole transformation sequence that ultimately destroys this version of Atsuka. I will confess I understood none of the plot involved in that, but I did think it was cool and interesting and sets up a good dynamic at the end.
Well, I mean, you know, in the second movie, she was infected by the Ninth Angel, because that was what had taken over her Eva. And so then when she was defeated by the dummy plug in the Eva, the first unit Eva, she wasn't killed, but she also didn't survive as a human. She survived as a pseudo-angel with the Ninth Angel sealed inside of her. So when she breaks that seal, the Ninth Angel then is able to take control of Eva Unit 02 for a short amount of time and become an angel, but it's not enough to defeat the, like, whatever mega, the Eva 13 or whatever the fuck is the one that has the 2 spears and all that shit. That has, like, because that one doesn't have an AT field. It's Asuka's Eva's AT field that is trying to break through.
Yes.
Because of reasons.
Okay, that actually made way more sense than I thought. I had not made that exact connection that it was the angel. Okay, that makes sense. More sense than I thought it would. Either way, it's cool and it's good stuff.
Yeah. I've watched enough anime to be able to decode enough bullshit anime plots that, like, maybe this is why I don't like the machine gun plotting thing, is because it is hard for me to ignore it, because I can put together enough of it and then I can see where it doesn't make any sense. So it's like I hate that they just keep on shooting dialogue at me because I'm like, part of my brain just insists on trying to make sense of it on some level.
Yeah. All right. But should we talk about sort of the final movement of this entire series, which is Shinji becoming the ultimate hero of the series in his own particular way, and insisting on piloting the Eva, fighting his dad, and it's just... I was so on the edge of my seat once Shinji stands up and offers to pilot the Eva, because it's like, this confronting Gendo, Shinji being this assertive, this is what I wanted in the show, and we never fucking got, and we're getting it, and it is so well done. You have Gendo here, when he removes his Cyclops visor, you find out that he is also partially an angel in there, because he has taken the key to Nebuchadnezzar, which was a thing, I guess.
They mentioned that in movie 2,
yes.
But I don't know what the key to Nebuchadnezzar is, because I don't think that's from the original TV show.
No, it's the Wikipedia description says he has used the key of Nebuchadnezzar to transcend humanity and become the final angel, which, sure, that sounds like something Gendo would do. I'm okay. I can buy that.
I don't know how the key to the ship from the Matrix helps them do that, but whatever.
But you have the final scene with these characters together where they're on, the bow of the ship. And Gendo is there, Misato is there, and Shinji is there. And then a couple of the other crew members are there to sort of question Misato about whether she should let Shinji do this. But this is our final scene between Misato and Shinji. And just in the theme of this movie giving us all the closure that you'd never get in any way in any of the other versions of this story, this is our final scene between Misato and Shinji. And it is where she... kind of lets him go, I guess is one way you would say it,
Yeah, well, she, at this moment, she has, kind of fully fulfilled her role as his sort of, surrogate mother in that relationship that they had, partially because she is literally a mother, right? But I love so much that he has that picture he gives her that he was given by, Kinsuke or whatever, of Shinji and Doji, her son that she had with Kaji in the intervening 14 years. And she has that picture with her for the rest of the movie, and it's one of the last things she looks at before she dies. I think basically the last thing that Shinji says to her is, "I met your son, and he seemed really nice."
Yeah.
And they have this little quick dialogue about her biological son, but it's in the sense of almost Doji is Shinji's little brother he never knew, right? There's the sense of that. How much that kind of family bond that he and Misato had back then, that they didn't really understand what it was when they had it, that it's still there between them, and now they know what it was, and it's very satisfying. Again, it's very intentionally, I think, the polar opposite of the last interaction Misato and Shinji had in End of Eva, was of her deeply and grossly misunderstanding what their relationship was, because Shinji needs her to be a mother-like figure. She tries to be this cougar-esque, sexually available older woman, right? She kisses him and tells him, when we get back, we'll do the rest of it, wink wink, nudge nudge. And then she gets fucking blown up by a grenade or whatever 5 seconds later. And instead of her dying in vain, having accomplished nothing other than fucking tonguing a 14-year-old boy, here she gets to be the grown-up, adult matured version of what you wanted her character to fulfill herself as.
Yes, because this scene is also about her taking that responsibility for all the things that Shinji was forced to do, and taking some of that guilt off his shoulders too, right? And accepting that she had a part in all of these things that happened, and that she will shield him. There's also the detail I almost forgot about, that one of her crew members tries to shoot Shinji, and she takes the bullet for him, which is just also a very powerful moment there, of kind of solidifying that relationship, as you say. And yeah, I think you're right. I think this is about as polar opposite from what they do with her in End of Eva as you can get. It just feels... This kind of stuff just feels right in a way that all that stuff felt wrong to me,
Yes, exactly. That's a good way to put it. That it's where the character needed to end up, and it feels perfect.
So she does ultimately die in this version. She sacrifices her, I forget the exact plot scenario she has to do, but she uses she's attacking the big it's kind of like what you get in...
You want me to explain it?
You know what? You probably should.
Okay, yes. So Shinji is fighting Gendo in the anti-universe or whatever it's called. But he's used up like all the spirits of God, because there are 6 spears of God that there's only supposed to be the 2.
Okay, I remember this now. Yeah.
But Gendo has made more of them through the other ships he has and all that shit. But she has the Wunder, which is a ship that she stole, which is one of the ships that was being used to make the spears. So she makes the final spear of God, and she dies delivering it to Shinji, and then he gets it, and that's, in like a metaphorical sense, that is what he uses. He doesn't like actually impale Gendo, but it's what allows him in like a metaphysical sense to resolve the human instrumentality stuff in Fourth Impact, or whatever impact we are on at this point, from happening, and he kind of is able to make the universe what he wants it to be.
Yes. Okay. I remember all of that now. I'm sorry, we're 4 hours into recording this. This is a 2.5-hour movie. We've been talking about 4 movies today. I'm not going to remember all of it perfectly, but now that you say it, it's all coming back to me. No, I think, because for some reason I was starting to think that it was just like she sacrificed herself for the crew, but it's not that. It's I love that it is directly to allow Shinji to do this full self-actualization, because again, the exact plot details don't matter as much as like kind of the metaphors we're working with at this point, right? And what that final spear is that power for Shinji to fully self-actualize. And I think Misato being the one to fully push that through, again, it's a tremendously great sequence, her demise in this. And it is so, again, just, how does she die in End of Eva? She jumps on a grenade or something after tonguing a 14-year-old? I don't even remember. It's very ignominious. It's very bad. It is such a waste of such a great character. And this is the exact qualitative opposite of that.
Yeah, it's a great sequence.
But let's focus on Shinji, who, upon entering Eva Unit 1, is when we learn that he did, in fact, save Rei.
Yes, we've basically known the whole time that her spirit, because I think it's Fuyutsuki's, a character in movie 3, I don't think he tells Shinji, but like tells the audience that Rei is in there with his mother, right? Because Ayanami Rei is a clone of Yui, and her spirit and her body or whatever is fused with Unit 01.
But this is when it becomes so we see her and Shinji sees her, and there's this beautiful line about, I never wanted you to get in the Eva again, but and Shinji tells her this, it's going to be okay.
Yeah, and so he pilots it, and with Ayanami like in there with him in a metaphysical sense. And then that's where you also get what is probably the most anime line in the whole thing, which is there's an exchange among the crew that's like, well, how is he able to pilot the Eva? I thought his synchronicity rate was at 0%, which is a thing they say in the third movie. It's like, oh, he couldn't even pilot the Eva. And it's like, and then I think it's Ritsuko says, but maybe it's not 0%. Maybe it's the number closest to 0. His synchronicity rate is infinity. And then you cut to Shinji as he basically makes the Eva go Super Saiyan. And it's like the most anime bullshit, but in the best way.
I loved it. It's so good.
Yeah. It's the like anime shonen trope of the like, oh, his battle power is so high that like you can't even sense it because it's on another level. It's like that kind of thing. It's like, no, his battle power is not 0, it's infinity. And then he goes fucking batshit insane and does a big Shinji scream and attacks Gendo. It's like fucking great.
So the final act here with Gendo in the anti-universe has several phases, but we do start with something I have very much wanted since watching the TV show, which is Shinji beating the shit out of his dad in the Eva. I mean, I think the movie is 100% correct to emphasize that this is not the most important part of the fight and that it happens early and then you go into other stuff. But having a big battle between Eva 1 and Eva 13 and having Shinji in 1 and Gendo in 13, and they fight in this surreal space where they keep... First they're in like a version of the city, then they're in like the classroom, they're in Shinji's bedroom, but they're always at the like Eva size. It's a really cool sequence. The fight choreography, it almost looks like rotoscoped. It's so good and fluid. Like, it's really cool. And it is...
Some of it is definitely mocapped because there's that first sequence where they're 3D models and you have... They're basically using 3D to make it look like a super cheap kaiju movie with like these like weightless kind of cardboard looking buildings, and then they literally like fight onto the set and then they teleport, and like all of it is framed as like they are on these like TV sets of the show's sets of
Yes.
like Misato's room and the command center and all of that
Right.
stuff.
This is where we start to get like this gets very meta by the end in the way that I don't think there's any version of the end of Evangelion that can't be meta. I think it has to be a little bit, just given the otaku origins of all of this. But yes, it is both a very cool fight, a very satisfying fight to have Shinji finally fight Gendo, and then also I think it is so metatextually rich with what it's doing there. I like the comparison to what you said about how it looks like it's happening on the set of a cheap kaiju movie or something, right? But the fight choreography is so good. They're both using the spears. It's really cool. Obviously, Evangelion should not end with him just kicking the shit out of his dad. That would be a terrible ending. But it is good that we get a little bit of them actually coming to blows, because I think that is necessary for emotional and just satisfaction reasons.
Yeah, I will say there's one thing that's a little bit annoying about this sequence is I wish that both of their Evas weren't purple, because it was kind of hard to tell sometimes in the fight who was which one. I kind of wish that the other Eva, that Gendo's Eva, was like red or something to just like make it look different and make the fight a little bit more readable in some of those sequences.
That's interesting, because this is the complaint I usually have sometimes when Gundam has similar colored suits and I find it hard. I was able to read it fine in this movie, but I understand what you're saying, because I've made this complaint before about, like, in Hathaway, the first time I watched it, I was confused, like, which suit was which at the end in that last action sequence.
I mean, you can throw as many white robots in a scene, and I can tell all of them apart because I've seen enough white robots. But two purple robots, that's just the same one. I don't know. Maybe I'm purple robot racist. I don't know. I just can't tell the difference.
Sean Chapman, maybe I'm a purple robot racist. You know, if the purple robots ever take over, Sean, you are fucked.
Yeah, we'll have to cut that part of the podcast.
Okay. But then we move on to the next parts of this, which is the real confrontation with Gendo, right?
Yeah.
Which is pushing towards empathy with the father. And I think, you know, what the last act of this movie ultimately kind of comes back to, which I think is very smart and is what it always had to be, is that this is ultimately the story of a father and son in a broken family where the loss of their mother, well, not their mother, but the mother, the wife, is like this original pain splinter that has just broken them. And it broke Shinji in that he didn't have a mom, but it also broke him in that his dad became cruel and obsessed. And that is ultimately where we come back to. And it is Shinji's ability to see into Gendo and see that full story of his life without ever, I feel like, forgiving it or apologizing for it, right? I don't think it ever absolves Gendo.
Yes.
But it is about seeing the humanity of this very bad, broken man. And that's what I mean when I say Shinji's heroism in this final movie is Shinji's heroism. It's no one else's version of heroism. It is very much what only this character could have. And I think bringing all of that around and fully contextualizing Gendo as a human being and bringing it all down to something as mundane but painful as the loss of a loved one and the need to try to recreate that, you know, that's a theme that is there in the TV show and in the end of Evangelion and everything. But I think they are able to contextualize it in such a way that it hits much harder and it feels much more like an ending and a culmination.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of really effective elements that they put in there that ties everything together. Like, probably the most notable one being the tape recorder, which is like a thing that is in the TV show, but they kind of like abandon it a little bit as a symbol at a certain point. And these movies are really insistent on that tape recorder as being this like omnipresent representation of Shinji in some way, with it being broken and him trying to get rid of it, but he can't. And I think the part that like I love about this movie is they kind of complete the metaphor for you in that the metaphor is it's his connection to his father,
yeah.
right? That was a thing, because I think you have dialogue to the effect of like, you know that it came from his dad, but it's not something that's like you immediately feel. But in this, you have the direct connection of where Gendo has his big narrative moment that where he like narrates all like his kind of life, and part of it is him saying like, that was mine, like I used that in the way that you use it. It blocks me out from the world. It means I don't have to hear people. It gives me excuse not to interact with people. And that he was using it in the same way that Shinji used it. And he kind of passed that on to his son in the way that Gendo passed so many of his own insecurities onto Shinji, intentionally or otherwise. But that there are things that Shinji can't get rid of because his relationship with his father is a part of him forever. He can't just abandon it. It can be broken or can be fixed, but it cannot be something that he just no longer has. And I think that there's something very powerful about them bringing that thing that has been a strong symbol throughout all these movies and making it such a focal point here at the end as his connection with his father.
Yes, because what it's about, what the metaphor, the symbol is you can't change who your father is, right? You can't get rid of that. Mm-hmm. If someone had an impact on you, you can't rewrite that past, and you can't just run away from it. That doesn't mean you ever need to forgive the person or absolve them or those sorts of things. But if you've come from a place of abuse or a difficult relationship, I think Gendo is a powerful character because I think he is fairly multivalent in who he can be. Like, I think you can relate to it whether you had a good but difficult relationship with your father or an outright abusive one. I think he stands in for a lot of those different things, right? Because it is so in the space of metaphor. And I think, what the movie's doing here is, and what Shinji has come to learn and what that tape recorder represents is, there's ways you can run from it and there's ways you can try to avoid it, but ultimately it is there with you all the time. And if it is not confronted and understood, it can't then be dealt with, and you can't create the new life that you need to go on and create, right? And I think we always knew that had to be a part of an actual ending to Evangelion, right? But just to see it done, and I think it's done very beautifully. Obviously the actor who plays Gendo has always done a phenomenal job in that role. It's iconic for a reason. Gendo is Fumihiko Tachiki. And he's great here too. I think that flashback with his whole narrated life is pitched just right. I like that it goes into some of the surreal, like, sketches and storyboard kind of stuff that they bring back at the end too. I always love when they do that kind of stuff. I'm a nerd for it. But it's very powerful, and I think, when you come out on the other side of it, and there's this line from Gendo that kind of broke me when I was watching the movie, because it's so simple and it's so obvious, but it's so good and necessary, is when he sort of sees Shinji in the Evangelion being the hero. He says, "Oh, Yui, that's where you were all along." And on the obvious level, it's she was in the Eva because he built the Eva out of her, all that stuff. But I love that it just elides all the convoluted plot around that. And what he's saying is, you were in my kid, and I was a fucking idiot and bastard for not fostering that, because I was looking for you for so long, and what I should have been doing was taking care of our son, which is where you actually are in continued existence.
Yeah, in that it is a thing of where Gendo is trying to rewrite history, right? He's trying to undo things that have been done, and in the process he's destroying everything that there is in order to try to make the world the ideal world that he wants for himself. But it is like what he's trying to do is the opposite of what Shinji has learned over the course of this movie, which is you can't rewrite things, you can't undo mistakes that you have made, but that doesn't mean that the world that you're living in now is valueless. Instead, you have to sort of carry those mistakes and that loss with you and find value in what there still is and what is still out there. And it's just a very powerful conclusion, building that mirror between Shinji and Gendo, that you see that when Gendo was Shinji's age, he was a lot like what Shinji is, but he never grew past that. He is a child in an adult man's body, whereas Shinji is now, he's still a 14-year-old boy, but he has now gained the awareness of a mature individual in the way that Gendo never had.
Yeah, I mean, we're moving purely into the realm of metaphor and abstraction at a certain point at the end here, right? But that is, I think, necessary. And the end of the movie is, so you have Gendo sort of accept his culpability here. He and Yui together use that spear that Misato made to impale the EVA 1 and the EVA 13 and all the ones kind of in the middle, and sort of rewrite the universe. And on the other side of that, you have Shinji stepping into that role now of figuring out what the future is going to be. And the final big sequence of this is him visiting all of the different characters and sort of saying his goodbyes and setting them on a new path. And this is where, if you have not opened a box of Kleenex watching the movie, you're going to, because it's really beautiful, I think. Him, giving Asuka, having that final moment with Asuka. They redo the scene on the beach, so there is no strangulation whatsoever. I think that's beautiful. The one that touched me the most, I think, is the Kaworu scene. I think having Akira Ishida go through that whole monologue about what he didn't love Shinji. He loved the idea of Shinji, and he loved the idea of being loved, right? And I love how he's able to let him let go. And then with Rey, he has the final scene where they name drop Evangelion, but I found it so fucking perfect.
They name drop Neon Genesis.
Yes.
Which should be noted is not the Japanese title of the
No.
show. It is Shinseki Evangelion. It is the Japanese title of the show. Neon Genesis Evangelion is the official English title made by the Japanese creators. So it's like it is part of the show's title.
But all Japanese fans would know it. It's on all the like merch and stuff.
Yes. Yes. That's what I'm saying is that like it's not like Japanese fans would hear that and be like, why the fuck is she saying the English words Neon Genesis? They understand that, but I do find it funny because Shinseki doesn't mean Neon Genesis.
It means New Century, right?
Yeah.
So, what do you which of these sort of character endings do you want to talk about? And just the whole idea of him sort of gifting them new life, which I feel like, especially for this being the last movie, having this 9-year delay, being the end of this like quarter century creative cycle, it's very meta, but it also feels very emotionally right to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something of where basically how the movie ends is it is almost literally the exact opposite of what the ending of End of Evangelion is. The end of Evangelion is like the human instrumentality project happens. Shinji is like given a choice or ability to potentially change the world, and he seemingly doesn't take that choice, and it's just really him or like maybe what he chooses is Asuka's alive, and it's also opaque and like hard to understand exactly what is literally happening, but it is just him and Asuka in a world destroyed. It's basically the ending of Devilman. And then he strangles her, and then the movie, and she calls him gross, and then the movie's over. And here, Shinji is given a choice to try to change the world, and he does make that choice and to make a Neon Genesis, a new beginning, right? It's the beginning of a new world, but the world he envisions is a world that does not have Evangelion in it. Like, literally, it doesn't have Evangelions, but, like, it is also, like, a world where, like, if you want to read it metaphorically, it's like a world where we have moved past the need for Evangelion as a thing, as an idea, as like an object, because we have gone past this and we've grown past this. And that is an idea that I love, of sort of saying that like this, of him taking that choice, and his decision is to build the world that he can now live in because it doesn't have the things that he has grown beyond.
Yes. It's also, I mean, we could do another podcast this length on all of this, but like we have not done any of the like religious symbolism reading of this. It's also, and there's a lot of talk about this, it's like moving past a world with God, right? And it's moving past a world with like someone deciding your path in life and that sort of thing, is also standing in for that. But yeah, I think that scene where he and Rey are standing in that like film set and he's explaining what he wants to do, and you have the projection come over them. This is a beautiful use of widescreen where they're on opposite sides of the frame, and you have all the Evangelion logos and like clips from the original show flashing past as he describes what he wants to do. And this is the perfect kind of metatextual thing, because it is both the emotionally and thematically right ending to Shinji diegetically, and it is meta to the audience, right? It is Shinji moving past all the things that have created this world, but also this story reaching a point where it can end. You know, it does feel like Anno, and who knows if Anno, as you say, will ever actually be done with it, but when I say this movie feels like him opening a vein and bleeding onto a film strip, this is what it is. It's like this is him working through, what are the things I needed to do to be able to move past a world where I'm making Evangelion, right? And it feels like that's where we are at this point in the story.
Yeah, and both for us and Anno and whatever, like our relationship to this thing in the real world, but also for these characters that they have in this sense, like now grown and gone through this journey, so that I think in both ways it is impactful, both in that kind of metatextual way and literally what the characters that we have gone through these 4 movies with, plus the old TV show and all of that, what they have grown to at this point in the story.
You get after this when we do the full the Gendo and Yui, and we haven't even talked about the whole thing of like the imaginary Evangelion and all of that, which is a whole like
No, we don't need to talk about that.
It's fascinating. This part of the movie also leans into... I think this movie makes a very actually savvy use of CGI, where it kind of recreates the dynamic from End of Eva with the big giant Rey, but it does her as like really bad CGI that looks like very plastic and scary. I found it very off-putting, but I think intentionally so. And then you have all of the Evangelions that are just like plastic models out there in the universe. And as they start to disappear, you have Shinji. He says this line. This line was in the trailer, so I'd heard it before the movie. But I do think it is one of Ogata's best line readings as Shinji, where she says, Sayonara Subete no Evangelion. That is an all-time line reading. It's so good.
Yes. Yeah, great line. We also haven't talked about the fact that Mari has an Eva that has eaten like 5 other
It's
Evas, so
cool.
her Eva is like 8 plus 9 plus 10 plus 11 or whatever, which is maybe the funniest thing in all 4 of these movies is when he's now stranded on the beach after creating the new world or whatever, and Mari comes to pick him up because she says, hey, no matter what happens, I'll come get you. And that's where her Eva is the last one to leave. And so she says, actually, I have it here. She says, goodbye, unit 8 plus 9 plus 10 plus 11 plus 12, which is a very, very funny moment.
Okay, well, before we talk about these final scenes then, let's rewind the tape a little bit and talk about Mari. Okay.
Yep.
We haven't talked about... She's introduced in movie 2. She's in movie 2 and movie 3. She obviously really doesn't become a main character until movie 4. But I really like Mari. And I think there is definitely some awkwardness in how she is sort of inserted into the story. And maybe this is a cop-out, but I think it's very intentional awkwardness. And I think the idea of this character being the new character is so obviously important to how they use her at the end of the story here, that it actually retroactively makes me like some of the stuff with her in 2 and 3 even more, even though I liked her the whole time for exactly what you said earlier, Sean. It is Maya Sakamoto's performance is just so perfectly bubbly, and I think the character physically, like, it's such a great character design, reads so strongly. She has such great fucking scenes in the Eva as a pilot. I think she is a really nice touch onto this series, and I think her role at the end here as the ultimate symbol of there being like a new day for Shinji beyond this. You couldn't tell this story in a way where the last person Shinji is with is one of the existing characters. I think that would feel good to some fans in the moment, but I think it would feel very wrong for the story they are trying to tell. And so I think Mari being that symbol works. And she is also just a fucking great source of comic relief in this movie in the ways you're saying, because she gets those crazy lines and Sakamoto can do them with aplomb.
Yeah, I really enjoy the character tremendously. I do think that there is too much awkwardness in that, like, it feels like there is something missing with the character. Like, there is a very weird sequence in EVA 4. It's during Gendo's stuff, where you have, like, a flashback to, and it's all in that very sketchy style of him and Yui at Fuyutsuki's lab. And there is a character in that looks exactly like Mari. When she fights Fuyutsuki earlier in the movie, he calls her like Maki something. Like he calls her a different name, and she's like, "Oh, nobody's called me that name for a long time." There's all this weird stuff. I think the broad implication is that she is like the first EVA pilot, and that she was around in that original group with Yui and Gendo, and that she's like the way that Asuka is stuck at her age. She has been stuck at that age for the rest of her life. Like, I don't know. Like, I think that's part of the thing that, like, there's stuff like that in this movie that rubs me the wrong way that I wish it didn't have, that it has a little bit too much of that Eva. This starts to feel a little bit like weird and opaque for weird and opaque sake, rather than being something that really is conducive to the story and the plot. And I wish that they found something to kind of more ground the character more in the story, even if, like, part of the point of the character is to be the new character that is a little bit ungrounded in the Eva that you know. I think by movie 4, they needed to find something that more sort of builds her out into, like, this new reality that we have in this new version of Eva. All that being said, the character's just a bundle of fucking
Yes.
joy. Like, I don't know how you can't have a massive smile on your face every time she's on screen. I love the character design. I love Maya Sakamoto is great in everything. Probably, if people played Final Fantasy VII Remake in Japanese, you definitely recognize her as Aerith, because she's the Japanese voice of Aerith. And I mean, she's in a bunch of stuff. She's Joan of Arc in the Fate stuff. If people are a fan of the Fate franchise, she's so good in that. She's just a great voice actress. She just kills it. Mari's dialogue is the best because it is this mix of like, she talks in like 3 or 4 different Japanese dialects, some real, some fake. Like she does the whole nya, like cat noise
I
thing.
love that's the kind of thing that should annoy me, but it's entirely due to how Sakamoto does it. It's so good.
Yeah, because it's also then blended with, like, she sometimes says things in English, and her English pronunciation is, like, actually really fucking good in a way that I feel like I was taken aback by. I was like, oh, that sounds really good. And she says French sometimes, she says German. Like, all of her dialogue is just so bubbly and joyful and all over the place. And she feels like this, like, mad genius that just came out of nowhere and speaks 100 languages and all this kind of stuff, and it's really fun. I do wish that they found something more to ground the character in some way. That being said, like, I think the most important stuff that they do with the character, they do really well, and that her function in the very ending of the movie is perfect.
Yes, and I understand what you're saying totally. I didn't have that problem. I mean, I like the general implication that she is older than the other EVA pilots. You definitely get that sense. Like, physically, maybe not, but, like, mentally, yes. But the thing about her ungroundedness that I think is so funny is it just feels like she's the protagonist of another show who keeps dropping into this one. And I love that quality. Like, the hardest I laughed at any of these 4 movies is in movie 2 when she lands on Shinji on the roof. That is the best Shinji gets boobs in his face scene in any of Evangelion. I laughed so fucking hard at that this crazy lady, who we've seen a little bit of, comes in on a mission, talks to Shinji briefly. He is completely flabbergasted. She jumps off the roof again with her parachute, and we don't see her again. That is a perfect non sequitur. I think it is so good.
Yeah, I think my issue is that I think, like, by the time you get to the end of the 4th movie, I think the character should have moved beyond the non sequitur, and she kind of doesn't, other than, like, arguably her final moment in the film.
But I like that she is the one who is kind of outside the action, who's going to pull Shinji out of this world, right? And so then we get the final scene where we're at a train station, because of course we are. We're doing a liminal space scene in Japan. We're going to be at a train station. Come on.
Yep.
And we're at the train station. All of the children, first, second, third, fourth. One thing I did notice, they don't do they don't call them first children, second children. They just say it in Japanese in the rebuild. I missed it a little bit, I have to admit, because it was very funny to hear them say third children. But I understand why they did it. But anyway.
Yeah, it's probably the right choice, but it's also the wrong choice.
But you see Kaoru, you see Rei, you see Asuka. They're older now. And then you have Shinji, and Mari comes up to him. It's a repeat of the scene from when they were on the ship together, where she comes up and says, "Guess who?" And she says the line about it, lady with the parachute and the big boobs. But instead, Shinji says it this time, and it's not Megumi Ogata. It is a different voice actor, as an adult Shinji, who has been slightly redesigned here. And he playfully flirts with her. She kind of playfully flirts with him. And the last line of Evangelion is Shinji saying, "Iko, let's go." And they run out into a live-action, beautiful shot, I thought, of Tokyo, this, like, helicopter shot, as the final song by Utada plays, "One Last Kiss," which is a just phenomenal banger of a song. And they go out into a new future. It's amazing. It's perfect. I loved it. I loved it so much.
Yeah, and then there's the post-credit scene where adult Shinji ejaculates on a comatose Asuka, and you're like, god damn it, Anno. No, they don't do that. We are very far away from what we were at, right, in Evangelion. It is like the polar opposite. Like, how I feel about this movie is the polar opposite of how I felt about End of Evangelion. And it is a great ending. It is like the ending this series always needed and deserved. And it makes sense that it took this long to get there. But I'm very happy that we finally got there, and that this movie could be made, and that EVA as a franchise could be paid off in the way that I've always wanted it to be. Right, I've always wanted it to be this good.
Yeah.
And I just could never see it in that old TV show. And in these movies, it's definitely there.
And I think the choice to have someone else voice Shinji for these last 3 lines is such an interesting and cool choice. Because on the one hand, it's a little sad that Megumi Ogata is not giving the final lines as Shinji. But on the other, I think transitioning the voice to a fully grown-up Shinji, to finally firmly say, this person has grown up, I don't think there's any other way they could have more firmly said, Eva is over, right? Like, that is, that passing of the torch is such a powerful, beautiful thing. Having it be Mari, who is the new character and therefore the one who most represents an unwritten future, going out, that entrance into the real world, which is also an idea that is there in the end of Evangelion and how it uses some, like, live-action footage, but it uses it in such a fucking nihilistic way, and this, like, kind of anti-otaku way that, like, has some valence, but I think is just part of the overall darkness of that movie. This is uplift, and not every story has to be uplift, obviously. We don't think that. But, like, you know, I do think with all the themes they had here, and all the ideas that Evangelion is about, this feels like the right ending. You know, like, what is the thing that makes Shinji unique among mecha pilots? And I think fundamentally, at the start, it's that he's the one who's thrown into a fucking mobile suit. He's not the one who chooses to get into it, you know? He is not Amuro because he's not someone who sees a moment of need and chooses affirmatively to climb into the robot and do the hero thing. He's someone who is forced by his evil dad into doing it. And I think if you're going to start with that point as the story, you have to end it with him having his own choices and a future that is new and unwritten, right? That is the natural endpoint to Shinji Ikari's story. And they do it, and they do it so beautifully. I am stunned this movie exists.
Yeah, it's amazing. And, you know, it took them a long time to get there, but it makes sense. Like, you can feel the thoughtfulness that went into all of these movies, but particularly the fourth one, with, like, the amount of time it came to reach the, like, decisions to sort of end it the way that they ended it. It just, there's a lot of intense care and love for this work and these characters that is featured across all these movies in a way that feels so, like, kind of unabashed, in a way that you never really felt with the old TV version, that it felt more rushed, it felt more kind of self-conflicted about what it wanted to be, and it ended in a way that felt very mean and hateful, and left a very bad taste in your mouth because it felt inappropriate for the themes of what the story was actually going for. And here it is like Eva had a revelation, and you got to see it on screen.
One last point I want to make. So this last Evangelion movie made 10 billion yen in Japan, $100 million, massive historical level hit in that country, right? For its genre and its length and all these things. Can you even conceive of what the equivalent of this would be in Hollywood? Like, in movies, but also, frankly, on TV. Like, what is the version of American Evangelion like this, where you would make a giant, big-budget, 3-hour, crazy, experimental, avant-garde, meta, all sorts of different things, crossing genres and tones, and just ambition to spare, and then it comes out and the entire fucking country goes and sees it and talks about it and digests it? Like, if you want to, like, I am not always the person who is, like, the pessimist about the future of American cinema and stuff, but I watch something like this and I go, no, you know what, we're right. We are a fucking bankrupt cinema in America because we have Disney and Warner Brothers and Paramount over here dying on the side, and that's kind of it, and they're all trying to do franchise shit, and none of it has a tenth of the ambition that a movie like this has in its fucking pinky. It's insane, and this is the third great anime film we've talked about this year, Sean. Between this and Gundam Hathaway and Kimetsu no Yaiba, all of them franchise films, proving you can be in a franchise film and make unbelievably terrific art, and have it be popular, and have it be boundary pushing, because all of these movies are. It's amazing. Anime is a fucking gift to the world. It is one of the only art forms this popular that pushes boundaries and has ideas this rich. It really is. And it's just like, sometimes it's good to take a step back and think about that, you know? It's why we do this podcast.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the, like, stylistic ambition and some of, like, the formal ambition of what they're doing, particularly when you're talking about those three movies this year, of, like, pushing the envelope of what you can do in the form in a way that is about what it feels like the people making it so care about the art of making it, in a way that, like, you know, I enjoy my Marvel superhero movies and stuff like that, but there it's much more about, like, the producerial like control overhead, making something that is like digestible and going to be liked by as wide an audience as possible, which can still make fun movies. And it's fine to enjoy fun movies, but is not anywhere near like the level of like ambition of wanting to evolve or push the art form forward that it is a part of. That it feels like all these movies, but all these EVA movies and those 3 movies that came out this year definitely all do that.
I mean, I have seen, honestly, this has been a pretty good year for American cinema. I've seen a lot of good American movies this year. The 3 best movies I have seen in 2021 are these 3 anime movies. Not a doubt in my mind. You know, it's incredible. So, anime in theaters, certainly, like franchise anime is having a real moment right now, I feel like is worth having a conversation about. But not today, because we are at the 4-hour and 40-minute mark, making this the longest episode of Weekly Suit Gundam, surpassing the Turn A Gundam episode. Fun fact for y'all. So we're gonna stop.
With really quick, Jonathan, we don't have to have a conversation about it, but I just want to mention it because I did watch it. Did you watch the short film that they made at the same time as the 3rd movie that is like a prequel to Nausicaa, the giant god warrior appears in Tokyo?
I don't know about. How do I not know about that?
Okay, just type giant god warrior appears in Tokyo into your web browser and you'll be able to find this. It is a like live action maybe a weird word, but it's like a practical effects movie using puppetry and things like that. It's like 5 minutes long. And it is basically a broad prequel, I guess, to Nausicaa. It's like when the God Warrior appears in Tokyo as the name of the film. And it is sick as fucking hell. And when I was like looking up all this stuff, I saw that they had made this, and it was like, it's co-produced by Studio Ghibli. They made it around the time of the 3rd movie. Shinji Higuchi was one of like the main like assistant directors and stuff on the EVA movies. Directed it. It's great. If people haven't watched it, they should also watch that because it kicks ass.
Oh my
God. I would kick myself if I didn't shout it out on this podcast because it is so fun.
I'm looking at it now. I feel utterly ashamed for not knowing this existed. I mean, for people who don't know, Hideaki Anno made a name for himself working on Nausicaa. He impressed Miyazaki. He did key animation on a lot of the Ohm stuff at the end of that movie. And Miyazaki has always like given him a lot of rope to do stuff with Nausicaa. He does the commentary on the Blu-ray of Nausicaa, which I think actually on the English Blu-ray now, that commentary is subtitled even. Fucking cool. This is a good podcast. I am glad that we now have an Evangelion podcast where we basically just have nothing but nice things to say. And you know what?
Yes, so now people can stop being mad at us for thinking that we hate EVA, even though it was more we had conflicted feelings about it, and now we really like it.
Yeah, and you know, it's okay for art to be messy, especially if 30 years later you're going to do something like this. And all the things we love about Rebuild, they wouldn't have existed without the messiness of the original EVA. So, good things can come from bad things, and great things can come from messy things, and that is a beautiful thing about art and life.
And I think that's as good a way to end this conversation as any. So this, Jonathan, is going to wrap up our conversation on the rebuild of Evangelion. But next time on Weekly Suit Gundam, we're not talking about rebuilding something. We're talking about building something from the ground up, motherfucker. And we're done with this fucking robot, otaku, nerdy horse shit. We're talking about sports. We're talking about the sport of Gundam next time on this show, because next time on Weekly Suit Gundam, we are going to talk about Gundam Build Fighters.